On a warm morning at the Imperial Ancestral Hall, Shang Yu was being held inside an iron cage, constantly panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open from the outside and called out loudly. Shang Yu, Yushin approached with a cunning smile to mock her. The snow tea was laced with yuan dissolving powder. How did it taste? He walked up to Shang Yu and taunted, "You look truly nauseating right now." She looked up angrily and shouted, "Jiang Yushin, do you know what the consequences are for plotting against the imperial heiress?" Her eyes were filled with fury. Suddenly, from behind, Shang Wan also approached, sneering, "Older sister, look at yourself now. Are you still the high and mighty imperial heiress from before?" She came to the front of her cage with contempt. "In one day and one night, your blood will be drained completely. Let's see if anyone can come to save you. Will it be our gravely ill father, or the 13th Moon Guard who are at the distant border?" Hearing this, Shang Yu felt a pang of heartache and gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks. She angrily gripped the iron bars and screamed, "What? You caused Imperial Father's serious illness?" Shang Wan shamelessly turned to hug Yushin. "Yushin, why is older sister so fierce?" Vonner is scared. Seeing this, he gently hugged her and comforted, "What's there to be afraid of? She's just a cripple now. We just need to use her blood to nurture your Yuan Meridian. When that time comes, won't everything be yours?" Immediately, Shang Wan's attitude changed as she glanced over. "Older sister, I've always admired you so much." She enviously listed everything. "You were born with a heavenly scripture, Yuan Meridian, destined to be the imperial heiress of heaven's mandate. All the best things belong to you. Why? Is it because your mother was the empress, while my mother was just a bed-warming servant girl?" After speaking, Shang Wan fell silent, calculating. "But rest assured, older sister, in the future, the man you love most and your imperial throne, I, your younger sister, will help you take good care of them." Shang Yu trembled all over in disbelief. She continued to cover her mouth and mock her with a laugh. "Oh right, older sister, your younger sister will give you a good send-off, so you can be reunited with your mother and your short-lived younger brother soon. You don't know, but when our 7th younger brother died, he kept calling for his older sister." At this point, she could no longer bear it and yelled back, "Shang Wan, you cut off my legs and locked me here. You harmed my family, and now you dare to think of using me as your blood bank? Dream on. I will not let you achieve your goal." Extremely furious, she gathered her energy and created a large fire around herself. True fire of the Yuan Meridian burn. Witnessing this, Yushin was a bit flustered and shouted, "This is bad. Shang Yu wants to self-immolate." Wanna run, but it was too late. Her flame shot straight towards Shang Wan's abdomen, causing her to scream in pain, "My Yuan Meridian." Shang Yu's flame also slashed across Yushin's arm. He opened his mouth wide and screamed in agony, "My arm." After everything, an obituary was released. Tianming Dynasty, year 1653, Imperial heir Shang Wan passed away due to cultivation deviation. The sky returned to its usual clear blue. Her eyes slowly fluttered open. The surrounding scenery became clearer and clearer. Shang Yu had now become Su Luiwei. She tiredly furrowed her brows and lamented inwardly. "Painful, so painful. Is this the pain of having one's soul burned?" Seeing her lying on the grass, 2 young men approached. "Big brother, although this woman is as thin as a twig, her small face is absolutely stunning. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste if we just killed her directly?" "That's right, big brother. She's the eldest young lady of the Su family after all. It would surely be a lot of fun to play with her." Songbo sighed from behind and spoke up. "What eldest young lady? She doesn't even have a Yuan Meridian. The entire Su family sees her as the family's disgrace." The perverted Song Lian reached his hand towards her. "Big brother. Anyway, the 3rd young lady only told us to make her disappear forever. Can't we just finish our business and then cremate her? It's not like the Su family will come looking for her, right?" Just as Luiwei regained consciousness, she saw this scene. She angrily grabbed his hand. "Are you looking for death?" Immediately, she turned and kicked Song Lian straight in the neck. He was injured so badly that he coughed up blood and was sent flying. Then Song Lian fell heavily to the ground, creating a small tremor. Another subordinate came forward to help him up. "Su Luiwei is clearly the trash of the Su family. How can this be?" Seeing this, Songbo also became angry, pointed at her face, and shouted, "You little bitch, you dare to lay a hand on me. Songbo, I think you're the one who wants to die. 2nd, 3rd, seize her for me." After hearing the order, the 2 subordinates rushed towards Luiwei. "Yes, sir." She remained silent, but fought back fiercely. Lui Wei agilely grabbed the subordinate's hand, making him drop his sword. Immediately after, she quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword. Lui Wei coldly swung the sword once, finishing off both men. Her face was filled with fury, seeing Song Lian charging at her again. She turned and swept the sword horizontally towards him once more. After settling everything, Lui Wei coolly sheathed her sword and looked at them. Where did these two weak chickens come from, daring to make a move on me? After being beaten, Song Lian trembled in fear and shouted, Su Lui Wei, you're insane. She frowned tightly in annoyance, looking at them. These three are too weak. I don't know them, and besides, I'm already dead. Lui Wei looked down at her own palm, confused. This isn't my hand. Wait, he just called me Su Lui Wei. Immediately, she pointed the sword straight at Song Lian and questioned him. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? His face turned pale with fear as he answered in a flash. Please spare my life. It was all the third young lady's orders. She told me to kidnap you while you were out shopping. She said that as long as you disappeared without a trace, she would immediately give me 600 taels of silver. Eldest young lady, please spare my life. I was just momentarily confused. Suddenly, Lui Wei felt a sharp pain and clutched her head. Ugh, eldest young lady. Seizing the opportunity, Song Lian smiled cunningly. He lunged forward, intending to launch a surprise attack on her. Go to hell. However, in the next moment, the tip of the sword was already plunged straight into him, surprising Song Lian. He looked down at the wound on his body in disbelief and screamed, You, how could you? Lui Wei wearily let go of the sword, and he fell backward. She leaned tiredly against a tree trunk and sighed. Lui Wei gritted her teeth in pain and clutched her head as memories of being bullied flooded her mind. A girl stood there criticizing, just a piece of trash born with an incomplete Yuan meridian who can't cultivate. And you call yourself the eldest young lady? I think you're best suited to be a servant. Jianmin crossed her arms, looking at her with arrogant disdain. Older sister, I advise you to obediently hand over the marriage engagement with Crown Prince Rongjin of the Miaoshan Kingdom to me. The royal family doesn't need a piece of trash like you. After recalling everything, Lui Wei felt a bit helpless, clutched her head, and sighed. So, I've been reborn into the body of this young girl named Su Lui Wei. Truly a pitiful girl, unloved and uncared for. Suddenly, her eyes widened, filled with determination. But now I am Su Lui Wei. Heaven did not let me perish. The debts from my past life must be repaid 100-fold. Lui Wei lowered her head and looked down at her feet. She reached out and picked up the bag on the ground. After opening it, she was a bit surprised by its contents. Banknotes. Lui Wei fell silent and chuckled to herself. Well done, Su Jianmin. You wanted to kill someone and defile them as well. She took a pin from the bag and tied her hair up tightly. But it doesn't matter. Since I am living in your body, I will clean up this mess for you. The chirping of birds echoed throughout the forest. Lui Wei shouldered the bag and walked deeper inside. But first, I need to find a place to wash up. There's going to be a good show to watch next. After walking for a while, she found a large lake. Lui Wei stopped and stood there, observing it for a long time. She reached her hand forward, but was blocked by a seal. Lui Wei was a little stunned by this situation. It's Yuan energy. How can this small Miaoshan kingdom have such a good cultivation treasure land? Suddenly, the sky turned dark and silent. Lui Wei glanced back warily. A large foot stomped heavily on the grass behind her. A ferocious beast with pure white fur let out a fierce roar. Lui Wei raised her hands into a defensive stance, shouting with some worry, Why is there a high-level spirit beast here? Contrary to Liu Yue's wariness, Xue just gently approached and sniffed her hand a few times. She watched it gently lick her hand, confused. Strange, this spirit beast isn't attacking me, but sniffing my scent. Immediately after, Xue used its large body to push her forward. Lui Wei went along with it and gently turned back to ask, I understand. You want me to go in there, right? She looked down at Xue, extremely happy. This spirit beast is sentient. I didn't expect this Miaoshan kingdom to have so many mysterious things. Lui Wei gently reached out to pat its head in praise. Thank you. Just like that, Lui Wei undressed, left her clothes on a rock, and stepped down. She relaxed her body, immersing herself in the clear, bright water. Lui Wei closed her eyes, silently sensing everything around her. As she bathed, she lamented inwardly. This body was born with an incomplete yuan meridian. Yuan energy basically can't be retained in the body. It seems I must first heal the yuan meridian. Suddenly, she saw something red emitting from her body. Liyue looked down at her palm in surprise. This was a source of red energy that was created and now swirled around her hand. The stream of energy grew stronger and stronger, enveloping Liyue's entire body. She quickly put her hands together in a seal to feel it all. Something had formed. Liyue stared blankly at her own hand. It has become energy within my body. Although I don't know its origin, this energy source feels so familiar. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from under the water. Startled, Liyue turned around to check. She quickly drew back into a defensive posture. Who's there? From a distance, a tall and sturdy figure appeared along with a questioning voice. Little lady, isn't it a bit improper to trespass on someone else's place? The white mist around that person gradually dissipated. Liyue gradually realized the truth. This place is yours? Rongxiu lowered his head, chuckled faintly, and replied, of course, but why do you keep staring at me? Am I that handsome? She replied, a bit helplessly, young master, you really know how to joke. With such a thick layer of mist between us, I can't see anything clearly. Rongxiu found it amusing and teased. If you want a clearer look, I'm more than willing. However, I'm afraid before you could see clearly, that hairpin would have already pierced straight into my chest. Hearing this, Liyue was taken aback. Knowing she was in the wrong, she put the hairpin back in her hair. I'm sorry, I didn't know this place was yours. I thought no one was here earlier, so I entered on my own. If I disturbed you, I hope you won't mind. Rongxiu nonchalantly stepped onto the shore. He coolly put his clothes back on and advised, it's fine, but although the water in this Jade Wave Lake is good for the body, your yuan meridian is blocked, so it's best not to stay in it for too long. Liyue watched his back with some suspicion. To think he knew her yuan meridian was blocked just by looking, this man is truly dangerous. This is not a place to linger. Right after, Rongxiu also turned his head to look at her. Little lady, I've already decided not to pursue the matter, but shouldn't you at least let me know your name? Liyue quickly replied, "So Liyue." Right after, he also approached with a smile. Since Shueishu let you in, we'll just let this matter go. Rongxiu gently lifted her chin. But as the eldest young lady of the Su family, how can you return in such a sorry state? Liyue, startled, slapped Rongxiu's hand away. You don't need to worry about that, but there must be reciprocity. Who are you? Her eyes were filled with vigilance. To think this person knew the true identity of this body, it seems he's not simple. Rongxiu ignored her rude behavior and replied, you don't need to care who I am, because we will meet again sooner or later. At night, in the main hall of the Su family, servants were walking back and forth inside the house. Su Ning spoke worriedly. Yue has been out for half a day. It's already dusk now. Why isn't she home yet? He sincerely bowed before the great elder, pleading, Great elder, how about you send someone to look for the child? However, the old man paid little attention to it. Su Ning, what's there to worry about? The great elder tried his best to persuade him. It's not the first time she's gone out. What could possibly happen? Maybe she's just a child having fun, so she's a little late coming home. But those words did not ease the anxiety in Su Ning's heart. But it's almost dark. Yue is not an unreasonable child. How could she stay out playing until dark? Hearing that, the old man became annoyed and slammed his hand on the chair. The men of our Su family have always been calm and composed. Look at you now. Do you even resemble a man of the Su family in the slightest? Suddenly from behind, Jianmin slowly entered. She bowed in greeting. Grandniece greets the great elder. The great elder sighed and spoke. Jianmin, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry? She acted pitifully, crying and complaining. Great elder, Jianmin knows older sister hasn't returned yet. I shouldn't be bothering everyone here. But something of Jianmin's has been stolen. The great elder immediately became angry. Such a thing happened? Emboldened, Jianmin immediately knelt down pitifully. Today, older sister came in my room to play. I was originally thinking of giving her some of my private money, so she could buy some more clothes and cosmetics, but I never expected this. Just now, I discovered that the bank notes and jewelry my father and mother gave me have all disappeared. After hearing this, Su Ning angrily shouted, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that Yue is the thief? She immediately acted pitiful and trembled all over. Jiamin doesn't mean that. How would Jiamin dare to offend older sister? It's just that today, only older sister has been in my room. The great elder, without even investigating, immediately placed the blame on Lu Yue. Could it be that she stole Jiamin's things and secretly ran away? Immediately, the old man ordered the servants. How audacious, men! However, Su Ning quickly interrupted. Impossible. A servant from outside also quickly entered to report. The eldest young lady has returned. Hearing this, Jiamin turned around in panic. How can this be? Isn't Su Lu Yue already dead? Lu Yue calmly entered and responded to the old man's words. The great elder must be joking. As soon as Su Ning saw her, he became much happier. You're finally back. Lu Yue smiled proudly at him, then turned to question Jiamin. As the eldest young lady of the Su family, the Su family's assets naturally include my share. Why would I steal third younger sister's pocket money for such insignificant things? At this moment, upon seeing her, Jiamin was so scared she trembled like a leaf. Lu Yue lowered herself, lifted her chin, and questioned her again. Third younger sister, tell me, am I right or not? Jiamin replied, trembling. Older sister. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. How could this be? How could Su Lu Yue have come back to life? Right after, Su Ning came over, held her by the shoulders, and asked, Where are you all right? Although a little startled, Lu Yue still gently took his hand to reassure him. Father, rest assured, Yue is fine. Su Ning was immediately pleased and smiled in relief. It's good that you're all right. Witnessing this scene, Jiamin felt jealous in her heart. What great fortune in a tough life to let her escape death. Right after, she pretended to be concerned and came over to take her hand. Jiamin forced a smile. Older sister, you're home. Jiamin was so worried about you. However, Lu Yue paid no mind and forcefully pushed her hand away. Worried? Weren't you afraid I stole your money? Third younger sister? Seeing her so cold, Jiamin stepped back and made excuses. Older sister, you've misunderstood. It's just that I saw it was getting dark and you still hadn't returned. I felt uneasy, so I came to ask the elders a few questions. In her heart, she was already starting to feel anxious. What on earth is wrong with this Su Lu Yue, daring to ask me these questions in front of so many people? Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. After all, older sister doesn't have a single bit of yuan power. If you went out and got bullied by others, I would definitely blame myself to death. Lu Yue crossed her arms and coldly rebuked Jiamin. What is the meaning of your words now, younger sister? Suddenly, the sound of a cane striking the ground with great authority was heard. The great elder was unexpectedly behind them, looking furious with Lu Yue, which startled her. Coming back so late today, who knows what you were doing outside? Don't go out anymore from now on, to avoid letting others know our Su family has such a waste. Hearing this, Su Ning stepped forward to shield his daughter from the old man. Great elder, Yue is still young. Don't you think what you're saying is too harsh? She was extremely moved by his action, this feeling of being protected. It felt so strange. She gently and politely tugged his sleeve to stop him. Father, don't worry. Just leave it to your daughter. She secretly resolved, in this reincarnation, I must protect my loved ones well. She stepped forward in front of the old man, which made him panic, but she was not afraid at all, calmly replying. Great elder, rest assured, the items that needed to be bought have been delivered to the warehouse. You can go to the warehouse to check. Pausing for a moment, she turned her gaze towards Jianmin with a sharp and cold look. As for why I came back so late today, isn't third younger sister the one who knows best? She put on an innocent look with a guiltless face. Older sister, what nonsense are you talking about? While saying that on the surface, in her heart, she was extremely worried, thinking, could it be that she already knows the three of them, Songbo's group, were sent by me? She continued to feign ignorance, so she exposed her. Isn't it because third younger sister gave me silver, asking me to go buy something for you? She panicked and could only stammer. She continued, holding out her hand with the money that she had given her, playing the act to the end with her. Third younger sister, the silver you gave me was enough to buy that item. So I pawned your other flower moon pomegranate stone. Tomorrow you can go pay the remaining amount and you'll be able to bring it back. Hearing that, the old man asked her, Mian, that's the jade pendant you usually love the most. Is what Su Lu Yue said true? Not wanting to lose face, she just replied with shyness and happiness. Yes, it's true. I really like an item in the Jinbao pavilion, but lately I've been busy cultivating and didn't have time to go out, so I asked older sister to help me buy it. She cursed inwardly. What on earth did this bitch buy? The old man doted on Jianmin and happily agreed to all her requests. What's the big deal? You're the most promising successor in cultivation in our Su family. If you want something, you just have to say it. Seeing this, she giggled and respectfully curried favor with the old man. Thank you for the great elder's favor. She wouldn't let them be happy for long. Her eyes became sharp as she stared at them. Want to gloss over the matter? Not a chance. She spoke up with a questioning look. In that case, does the great elder intend to use the Su family's public funds to help pay third younger sister's debt? Hearing that, the old man hurriedly replied, "This is Mianmian's business. Just let the child handle it herself." Jianmin quickly added, "The item was bought by Mianmian. Just let Mianmian handle it. There's no need to trouble the great elder." She was carefree, not afraid of any tricks from her. She was usually the most spoiled one, spending money freely. "Let's see how expensive this silly item can be," she said with an arrogant and confident look. "Older sister, I could just go get that treasure tomorrow, right?" She smiled secretly, covering her mouth so no one would see, and replied to her, "Right, you gave me 1,000 taels before. I've already given it to the Jinbao Pavilion. You just need to go pay an additional 199,000 taels." She was startled and panicked at the amount of money she had to pay, shouting loudly, not believing what she heard. What? She was so unsteady on her feet, she almost fell. She showed no urgency, calmly and slowly asking back, "Could it be that third younger sister can't even afford to pay this amount?" Hearing that amount, the old man couldn't help but get angry. Even for the Su family, we can't come up with 199,000 taels in an instant. He had spoiled her, but she was being so unreasonable, which made him disappointed and reproachful. Mian, what you did was too unreasonable. She resorted to crocodile tears again, acting innocent. At this moment, she was extremely furious inside, cursing silently, while played Su Luiwe. "So, I have to bear this debt of 200,000 taels?" She calmed down, feigning resignation with her eyes closed, but with extreme certainty. "Me too. Please rest assured, great elder. Mian will earn this money herself to pay it back." Her eyes darted a glance. Then, with a shy and happy expression, she recounted her promise to the old man. Previously, Brother Jean, His Highness the Crown Prince, once promised, if Mian can win first place in the Academy's competition, he will grant one of Mian's wishes. The third elder heard this and was startled with panic. Is this true? Su Luiwe hadn't expected her to resort to another ambiguous relationship. It seemed this fiancé of hers had some connection with her good younger sister. She glanced over and saw her watching the spectacle with her arms crossed. She approached with a coquettish voice, feigning concern. "Elder sister, Brother Jean must be prioritizing his engagement to you, which is why he takes care of me like this. If elder sister could enter the academy, Brother Jean would surely take even better care of you." Su Ning was extremely indignant on her behalf. Yuera was born without a spiritual root. How could she possibly enter Tianlu Academy? They don't even take Yuera seriously. He found her arrogant and mocking gaze to be an eyesore. So what if there's an engagement? His Highness the Crown Prince would never marry a good-for-nothing. She ignored her provocative words and calmly retorted, "I can't hold on to it anyway. It's fine as long as third sister takes out that sum of silver." She didn't expect her to be so insistent and refused to let the matter go, only managing to say, "Sister." She ignored her, stepped forward to bow to the third elder. "Great elder, since things have come to this, father and I will take our leave first." She helped her father up to leave, then turned back to speak to the third elder, but her words were a warning aimed at her. "Oh, right. Third younger sister should be more careful with her words in the future. If I hadn't returned just in time today, I wouldn't have been able to clear my name even in death. Wouldn't you agree?" She watched her leave with bitter hatred, thinking she must know everything. "It seems I first need to check on Song Lian and the others. Then I'll figure out a way to deal with Su Luiwe." The two of them left, with him walking ahead and her following behind. She couldn't help but feel sympathy for the circumstances of this father and daughter. Their previous life had been too hard. He turned around and caringly instructed her, "You've had a long and tiring day. Go back and get some rest." She replied politely, "You too, father." He couldn't help but worry about her, his brows furrowing deeply. I know you like the Crown Prince, but Su Jianmin's behavior today was too obvious. I am afraid." Knowing his worries, she comforted him. "Father, you don't need to worry. Yuera already has a plan." He was surprised to see her confidence. He placed his hand on her head and stroked her hair, his heart filled with happiness, affection, and absolute trust in her. He smiled, all right. I trust ya. Then he left, but his steps were labored. He had to hold onto the doorframe with his right hand to exit. She couldn't help but worry and think to herself, father's leg. It seems walking is inconvenient for him. It looks like the first problem I need to solve has appeared. She entered the room and stood silently by the window, lost in her own thoughts. Today is July 10th, year 832 of the Meowshan Kingdom. Exactly 1 year since I died. A ray of light emitted from her hand. My current strength isn't enough to deal with my enemies. I need to plan my revenge carefully. Suddenly, a sound rang out, putting her on alert. Her sharp gaze darted outside. She turned around, startled by the phenomenon before her. What is this? It's a transportation array. A blue circle appeared in her room. Instinctively sensing danger, she used her spiritual power to defend herself. Who's there? The transportation array had a deep vortex that seemed to suck everything in. Suddenly, Shueshua slowly stepped out from it. She was astonished. You're Shueshua. It moved closer to her. She was bewildered. Why are you here? Unexpectedly, it nuzzled against her affectionately, like a child who had missed her for a long time. She smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. You want me to pet you? Taking that as a yes, she reached out and stroked its head. It let out a satisfied growl of enjoyment. After petting it for a moment, she reminded it, all right, now that you've had your fill, you should go back. Otherwise, your master will be very worried. Besides, I was just about to rest. In Su Jianmin's room, a subordinate was kneeling before her. She began to feel anxious, her hands clenching in anger. She must have known I was behind it. The man nervously tried to reason. Third young lady. So what if she knows? She's just a good-for-nothing. What kind of trouble can she possibly cause? Before he could finish, her fury made him tremble, not daring to raise his head as she vented, fool. If she were really a good-for-nothing, then why have Song Lian and his men disappeared? She bit her lip viciously. Tonight, send someone to secretly watch Su Luyue. If you notice anything unusual, report to me immediately. He trembled and stammered, yes. Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky. Everyone was sound asleep, and the surroundings were quiet. She too was sound asleep, having a nightmare. She stirred and struggled slightly, letting out a few moans in the darkness. Before her eyes was a mirror reflecting her past self, bound by cold chains. She screamed desperately, but no one came to help her. She was being mercilessly tortured by Guan Wan, each lash of the whip drawing a loud scream. While whipping her, she cursed, you bitch. She woke up in the night, clutching her head in pain, not wanting to remember. She lay in bed under a warm blanket, but her body was shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Shueshue approached her, seeing her having a nightmare. It looked heartbroken and pitiful, wanting to help her escape it. Suddenly, a golden circle appeared in the room. It was Rong Xiao. Shueshue couldn't help but let out a happy growl. It went closer and nuzzled against him affectionately. He had been angry, but seeing its ingratiating gesture, his anger subsided, and he sighed helplessly. I've been looking for you for a long time. Why did you run off to someone else's house? On the bed, she was still struggling in her nightmare, her forehead beaded with sweat. This caught his attention, and he walked to her bedside. He looked intrigued. It seems being the eldest young lady of the Su family isn't a happy experience. He used his spiritual power to create a dream orb. He moved closer, channeling his spiritual power to send the dream into her forehead. Since Shueshue has taken an interest in you, I shall grant you a sweet dream. While he and Shueshue were focused on her, they were unaware that someone else in the room was secretly watching them. Hiding by the door, the man peeked at the scene. Having discovered something interesting, he fled from her room with an excited expression, thinking they're the man in the eldest young lady's room. If I report this to the third young lady, I'll surely get a handsome reward. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps before he was discovered. He glanced over, calmly dealing with him with ease. A trivial matter. He flicked his finger. A flash of light shot out. The light pierced his back, making him cry out in pain. Then he said to Shueshue, let's go. It's time to go home. Early the next morning, she woke up and silently looked around the room. She had a beautiful dream and smiled to herself, thinking I don't know when Shueshua left. It was as if it stood guard for me all night. She stepped out of bed and put on her shoes. As she straightened her clothes, she silently thanked Shueshua. The first night after my rebirth, I thought I wouldn't be able to sleep, but I slept surprisingly well, all thanks to Shueshua. She lightly touched the window frame, then threw it open. Birds flew by, welcoming the new day. The fresh sunlight made her sigh in admiration. Today is truly a good day. She put in a hairpin and combed her hair before the mirror, admiring her reflection. Finally ready, she was filled with confidence. A good day like this is perfect for handling important matters. She stepped outside, causing anyone who looked up at her to blush. Even other women couldn't help but feel envious of her extraordinary beauty. She went to Jinbao Pavilion. He was delighted to see her and immediately began to flatter her. "My eldest young lady, my goddess of wealth, please come in." He respectfully poured her tea. "Thanks to you, all the backlogged inventory in our shop has been sold for 200,000 taels. What instructions do you have for us today?" This was the second manager of Jinbao Pavilion, Yengu. She took the teacup he had poured, smiled faintly, and replied, "You don't need to thank me. After all, that money belongs to Su Jiamin. I'm not that wealthy." He smiled, admiring her skill. "But wasn't it all thanks to your plan, eldest young lady?" Yin can still tell the difference. Suddenly, she sensed something and glanced at the folding screen behind him. Her voice grew cold. "Manager Yin, do you have another guest? If it's inconvenient, I can come back another time." He panicked, his eyes widening in surprise. Feeling guilty and anxious, with sweat beading on his forehead, he explained, "Just a regular customer. If anyone has to wait, it should be him. If the eldest young lady minds, we can change locations." He was filled with admiration, thinking to himself, this young lady's perception is incredibly sharp. She can even sense the presence of his lordship. She remained calm and took a piece of paper from her sleeve. "No need. This matter will soon be known to everyone anyway, so I'm not afraid of being overheard. I came here today to sell something. A fair price of 300,000 taels of silver. I assure you, you won't be a loss." She then placed the paper on the table, and he reached for it with great curiosity. He picked up the paper and read it, astonished. "This is the land deed for His Highness the Crown Prince's hunting ground." She calmly sipped her tea, unfazed by his shock. His hands trembled as he stammered, You want to sell it?" She calmly corrected him. "Look closely. It clearly states that the owner of the hunting ground is me, Su Luiwei, not His Highness the Crown Prince. Level 9 is the strongest species, possessing unrivaled power. Level 8 is the ferocious lion. Level 7 is the powerful evolved crocodile. Level 6 is the deadly porcupine species. Level 5 is the two-headed fire phoenix. Level 4 is the man-eating flower, beautiful and pure, but a cold-blooded assassin in the dark. Level 3 is the vicious carnivorous fish. Level 2 is the poisonous insect species. And the lowest, Level 1, is the mutated rat. She continued to explain, for the benefit of their clans, the major powers spare no expense in building hunting grounds to raise beasts. My hunting ground was painstakingly created by His Highness, the Crown Prince. I'm only asking for 300,000. It's not much. Besides, the entire world knows that when I was engaged to His Highness the Crown Prince, this was a reward from His Majesty himself. You just need to tell me if Jinbao Pavilion dares to buy this land deed. I will bear the responsibility for everything else." He was utterly bewildered by her proposal. He immediately agreed. "Eldest young lady, you jest. In the Miaoshan Kingdom, there is no business Jinbao Pavilion dares not undertake. I'll buy this hunting ground. I will have someone bring the 300,000 taels of silver right away." She was satisfied with his answer. 100,000 in cash will suffice. She handed him a list and ordered, "Here's a list. Use the remaining 200,000 to purchase these medicinal herbs, then hire a carriage and deliver them to the Su residence with great fanfare. There's nothing else. I'll take my leave. I won't disturb Manager Yin and the distinguished guest discussion any longer." As she left, he said respectfully, "Eldest young lady, please be careful." After she left, the person behind the screen finally spoke. "The list of medicinal herbs she left, let me see it." He complied. "Yes, That person was Rong Xiao. He respectfully handed the paper to him. Please have a look, sir. He looked at the paper and read the medicinal ingredients on it. Ice stone, sweet wormwood, xylem seeds, red mulberry leaves. They were all extremely rare medicinal herbs, which made him admire her knowledge of medicine. This eldest young lady of the Su family has an extraordinary demeanor and is very knowledgeable, absolutely not incompetent, as the rumors outside claim. It's just that this old servant is incapable. I can't see what this list is for. He smiled without saying anything, praising her inwardly. These medicinal herbs are used very ingeniously. They are mutually reinforcing and counteracting, supporting each other. This is precisely the method to heal the Yuan Meridian. He returned the paper to him to arrange. Here, go help her prepare them. This little girl is quite interesting. Before leaving, he instructed him further. Oh, right. The congratulatory gift I asked you to prepare doesn't need to be sent to the Crown Prince's residence. Bring it directly to my place. He was bewildered by his sudden change of plans and asked, Didn't you say you weren't planning to enter the palace for the birthday banquet? He calmly answered his question. For the little girl to make such a big move before the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, she must naturally be preparing a show for the banquet. I don't want to miss such a good show. A cart passed by, laden with goods, causing the surrounding people to gather curiously and whisper, Is it a cart from Jinbao Pavilion? Did that piece of trash buy all these things? Where did she get the money? Maybe the third young lady bought them. But why are they being left at her courtyard? The goods were piled up in front of Liu Yue's courtyard. She happily came out to receive the goods into her courtyard. She personally inspected the goods from Jinbao Pavilion and the various medicinal herbs she needed. She was very satisfied with them. Jinbao Pavilion is quite dedicated. The medicinal herbs and other items are all of good quality. With these things, restoring my yuan energy won't be a problem. Suddenly, an uncompromising dispute erupted ahead, making her unable to stand still. She thought to herself, Next, I need to establish my authority. For the sake of peaceful days ahead, I have to make an example of someone. After making such a show, those dog-like servants should have arrived by now. Lien Sheng didn't recognize her, so he pointed at her face and shouted, Get Su Luiwei out here. She showed no fear, smiling with complete confidence. Oh, she said, they're here. Seeing him acting tyrannically here, she gently approached and slapped him across the face, making his whole body tilt. It was an incredibly elegant slap. She moved as if performing a dance, leaving the crowd wide-eyed and open-mouthed, while Lien Sheng collapsed to the ground, clutching his face and screaming, You bitch. You dare hit me? I belong to the third young lady. She moved closer and grabbed him by the collar, terrifying him. She looked up at him like a superior, not afraid at all, and threatened him back. A servant like you dares to barge into my courtyard. She raised her hand as if to strike again, making his face turn pale with fear. Am I not allowed to hit you? It seems the third young lady's people don't understand the rules of the Su family. As her older sister, I should help my younger sister discipline these dog-like servants today. She slapped the right side of his face, causing him to spit blood and his head to snap to the side as she reminded him, Remember this. Disrespecting your superiors deserves a beating. Then she slapped the left side, lecturing, using foul language. Deserves even more of a beating. Even if I'm a piece of trash, I'm still master. Daring to act so arrogantly in my territory. You came here looking for a beating. She slapped him until he collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. She pointed at him while reminding all the servants present. All of you look closely. From now on, if anyone dares to cause trouble in my place, take Su Lien Sheng as an example. Breaking the rules. No matter whose person you are, I will show no mercy. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and terrified. The eldest young lady actually dared to fight back. Su Lien Sheng is highly favored by the third young lady. I can't believe he was beaten so badly. She doesn't even seem to care about the third young lady. I won't dare to come to her place to cause trouble anymore. His subordinates helped him up. Both of his cheeks were now swollen and red like two steamed buns, looking utterly ridiculous. She was very pleased, placing her hands on her hips and smirking. The effect isn't bad. Although I can't do anything to Su Jiamin, these guys won't dare to come here and act recklessly anymore. She turned around, humming happily. He watched her retreating back, grinding his teeth in fury and humiliation. Bitch, you made me lose face in front of so many people. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I face the third young lady? How can I survive in the Su family? Filled with hatred, he drew his sword. He pointed it straight at her head and shouted, "I'll kill you." But she wasn't afraid, because she was no longer the person from her past life. She gave a cold smirk. With a sharp, cold gaze, she spun around and kicked the sword out of his hand. He stumbled, tried to grab the sword, cursing inwardly. My sword was kicked away by that trash, Su Luiwe. But before he could, she had already grabbed it. She decisively swung it, severing his hand. He screamed in pain and collapsed to his knees. He clutched his severed arm, screaming furiously, my hand, you bitch, Su Luiwe. The third young lady will not let you go. She will not let you go." Unafraid of his threat, she provoked him back. "Do you think Jianmin would make things difficult for her older sister like me, all for a dog-like servant who tried to kill his master? If that's the case, then the relationship between you two is truly unusual. Since he is the third young lady's man, take him back to the third young lady's courtyard." Hearing this, the crowd of gossiping onlookers couldn't help but wonder. No wonder Su Liansheng is so favored. So there's an inside story. The third young lady has an ambiguous relationship with the crown prince, and she also keeps a male pet. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He was furious that they weren't helping him, but were just standing there whispering among themselves. Humiliated and indignant, he denied the rumors. "No, don't talk nonsense." The third young lady sympathized with her subordinate, so she was just seeking justice for me. But they seemed to pay him no mind as he rambled on with his explanation. She wasn't surprised by this situation and inwardly sympathized with him. Fool. How could Su Jianmin come to my place to cause trouble for a mere servant? She might even want to silence him by killing him. Now that the rumors have spread, Su Jianmin will also have to taste the humiliation the original owner endured. At this moment, a procession was heading to the hunting ground. A voice came from inside the carriage. "Jianmin, when we get to the hunting ground, how about I give you a 5th grade demonic beast for a beast contract?" Jianmin acted shy and surprised. "Really, Brother Jean? But can you give me such a precious gift? After all, older sister is the future crown princess, and you haven't given her anything yet." She deliberately belittled Luiwe in front of him. Hearing her mention her made him openly show his annoyance and disgust. That piece of trash who can't cultivate is also worthy of receiving my things? And she wants to be the crown princess? The one speaking was the current crown prince of the Miaoshan kingdom, Rongjin. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly, making Rongjin angrily lift the curtain and shout, "What is it? So hasty? Have you no manners?" Song Yuan stood outside, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, please forgive me. The matter is important." This subordinate had no choice but to report. He couldn't keep his composure and shouted, "Speak." Song Yuan carefully reported, "Your hunting ground and all the demonic beasts in it have been sold to Jinbao Pavilion by the Su family's eldest young lady, Su Luiwe." Hearing this, his face darkened. A wave of fury surged within him, and he pressed his lips together, trying to restrain it. The scene shifts to the gate of a mansion. An old physician was being ruthlessly kicked out by 2 subordinates, who shouted, "Why can't you save him? You quack! Get out!" In Lian Sheng's room, he sat on the bed, his wound bandaged. But the loss of an arm made this humiliation unbearable. He vented his anger on his subordinates, clenching his fist and slamming it hard on the bed. "Damn it! Without a hand, how can I cultivate in the future?" The subordinate was at a loss for how to reply and tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, sir. There must be a way." He was not resigned. "How can I not worry?" He gritted his teeth, worried. When the third young lady returns and sees me like this, will she still keep me? Furthermore, with the rumors now, even if the third young lady spares my life, I'll be useless from now on. It's all that bitch Su Liu's fault. I won't let you go even if I die. He immediately gathered all his subordinates, determined to take revenge, and ordered, "Where are my brothers? Come with me and deal with that trash, Su Luiwe." Meanwhile, in Liu Yue's room, she was soaking in medicinal water, but it was not pleasant at all, forcing her to grimace and endure it. She sighed inwardly. "The medicine is stronger than I imagined, but I can clearly feel my damaged Yuan energy being constantly restored and reconnected." Suddenly, she sensed something outside. She looked through the door and saw a shadow, wondering, "Who is it? There's someone outside." She couldn't help but worry. Now is the crucial time to restore my Yuan energy. "I can't move at all. There must be no mistakes. Outside, several men were lying in ambush. Lin Sheng, their leader, peered inside and noticed the little bitch is bathing. His expression became increasingly perverted and despicable with filthy thoughts. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Huff, puff. He heard the sound and turned around, puzzled. Huff, puff. Then Shue appeared behind him, chomping on the head of one of his subordinates, threatening him. What are you looking at, you pervert? He froze, terrified. The scene before him was too horrifying. It didn't spare him, angrily chasing after him and roaring with fury. Get those filthy things out of your brain for me. He ran for his life, crying without tears, screaming for help. Mommy, save me. From her room, she heard his terrified screams. Monster, help. Suddenly, she cried out in pain, thinking to herself, the restraints on my yuan meridian are broken. But her joy was short-lived. Her body grew weak, and she leaned slightly against the tub, cursing inwardly, I'm done for. My consciousness is starting to fade. Suddenly, the bright moonlight cast a human figure's shadow on the screen. It was Rongxiu and Shue standing at the door of her boudoir. He smiled and walked in step by step. He stopped in front of her. Her face was flushed, and she had not a stitch of clothing on her body. He smiled mockingly. Little girl, you hide your talents well. You're also very interesting. Her consciousness was now hazy as she looked towards the source of the sound. Who is it? He quickly took her clothes, which were draped over the screen, hastily wrapped them around her, and gently lifted her out of the tub. The spiritual power of the medicinal herbs has been almost completely absorbed. It seems her yuan meridian has recovered 80 to 90%. He carried her to the bed, carefully placing her down and covering her with a blanket. Keep it up. I look forward to seeing what you'll become. She was a bit more lucid now, but still in a dreamy, hazy state. His voice. It's a man I met by the lake before. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. What was that sound just now? It's deafening. Hearing the noise and fearing it would disturb her room, he hurriedly said, it seems I must go. I originally wanted to stay a little longer. She wanted to keep him and reached out her hand, but he quickly turned away and promised, it's all right. In any case, we'll see each other again in 2 days. At this moment, Rongxiu burst into Liu Yue's room, causing her to jump and dodge away. Then she collapsed onto the bed, unconscious, fainted again. He stared wide-eyed at Liu Yue, not daring to say a word. Suddenly, Rongxiu smiled gently as he watched Liu Yue, his lips murmuring, always so full of surprises. Then he turned and left. From the dark corner, Liu Yue's cheeks flushed as she secretly opened her eyes to peek at his departing figure. Suddenly, Liu Yue took out a precious item resembling a jade pendant, which had just fallen from his body. Liu Yue silently speculated, this dragon-shaped jade pendant. Jade is exclusively used by the royal family, and this dragon motif. In this world, besides the emperor and the crown prince, there's only one other person who can use it. Her expression turned serious as she recalled Rongxiu's figure. The seventh prince whom his majesty had just infeft as princely Rongxiu. It is said that he has been weak and sickly since childhood, recuperating year-round on Minghuetian Mountain. He must have returned this time to receive his title. Suddenly, a sense of unease made her wonder, but the emperor infeft him. So what is he doing coming to my place? Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, Su Lu, eldest young lady. Upon hearing this, Liu Yue's face darkened, and she quickly put away the jade pendant. She gave a disdainful smile and questioned him. So you do have eyes. You still know I'm the eldest young lady. He gave an awkward, apologetic laugh. It was His Highness the Crown Prince who sent someone. The great elder invites you to the guest hall for a talk. At the mention of the Crown Prince, Liu Yue's eyes lit up with immense joy. The Crown Prince. He came faster than I thought. Cut to Rongchan. She slammed her hand on the table and screamed, Su Lu Yue, that bitch dares to sell royal property on her own accord. Let's see how I'll deal with her this time. Jianmin, sitting beside her, worriedly tried to persuade her, Princess Chan. His Highness the Crown Prince isn't here. Perhaps we should just let it go. Rongchan retorted angrily. Brother Jean was summoned to the palace by Father Emperor. But isn't there still me, a princess? Can't I intervene in this matter? Her gaze was extremely determined as she said, it's a good thing you informed me in time. Otherwise, Su Lu Yue would have completely disgraced the royal family. Her tears started to flow, and and in a fake, self-blaming tone, she said, older sister must have done this foolish thing because she was jealous of the favor His Highness the Crown Prince shows me. In the end, it's all my fault. Then Jiamin sank to the floor and pleaded, I begged the fourth princess to punish me and spare my older sister. The gullible Rong Chan hurriedly stood up to comfort her. Why blame yourself? Min, your personality is too meek. That's why you're bullied by her. Don't worry, I will stand up for you. The kind-hearted Rong Chan helped Jiamin up, completely unaware that everything was part of her plan. Jiamin wore a cunning expression and thought to herself, although I don't know how Brother Jean will handle this. The fourth princess is arrogant and brainless. Su Luiwei caused me to lose the spirit beast contract. This time, I must borrow the fourth princess's hand to skin you alive. Suddenly, Luiwei appeared out of nowhere. She spoke up. What kind of play is this? Then Luiwei smiled and repeated Rong Chan's words. What crime has third sister committed that she must beg for punishment? But inwardly, she thought, I thought the crown prince would come to annul the engagement himself. I didn't expect him to send Rong Chan to cause trouble. At this, Jiamin became extremely flustered. She jumped up and questioned, older sister, how can you still laugh? Facing such a huge disaster, I am here pleading for you. Rong Chan frowned and uttered a reproachful remark. To do something so wicked and not even know it. Brother Jean is truly pitiful to be engaged to a piece of trash like you. Luiwei retorted bluntly, the fourth princess must be joking. Luiwei is the legitimate daughter of the Su family, which is why I am engaged to the crown prince. I dare not accept this title of trash. She let out a triumphant laugh and thought to herself, the crown prince didn't show his face himself, but sent Rong Chan to lecture me, which proved he doesn't want to tear off his mask just yet. I must blow this matter up. Rong Chan sneered, her words laced with killing intent. Such a sharp tongue, and so arrogant. No wonder you dare to do something so treacherous and immoral. Jiamin ran to her side and urged, older sister, hurry up and admit your fault. Kneel and kowtow a few times, and Princess Chan will be lenient and not make things difficult for you. Luiwei glanced at her and asked, admit my fault? What fault do I have? Besides, my knees aren't as soft as my third younger sister's. I can't learn to kneel just by being told to, or to grovel just by being told to. Hearing this, Jiamin's face darkened with anger as she mumbled, sister. Behind her, Rong Chan, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, innocent? You sold Brother Crown Prince's hunting ground on your own accord. Are you trying to deny it now? Unhurried, Luiwei smiled gently and refuted her. The fourth princess's words sound more and more muddled. It's true that I sold the hunting ground, but it doesn't belong to His Highness the Crown Prince. She recounted the past. That year, His Majesty bestowed it upon me as my private property with a land deed as proof. I sold my own property. What's wrong with that? Rong Chan, furious, pointed straight at her face and screamed, how shameless. That hunting ground was a gift from Father Emperor to the future crown princess. How did it become yours? Luiwei calmly sat down and questioned Rong Chan in return, why can't it be mine? May I ask your highness the princess, has the crown prince annulled the engagement yet? Or has his majesty issued an edict to annul the engagement? If not, does that mean when his majesty said he would accept me as his daughter-in-law back then, it was just a joke something said casually? Her face darkened, and she was rendered speechless. After a moment, Rong Chan scowled and snapped, stop talking nonsense. Who in the entire world doesn't know that you are fundamentally unworthy of Brother Crown Prince? Luiwei retorted without hesitation, worthy or not, so what? Is my third younger sister worthy, clinging to the crown prince every day, wanting to climb the social ladder? So what about that? She panicked, her face covered in sweat, and her voice trembling. I didn't. Older sister, why would you say that? While picking up an apple from the tray, she announced, to this day, the position of the future crown princess is still firmly in my hands. In a few days, it will be my 18th birthday, which is also the day I will marry His Highness the Crown Prince. She brought it to her lips and smiled triumphantly. I am about to become the crown princess in name and in reality, she said excitedly. At that time, even Her Highness the Fourth Princess should properly address me as sister-in-law. As soon as she finished, Rong Chan became mad with anger. You, who want to call a piece of trash like you sister-in-law? She continued to scream, while Luiwei paid her no mind and took a delicious bite of the apple. Truly defiant of heaven and earth. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. I'm just asking, are you going to get that land deed back or not? The money is all spent. How can you get it back? Suddenly, she jumped up and said in a whiny voice, "Don't you be so arrogant. I'm going back to tell Brother Crown Prince." Louis cheerfully reminded her, "Tomorrow is His Highness the Crown Prince's birthday. The day after, I will be your sister-in-law. It's better for your Highness the Princess to start practicing now." Seeing her indifference, Rongchan was so angry that tears and snot streamed down her face, and she was unable to speak. Only after Louis was out of sight did she burst into loud sobs. "I have to go tell Father Emperor. Tell Brother Crown Prince. You bullied me." Jianmin comforted her, "Your Highness the Princess." Louis, holding the half-eaten apple, thought joyfully to herself, "If the Crown Prince was still worried about the engagement with me, now that I've made such a scene, he will definitely annul it. At the banquet tomorrow, this messy situation will finally come to an end." She walked quietly through the Imperial Palace grounds. Louis complained in frustration, "To think I got entangled with Rongchan for so long. My Yuan Meridian has just recovered, and I'm already tired." Su Ning suddenly approached from somewhere and called her name. "Yue." He took her hand, overjoyed. "Yue, was it you who brought the medicine to my room? Where did you get it?" She happily explained and asked about him. "I happened to come across a formula that can restore the Yuan Meridian, so I gave it to Father to try." "How do you feel?" Flames full of power emanated from Su Ning's body. He praised the medicine Louis had given him. "Ever since you were injured, I haven't been able to cultivate. But after taking that medicine, I broke through to a level 5 martial artist, and even my leg has gotten much better." "Yue, did you really concoct this medicine yourself?" Hearing this, she clapped her hands continuously in joy. "That's great. I'll make more medicine for Father later. This way, Father's body will recover very quickly." Su Ning continued, "Silly girl, do you really not understand what a great thing you've done?" He happily praised the medicine to the skies, not to mention that not just anyone can comprehend this miraculous formula. The concoction process alone is complex, and for you to succeed on your first try is truly a miracle. You truly have a talent for medicine." This made her a little apprehensive, breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a tear rolled down Su Ning's cheek. Moved, he hugged his daughter tightly and said, "The heavens have eyes. My Yue may not be able to cultivate, but she can become a divine doctor. This way, you won't be bullied anymore in the future. I can now die with no regrets." This seemed to touch Liu Yue's heart, making her feel incredibly grateful. Being held in Su Ning's embrace, the bond between father and daughter grew even stronger. She thought to herself, his primary concern isn't restoring his own vital energy, but the future of his daughter. This is a parent's love. Louis closed her eyes and made a resolution. "In my past life, I couldn't fulfill my filial duties. I must protect this precious family bond." This time, having been reborn into Su Liu's body, she recalled the happy image of her family from her previous life. Returning to the present, Su Ning promised, "After the Crown Prince's birthday, Father will find a good teacher for you." She happily made a resolution. Yue will try her best not to disappoint Father. By now, the sky had brightened. Louis slowly stepped out of her room, wearing a veiled hat. She looked up at the sky and said to herself, "Father's Yuan Meridian was damaged due to external injuries, so a single dose of medicine can show effects. But for a body born with a defective Yuan Meridian to recover, it's still very difficult." Louis adjusted the veil of her hat, her expression serious as she calculated, "I'm still missing one more medicinal catalyst. This kind of thing can only be found at the ghost market." Suddenly, Ji Tao and Jianmin, who had been following her without her knowledge, appeared. He saw her back from behind and asked, "Is that the trash Su Louis you were talking about?" She replied, "That's her." Jianmin's face darkened with anger as she recalled what happened before. "Yesterday, that bitch injured Su Yin Sheng, causing me to lose face in the Su family, and also cost me the Spirit Beast contract. Even Rongchan couldn't do anything to her." However, when looking at Ji Tao, she put on an extremely weak and delicate facade, saying coquettishly, "Cousin, tonight is the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. His Majesty will arrange the Crown Prince's marriage. If she shows up again, she will cause trouble for me." Hearing this, he was delighted, smiling slyly as he declared, "Don't worry, I will definitely punish her for you. Whoever dares to obstruct your path to becoming the Crown Princess, I will destroy them. If Su Jianmin becomes the Crown Princess, I will be an imperial relative. I absolutely cannot let Su Louis get away with this." Meanwhile, Louis was strolling through the streets, looking at the merchant stalls, which all sold ordinary goods. Many people stood on both sides of the road, displaying the stones they were selling. "Miss, look, these are top-grade red stones, all of the highest quality." She thought with annoyance, this ghost market is so large, yet there isn't a single red stone that can catch my eye. Suddenly, a man spoke up, asking to buy a pipe that was emitting smoke. "How much is this?" Louis Wei glanced over with interest. Chi Din, the owner of the pipe, was annoyed and shooed him away. Go, stay away from me. "You smelly man, it's not for sale at any price." Taking this opportunity, Louis Wei peeked at his stall and burst into a joyful laugh. "Found it! This is the highest quality redstone." Seeing the item she was looking for, Louis Wei and a masked man quickly approached Chi Din's stall. Both of them, overjoyed, pointed at the stone and said in unison, "Little friend, how much is this raw stone? I'll buy it." Suddenly, they became aware of each other's presence, and their attitudes changed immediately. She glanced at him irritably, thinking to herself, "This red stone looks just like any other ordinary rock on the outside. I can't believe someone else has a discerning eye." It turned out this man was Rong Xiao. He glanced at her and sighed. He had wanted to help her find the catalyst, but he didn't expect this little girl to find it on her own. Chi Din, on the other hand, laughed out loud with joy. Today is truly a lucky day. One stone has two buyers. He gently blew out a puff of smoke and announced, "The price of this stone is 1,000. According to the rules of the ghost market, whoever bids the highest gets it." Louis Wei picked up the red stone and bargained. 1,000 taels is not a small price. Can it be cheaper? Zing. She stared at the red stone, thinking, although I have money now, I should save it if I can. Chi Din became more and more mesmerized by her beauty, and his nose began to bleed. Chi Din rushed towards her and agreed to sell without hesitation. Goods are sold to those with faith. This young lady is both beautiful and gentle. This stone belongs to you. I can even throw in a promotional palm reading service. Louis Wei smiled gratefully. Really? Thank you. He was about to grope her hand, but was caught by Rong Xiao. He gave a sly smile and raised his voice. "Don't think I can't see. You use this appearance to take advantage of others, don't you?" Chi Din acted unafraid and even challenged Rong Xiao back. "Don't meddle in other people's business. If you have the guts, turn yourself into a child." Suddenly, a voice rang out, 100 taels. "I'll buy this stone." Lu Jitao wore a smug expression, with countless loyal henchmen behind him. Louis Wei held it in her hand and said, "The price of this red stone is 1,000 taels. You're offering 100. This is bullying a child." Lu Jitao retorted without hesitation. "The key is not its price, but that it's something I, Fourth Master Lu, have taken a fancy to, so no one else dares to buy it." Seeing him like this, she thought to herself, Fourth Master Lu, he's Su Jianmin's cousin. No wonder they're relatives. They're both equally nauseating. Suddenly, Louis Wei laughed with extreme confidence and boldly declared, "No one dares to buy it? Today I want it. What can you do to me?" Lu Jitao smirked and repeated her words. "What can I do to you?" Then he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Louis Wei and shouting, "Today I will not spare you." Her eyes widened in surprise, but perhaps this was something Louis Wei could have anticipated. She quickly dodged to the side, raising her hand to block Lu Jitao's attack. He froze, as if he hadn't anticipated this. Lu Jitao's face contorted as he wondered, how could this good-for-nothing with no strength at all dodge my punch? Before he could recover, she landed a kick on his chin, sending him tumbling backward. Then Lu Jitao fell to the ground with a thud. Rong Xiao glanced at her and praised, "The little girl has some skills." He roared in frustration, "Bitch, I must kill you." Louis Wei couldn't keep her composure and, without realizing it, drew his sword. "Let me borrow your sword for a moment." She stabbed it straight into the wall next to Lu Jitao's head. He gritted his teeth in fear. She glared and warned, "You may be used to acting arrogant here, but if you do it again, watch out for your dog's life." Lu Jitao raised his hands to beg for mercy. I wouldn't dare again." Then Louis Wei shouted loudly, "Scram," which terrified the whole group into fleeing. She stared at the sword and thought to herself, if I wasn't afraid of trouble, I would have really wanted to chop him to pieces. Suddenly, she realized something. Louis Wei raised the sword and felt it was somewhat familiar. This sword belongs to the royal family. At this moment, Rong Xiao gently approached and said with a smile, "Can you return it to me now?" Now she had no more doubts and was certain that she had heard his familiar voice earlier. It turned out to be him, princely Rong Xiao. Seeing Rong Xiu's disguise, Lu Yue quickly played along. He's in disguise because he's afraid of being recognized, so I'll pretend I don't know either. At this moment, she handed the sword to him and said, "Many thanks." Rong Xiu replied politely, "You're welcome." Lu Yue secretly calculated, trying to prevent him from using his status as a prince to compete with her for the red stone. She turned to Qi Din and made an offer. "Little boy, I want to buy this starting price of 10,000 taels in Tianji banknotes." He glanced at her and sighed. Is she setting this sky-high price because she's afraid I'll compete with her? What a petty girl. I wanted to get it for her in the first place. Winning the bid, he handed the stone to her with praise. Little sister not only has a good eye, but is also decisive. Suddenly, Qi Din smiled and revealed, "I even feel that we are very fated. I believe we will meet again soon." After getting the stone, she hurried away, her mind only on the matter with Lu Jitao. Su Jianmin's cousin showing up to cause trouble for me at this exact moment. Must be because he was instructed to prevent me from attending the banquet tonight. I can't go back to the Su residence. She squeezed the stone tightly and made a resolution. The most important thing now is to quickly restore my meridians. Since no one is around, I'll take a gamble. Lu Yue chanted an incantation. Focusing her breath and calming her qi, she plopped down on the ground, her body enveloped in a red aura. It bound Lu Yue tightly in pain. This is bad. The aura is too powerful. This battered body seems unable to withstand it. Suddenly, she noticed an unfamiliar scent. This scent enveloped her, causing the red aura to slowly release its grip. Suddenly, I feel better. The damaged meridians have also been cleared. Is it because my body has adapted? But she didn't know that it was Rong Xiu's help. He stood behind her, pleased. This little girl is truly bold. If I hadn't used this forceful method to clear her meridians, she would have been in great danger. Suddenly, Lu Yue screamed in pain. The stone had turned red. The energy it emitted grew more and more intense. And then she fainted on the spot. Rong Xiu caught her in his arms, smiling gently. He used his magic to heal her, but was still very puzzled. Her meridians are restored. It took so much effort. I don't know what kind of constitution this little girl has. Suddenly, Rong Xiu was stunned to realize it was the Earth meridians. He carried her away, thinking to himself, although Earth meridians are not as good as Heaven meridians, they're also extremely rare. This little girl's future is definitely not ordinary. Things are really getting more and more interesting. By now, night had fallen, and a group of people were gathered outside the palace gate, Jianmin among them. She pretended to be worried, pointing ahead. Why hasn't older sister arrived yet? It was clearly stated that today is the crown prince's birthday banquet. She can't be late. The great elder, standing next to her, was trembling with anger. He shouted, "It's one thing if it's a good matter, but what if we offend His Highness? We don't need to wait anymore." Hearing this, Jianmin was overjoyed and went to support the great elder. Su Ning frowned and immediately objected. "How can you say that? Today, as is tradition, His Highness will surely discuss the marriage. How can you not be present?" She immediately put on a weak expression and said in a whiny voice, "Uncle is not wrong, but how can we let the entire Su family offend the crown prince because of my sister's rudeness alone?" But in her heart, she thought, Su Lu Yue has already been dealt with by Lu Jitao. She's probably lying half dead in some ditch right now. How could she possibly come? Suddenly, Lu Yue appeared, to Jianmin's astonishment. She said, "If I didn't come, when His Majesty discusses the marriage, he might just let my younger sister be considered for the marriage instead." Jianmin's face darkened as she stammered, How did you get here?" She cursed inwardly. That bastard Lu Jitao. I can't believe he didn't finish her off. Lu Yue looked at her expression and asked, "The way you say that, younger sister, does it mean I shouldn't have come?" She recalled when she woke up. "Miss, are you awake? Someone saw you fainted in front of the village and brought you to my place. Your clothes have been washed for you too." Lu Yue was secretly grateful. After restoring my meridians, I was even helped by a benefactor, otherwise I really would have been late. Jianmin suddenly grasped her hand, saying cheerfully, "Older sister, you really know how to joke. Since you're here, let's hurry inside." Lu Yue replied, "All right, younger sister." The full moon had risen high. Everyone proceeded to Ming Sui Palace together. The great elder spoke on their behalf. The Su family of the capital city wishes the crown prince a happy birthday. The image shows everyone entering amidst high-ranking officials. He finished his sentence. Enter the hall. As soon as they entered, the officials began to gossip with malicious words. That's the good-for-nothing eldest miss of the Su family. How dare she show her face here? Does she still have delusions of becoming the crown princess? Although she's wearing a veil, you can still see the stunning face behind it. So what if she's beautiful? She went crazy and sought death by selling the crown prince's hunting ground. If she can't handle things, the entire Su family might be doomed. But upon hearing these things, Jianmin smiled smugly. I've made it so that everyone knows about the hunting ground, humiliating the royal family. Forget about becoming the crown princess. I just need to add a little more fuel to the fire, and you can just wait for your death. Suddenly, Louis West spoke up. My dear younger sister, your evil schemes are written all over your face. This made her freeze stiff. She approached Jianmin and whispered in her ear, isn't it just the position of crown princess? Today, I will give you a chance. I'm just afraid you won't be able to grasp it yourself. Jianmin's eyes widened in shock at these words. As soon as she finished speaking, Louis Wei walked away, leaving a stunned Jianmin behind. Not long after, everyone gathered before the crown prince, and the great elder spoke on their behalf. Greetings, your highness the crown prince. This old one has brought the Su family to wish your highness a happy and prosperous birthday. Rong Jin smiled and replied, you may dispense with the formalities. Please be seated. Next to him was Rong Chan. Suddenly, Rong Jin's eyes met hers. He was stunned by Liu Yue's beauty and thought to himself, she is Su Liyue. I didn't expect her to grow up to be so beautiful. It's just a pity she's a waste with incomplete origin meridians. As for Rong Chan, she was also overjoyed to see her. Sister Yu, you're so late. I've been waiting for ages. Rong Chan ran up, took Liu Yue's hand, and said happily, I have thoughtfully prepared a gift for you. Since you're here, I'll have someone present it now, shall I? Rong Jin stared at the two of them in silence. Then he sat down and smiled, wondering to himself, this girl was suffering just yesterday. Why would she want to give a gift today? I'm afraid her real purpose is to teach Su Liyue a lesson. That's fine too. As the crown prince, it's not appropriate for me to actively stir up trouble. I'll just let this idiot from the Su family suffer a few bitter fruits at Rong Chan's hands. Hearing Rong Chan's words, Louis Wei replied politely, since the princess has such good intentions, I will naturally accept. But in her heart, she was calculating, giving a gift at this time? She's sure I can't refuse. However, if you dare to give it, I dare to receive it. Hearing this, she clapped her hands joyfully. Excellent. Men, bring up the treasure that I acquired the other day. Upon hearing the command, a group of servants carried up something that looked like an iron cage. Then they dropped it with a thud. The foul smell from within wafted out, causing the other guests to cry out, Heavens! What is this smell? It's both fishy and foul. How disgusting. What on earth is in the cage? Liu looked at it with a serious face and guessed silently. The cage contains the aura of a beast. Rong Chan approached, and while yanking off the cloth, she said, Sister Yu has always lived in seclusion. I guess you don't have your own contract beast yet, right? Sister Yu will surely love this gift. The image of a python lying in the cage. It exuded an extremely dangerous killing intent, as if waiting for its prey. At this moment, she wore a smug smile as she introduced her gift, a third-grade magical beast, the golden python. I originally planned to keep it as my own pet, but today I'll take this opportunity to give it to Sister Yu. Rong Chan continued to look at Louis Wei and challenge her brazenly. It's just that this golden python is still wild and untamed since its capture. If you want to become its master, you must defeat it yourself. Does Sister Yu dare to fight it? Seeing the people behind her constantly gossiping made Rong Chan even happier. See, I told you nothing good would come from Su Liyue offending the crown prince. A waste fighting a third-grade golden python. Isn't that just seeking death? Agreeing to fight is death, and not agreeing is to defy the princess. But contrary to what she thought, Louis Wei was not afraid and even wore a confident smile. She immediately borrowed a sword from a guard and accepted Rong Chan's challenge. The fourth princess is so kind. How could I possibly disappoint her? Even if I have to risk my life, I want to try a fierce fight. She gave the order. Open the gate. The servant was terrified, his voice trembling. Yes. The moment the gate was ajar, the python revealed the killing intent in its eyes. And it opened its mouth and lunged straight at Louis Wei like a storm. She leaped up, letting the python crash straight into the wall. At this moment, Louis Wei struck it with her sword. Unfortunately, its scales were too tough and shattered her sword into pieces. Liu Yue's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the sword fragments fall. It broke. It's a guard's saber. After all, how could it shatter like that? Before Liu Yue could recover, it opened its mouth wide and pounced on her. With no other choice, Liu Yue pulled out her hairpin with regret. I originally wanted to subdue this magical beast. It seems I can only take your life. She slashed at its eye, causing the python to roar in pain. Its blood splattered like rain. Seeing this, the guests fled in terror. Liu Yue breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally dealt with, although she also had countless wounds on her body. Suddenly, Rong Tu appeared out of nowhere and praised her. Young lady, your skills are excellent. He smiled and handed a handkerchief to Liu Yue. Take this and wipe yourself. Don't let the magical beast's blood defile you. Liu Yue took Rong Tu's handkerchief. Thank you. He is His Highness Rong. Behind them, many young ladies blushed and praised him. He is indeed handsome and dashing. I heard he has been recuperating. Is he cured now? Rong Tu smiled and replied, You're welcome. His words made those young ladies scream in a frenzy. That's Prince Li, Rong Tu. So handsome. I'm afraid no one in the entire imperial capital can compare, and so gentle too. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, causing Rong Tu to clutch his stomach and cough violently. His servant came forward to support him and advised, Your Highness, it's windy by the door. Please come inside and sit. Seeing this, those young ladies were startled. Liu Yue watched while wiping the blood from her face. The gossip among the officials grew louder. After so many years of recuperating, he's still a sickly weakling. He has no foundation in the capital. At most, he'll just be an idle prince with low abilities for the rest of his life. She put the hairpin back in her hair, adjusted her attire, and thought to herself, It seems no one can see that this His Highness Rong is also good at pretending. At this moment, the Emperor arrived. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Everyone bowed in reverence. We respectfully greet Your Majesty and wish you sacred peace. He raised his hand, signaling for everyone to rise. Today is the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. There's no need for formalities. You may all rise. Suddenly, Rong Xiao noticed the dead python lying on the floor. He asked with a cold face, On such a joyous day, why did this happen? Rong Chan scurried to his side. Then she pointed at Liu Yue and pleaded, Imperial Father, please pass judgment. Your daughter kindly wanted to gift the golden python to the eldest young lady, Su, as a contract beast. Not only was she ungrateful, but she also tortured it to death in front of everyone. She curtsied politely. Su Liu Yue pays her respects to Your Majesty. Upon hearing what his daughter said, Rong Xiao furiously bellowed, Su Liu Yue, how dare you do such a disrespectful thing? Suddenly, Rong Tu, who was standing nearby, spoke up, So she is Su Liu Yue. That's rather strange. Isn't Imperial Father also very surprised? The Emperor looked over at him, confused. Rong Tu smiled, clearing her name. Your son has heard that young Lady Su was born with incomplete origin meridians and cannot cultivate. Her figure is also thin and frail. The golden python is a third-grade wild magical beast that has never been tamed. How could she possibly subdue it? He continued. Fortunately, young Lady Su's wild swings luckily managed to kill the magical beast instead. If she had been injured, even a little, her fiancé, His Highness the Crown Prince, would surely be very angry. Rong Chan was speechless, only knowing to hide behind her imperial father. Hearing what Rong Tu said, he voiced his agreement. That makes a lot of sense. Chaner, why did you give such an inappropriate gift? She cursed silently in her heart. Damn Rong Tu. With just a few instigating words, he's pointed the spear at me. Although everything was clear, Rong Chan still refused to concede. She shifted all the blame to Liu Yue. It's Su Liu Yue's fault for selling the imperial family's hunting ground first. Your daughter just wanted to take this opportunity to teach her a lesson. Besides, she wasn't harmed at all. Rong Chan continued to ramble. She dared to sell the hunting ground, disrespecting the imperial family. The medicinal herbs exchanged for that money are still piled up in her courtyard. The crowd outside didn't hesitate to smear her name. It's over, His Majesty knows now. Causing such a huge disaster, His Majesty will surely punish her severely. Despite this, Liu Yue maintained an extremely calm demeanor. Suddenly, she chuckled, feeling secretly grateful to them. The time is finally ripe. Rong Chan, I have to thank your entire family. Then she immediately knelt on the floor and pleaded, "Your Majesty, what Princess Rongchan said is all true, but I implore your Majesty to allow this subject to explain." Luiwe began to shed tears, her tone filled with grievance. "Your Majesty, Luiwe understands in her heart that the hunting ground you personally bestowed back then is extremely precious. But Luiwe was also forced to do so out of desperation." Rong Xiao replied, "You have your difficulties. Tell me about them." She recounted her difficult situation through tears. "Everyone knows the subject's origin meridians are incomplete, and my father also lost his standing due to a severe injury. For these past few years, we father and daughter have had to rely on the Sioux residence, without enough food or clothing. That day, my father's old injury relapsed, and this subject had no money for medicine. In a moment of desperation, seeing that the deed to the hunting ground was in my name, I rashly used it to exchange for some medicinal herbs. Everyone here sympathized with Liu Yue's hardship and couldn't hold back their tears. So touching. To think there could be such a filial and sensible daughter in this world. If my daughter were 1/10 as filial as her, I would die with no regrets." Rong Xiao sighed and asked her, "The deed was in your name? Then selling it can be considered reasonable. But facing such difficulties, why didn't you discuss it with the Crown Prince?" Luiwe explained sadly, "This subject has also sought the Crown Prince's help many times. Unfortunately, I was turned away at the door every time." She smirked inwardly and continued, "I thought that Jianmin and His Highness the Crown Prince have an intimate relationship. She often told me about the type of tea the Crown Prince likes to drink, the kind of incense he uses to burn when he goes to sleep. After all, she could have relayed my situation, but there was no response at all. At this moment, Jianmin was extremely panicked and shrieked, 'Sister, don't talk nonsense.' The young ladies outside changed their expressions immediately. They targeted her with their discussion. To even know what incense the Crown Prince burns when he sleeps, isn't that an admission that the two of them have? For better or worse, she's the daughter of a great family, yet she does something that corrupts public morals, just like a courtesan from a brothel. How disgusting." Jianmin trembled. "No, I didn't." But in her heart, she was cursing Luiwe. "Bitch, how dare you ruin my reputation?" If this continues, even if the Crown Prince breaks off the engagement, the position of Crown Princess won't be mine. Her face darkened, but Luiwe let out a satisfied laugh. Suddenly, Rong Jin spoke up to defend Jianmin. "Su Luiwe, it's true that we have no feelings for each other, but you can't frame your younger sister like this." She replied seriously, "My younger sister went to the Crown Prince's residence a few days ago. How did that become me framing her? If it were me, the fiancé who hasn't seen the Crown Prince in years, I'm afraid His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't even know what I look like." After hearing everything from multiple sides, Rong Xiao shouted angrily, "How absurd. You keep saying you were framed. Luiwe is wearing a veil now. Can you describe her appearance?" He hesitated. Seeing this, Su Luiwe pleaded tearfully, "Your Majesty, I beg you not to blame His Highness the Crown Prince. I am incompetent and not the one His Highness cherishes. Therefore, I hope you will retract the royal decree and annul the engagement between myself and His Highness the Crown Prince." Rong Xiao smiled and asked, "Are you truly willing to voluntarily annul the engagement?" She sadly explained her reason. "Luiwe admires His Highness, so Luiwe is willing to help His Highness the Crown Prince fulfill his wishes. I do not want His Highness to be forced to accept this. Otherwise, Luiwe would willingly die." Seeing the two of them putting on such a show, Rong too chuckled and thought to himself, "This little fox, she's really getting into character. By annulling her engagement with the Crown Prince, she creates an escape route for herself, even managing to erase the sins she herself has committed." Rong Xiao asked for Rong Jin's opinion. "Jiner, Luiwe is determined to leave in order to fulfill your wishes. How do you feel?" He hesitated, finding it hard to speak. Rong Jin looked at her and wondered to himself, if he agreed to annul the engagement immediately, wouldn't that be too heartless? He had to admit that Su Liuyue's appearance was incredibly radiant. Besides, he had never seen Su Luiwe in person before. Now, even with her face veiled, she was more beautiful than Su Jianmin. Perhaps. Suddenly, Rong Tu glanced at Rong Jin and revealed the eldest Miss Su, despite her deficient meridians, was able to control the golden python. She is definitely no ordinary person. It is a blessing for His Highness the Crown Prince to be able to marry her. Hearing this, he was startled as if waking up. A blessing? The dignified Crown Prince, marrying a good-for-nothing with deficient meridians would be a joke. I was almost bewitched by her beauty. Rongjin immediately bowed his head and accepted. Father Emperor, your son agrees to Su Liuyue's request and consents to annulling the engagement. Suddenly, he looked up and announced to everyone, but over the years, your son has truly been indebted to her. Therefore, if Su Liyue wants any compensation, your son will agree to everything. Hearing this, her eyes lit up with joy. You're the one who said it. He looked at Su Liyue's secretly smiling face and thought to himself, little fox. Rong Xiao sighed and approved their decision. In that case, we do not wish to force the two of you. Liyue, the Crown Prince has spoken. If you have any request, speak up now. She joyfully stated her wish at once. Really? Then I ask your majesty to give me a chance to enter the Tianlu Academy to cultivate. The elders in my family favor my younger sister and won't let me participate in the assessment, but I really want to try. He replied gently, is that all? I can grant your request. It's just that whether you can pass the test or not will depend on you. Upon hearing this, out of immense gratitude, Su Liyue kowtowed, hitting her head straight on the floor. Thank you, your majesty. Her gaze was extremely resolute as she affirmed, I only need a fair chance at the assessment. Whether I can enroll or not depends on my own strength. Rong Xiao chuckled in praise. Good, you have backbone. Although your meridians are deficient, we eagerly await your performance. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he said with a frown, it's just that every family has a chance to apply for the Tianlu Academy. You are the legitimate daughter, yet you have to beg for our favor just to be assessed. It's clear how unfairly you are normally treated. Hearing these words, Jianmin felt as if her guilty conscience had been struck. She shivered, her face pale with fear. Rong Xiao continued, addressing Rongjin, Jiner, your eye for women is truly not good. He bowed his head in thanks. Father Emperor's teachings are correct. Now, Jianmin began to cry, thinking to herself, is His Majesty implying that I am not worthy of His Highness the Crown Prince? Does this mean I can't become a Crown Princess? What was all my effort for? She asserted, it's all Su Liyue's fault. At this time, in the Qingxing courtyard, the sky was serene in the dark of night. Jianmin waited for Liyue to pass by, then grabbed her and shouted, Su Liyue, stop. You bitch. You couldn't become the Crown Princess yourself, and you had to drag me down with you. Liyue turned back with a cold expression. Then she leaned in close to her face and emphasized, my good little sister, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Who can you blame? Su Liyue pulled Jianmin's hand forcefully, then pushed her down before quietly walking away. Liyue even kindly left a few words for Jianmin. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to die, keep fighting with me. I have something to do. I'll be on my way. Jianmin resentfully declared, Su Liyue, I will absolutely not let you off. Don't even think about getting into Tianlu Academy. She sneered and retorted, whether I can get in or not depends on my ability. Suddenly, she noticed something, the sight of Rong Tu preparing to board his carriage. Liyue called out, Your Highness Princely, please wait. She jumped over to Rong Tu's side. He wondered, Eldest Miss Su, what business do you have with me? Liyue replied happily, I just wanted to thank Your Highness Princely for staying behind in the hall to help me. Rong Tu said politely, Did this prince help the eldest miss? I don't recall. She immediately burst out laughing. If Your Highness says you didn't, then you didn't. I'm returning this to Your Highness. Then Su Liyue slowly took out the jade pendant she had picked up earlier and happily returned it to him. Thank you, Your Highness, for lending me your handkerchief earlier. And this dragon-shaped jade pendant also belongs to Your Highness, doesn't it? Rong Tu thought to himself. So, she was the one who took the jade pendant. He smiled and asked her, How did you know it was mine? Su Liyue answered honestly, I just picked this up. Could it be that it's not Your Highness's? Then she started to leave with a message. In that case, I'll go give it to His Majesty, and let His Majesty find the owner of this pendant. Rong Tu gently took Su Liyue's slender hand and said, This prince was just joking, and you took it seriously. You were about to leave just like that. She was suddenly turned around, and Rong Tu pulled Liyue close into his embrace, holding out the jade pendant and expressing calmly, This item is indeed this prince's. Thank you, eldest Miss Su. But that was only in her imagination. In reality, She was only holding the handkerchief. Rome too looked at Su Luiwei askance. I'll take the jade pendant, but as for this handkerchief, he pretended to cough a few times and made up a story. This prince has a weak constitution and cannot touch anything dirty. I'll have to trouble the eldest miss to wash it clean and return it to this prince. She stared in astonishment. Huh. Rome too turned away and lamented to his subordinate. This handkerchief is very important to this prince. I hope the eldest miss will bring it to my residence tomorrow. Yin Tan, back to the manor. The subordinate said respectfully, yes. A moment later, he left in the wooden carriage. Su Luiwei watched the carriage roll further and further away, her voice petulant. This person only knows how to do as he pleases. Should I call him shameless or narrow-minded? A day later, Su Luiwei was sitting in the garden, gazing at the handkerchief by herself. She mused, to be so calculating over a single handkerchief. It's probably clean enough. Su Ning suddenly ran over, calling out loudly, you error. Luiwei looked back towards a voice. Father, your leg is just recovered. You should walk a little slower. He took a few heavy breaths and then spoke. I was in a hurry. I finally have a clue about that Tong Lim you asked me to find. Everything is as you predicted. The master behind him is not Su Jianmin. Luiwei probed. Father, have you found out who the real mastermind is? Su Ning shook his head. Not yet. I only know that Tong Lim often goes to the Fengyun casino, so that is likely the place where they negotiate. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. A casino? A place like this, with all sorts of people, is indeed hard to investigate. It seems I'll have to go and probe myself. I must pull out this thorn. He pulled up his sleeve and took something out. If Su Jianmin is not afraid, hidden arrows are hard to guard against. From now on, remember to carry this with you when you go out. Su Luiwei seemed to have been greatly anticipating this item. She said warmly, this is... He smiled. From now on, Father will do his best to protect you. But if I'm not by your side, you should also protect yourself well. Understand? Su Luiwei hugged the small dagger to her chest, not forgetting to express her thanks with a happy smile on her lips. Thank you, Father. Your daughter has made you worry. I will definitely be careful from now on. Su Ning looked her over and then asked, let's not talk about this anymore. Are you wearing makeup today? You look much more beautiful than usual. Are you going out? Su Luiwei was a little surprised, huh? She answered awkwardly. I just put on a little makeup. I'm going to Prince Li's residence later to return something, so that people won't say I have no manners. He stroked his chin, showing that he understood. So that's how it is. His Highness Prince Li has helped you many times. You should thank him properly. Su Ning suggested in a serious tone, how about I go with you? Preparing an extra gift would better show our sincerity. Su Luiwei waved her hands in a fluster. There's no need. Prince Li is kind and benevolent. He wouldn't accept a gift anyway. Besides, giving a gift like this is inappropriate. He asked again, is that so? She blushed beet red. Of course. Afterwards, Su Luiwei took the handkerchief and blended into the bustling crowd. She sighed in relief. I finally convinced Father not to go see Prince Li. Once I return the handkerchief, we'll be even. From somewhere, a voice drifted over that caught Su Luiwei's attention. Place your bets and hands off. If you play, you pay. Big kills all, the house takes all. The voice came from the Fengyun casino, a casino made of wood, but with refined features. She thought to herself, so the Fengyun casino is here. Approaching the casino entrance, Su Luiwei seemed hesitant. Should I go in and take a look? While she let her guard down, a man with his hair in a bun rushed out from nowhere and snatched the handkerchief she was holding. The situation was so sudden that Su Luiwei couldn't react in time. Once she processed what had happened, she managed to shout, my pouch. Stop. Su Luiwei chased after him, her voice ringing out continuously. Stop. Stop right there. Su Luiwei was about to catch up to the man with the bun. Stop. She reached out and grabbed his shoulder. You petty thief. Give me back my things. A flash of light seemed to flicker in her eyes. The man with the bun swung his hand, creating a blade of spiritual energy. However, her quick reflexes saved Su Luiwei's life. Su Luiwei staggered to the side, clutching her wound and panting heavily. The man with the bun sneered, you dodged it? I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have some skill. Facing a critical situation, Su Luiwei worried. He's a level 4 martial artist. Level 4 is a threshold for cultivators. At level 3, one can still rely on technique to compensate for a lack of power, but level 4, I'm afraid. She secretly drew the dagger her father had given her. Su Luiwei brought it up to her shoulder in a defensive stance. I have to get serious, or I'll really lose my life. At Prince Li's residence, Yin Tan clasped his hands and reported, "Your Highness." Rong Tu was gazing at the cup in his hand. Looking at the time, the eldest miss of the Su family should have arrived. "Let her in." His voice trembled. "No. Actually, Miss Su stopped by the Fengyan Casino on her way, and, as a result, hearing that, he slammed the cup down on the table. She went to the casino? Why didn't she come here directly?" Yin Tan continued. "The eldest Miss Su was just curious and went to see the commotion, but who knew she would be robbed before even entering?" He thought to himself, "Oh my, the master is angry now." Rong Tu quickly regained his composure. He rubbed his chin and wondered, watching the commotion and getting robbed. Isn't that the little fox's style? Rong Tu turned to talk to Xu Etwan. "It's not that simple. Xu Etwan, if you want to go, then go." Hearing that, it was visibly delighted. Xu Etwan dashed out of Prince Li's residence like a flash. The sky that day was still clear and blue, but for Lu Yue, things were not as peaceful as the sky appeared. She skillfully slashed at the man with the top knot's hand. He was astonished by her speed. So fast. Thanks to her small stature, Lu Yue easily slipped underneath and struck him with her elbow. Swiftly, Lu Yue's dagger was at the top-knot man's throat. She pressed him against the wall. "Don't move. Even if your cultivation level is higher than mine, at this close range, I can still take your life." Lu Yue pressed. "Speak. Who sent you?" The man was stunned. "You knew I did it on purpose, and you still chased after me?" She was calm. "What else? No one has ever been able to steal from me. I just didn't expect your cultivation level to be so high, not easy to deal with." From the rooftop, the long-haired man launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Lu Yue dodged his devastating punch. The long-haired man sneered. "Rumor has it that the eldest miss of the Su family is a useless coward, but it turns out she's such a ruthless person." He acted arrogantly. "I wonder if you can handle 2-level for martial artists?" Lu Yue thought with difficulty. "One is troublesome enough, and now there's another one. With my current strength, I can't retreat safely." In a life-or-death situation, she decided to release her spiritual power. Before her, a stream of red spiritual power radiated from her body in all directions. "I can only use the remaining spiritual power from the medicinal bath to force a breakthrough to level 4. Only then will I have a chance to survive." The top-knot man clicked his tongue, trying to force a breakthrough. What a fanciful idea. He swung a massive slash towards the meditating Lu Yue. She coughed once, and spiritual power erupted from Lu Yue, soaring to the sky. She wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. Level 4. Lu Yue stood confidently before the slash without any fear. She gave a smile. Lu Yue gently swung her dagger and repelled the attack. The slash turned back towards the top-knot man, leaving him no time to react. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. From behind, the long-haired man leaped down with a sharp sword. Lu Yue worried. It's too late. At the same time, Xu Etwan appeared just in time, pouncing on the man and knocking him down. The long-haired man trembled. A level 7 illusion master. Why is it here? Lu Yue was surprised. Xu Etwan. The man was too scared to stand up, stammering for help. "Help!" She crossed her arms and said, "Xu Etwan, don't bite him to death. I still have questions for him." It was slightly surprised. Xu Etwan stomped hard on the man, causing him to spit blood. Seeing this, Lu Yue intervened. "Stop." Lu Yue gently patted its head, not forgetting to praise it. "Good boy." She petted it while asking, "Did he send you?" "Thanks. Without you, I'm afraid I would have been stabbed." The top-knot man was tense. An illusion master was sent to save Su Lu Yue. Isn't she just a piece of trash? How can she have such a powerful figure backing her? Lu Yue tied the two men together and probed. Last time it was a level 3 Tong Lim. This time 2 level 4 martial artists were sent. Who sent you? Don't tell me it's Su Jianmin. She doesn't have that kind of ability. The top-knot man cleared his throat. "You, even if you kill us, we won't tell you." Lu Yue stroked her chin with a dangerous look. "Don't want to talk? Then let me guess. Tong Lim and the Crown Prince's personal guard, Tong Yuan, are relatives. The one behind you is the Crown Prince, right?" Hearing this, the top-knot man felt a pang of guilt. She smiled. "Looking at this expression, I probably guessed right." Lu Yue ordered, "Xu Etwan, I'll have to trouble you to bring these two along." The two men stared wide-eyed and struggled. She suddenly remembered. Taking the handkerchief, her face lit up. "I almost forgot." Lu Yue unfolded the handkerchief to check. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily it's not dirty, otherwise that neat freak would make me wash it over and over again." Lu Yue skipped away with a smile on her face. Let's go find him." At Prince Li's residence, Rong Tu tapped his fingers on the table incessantly, unable to sit still. Yin Tan approached and said, "Reporting to your highness." Rong Tu pretended to read a book and turned nonchalantly. "What is it? Speak." He cupped his hands and reported, "Your highness, the eldest Miss Su has arrived and is waiting outside." He slowly placed the book on the table. "She's here. I forgot she was coming." Rong Tu stretched his bones a bit and said softly, "It's just that my body is weak and I've been reading for so long. I don't wish to receive guests today." Yin Tan asked blankly, "Not receiving her?" He affirmed resolutely, "Correct, not receiving her. You may leave." He was speechless. Yes. Yin Tan thought to himself. He clearly waited all day, but now that she's here, he doesn't want to see her. What on earth is the master trying to do? But I have to follow the master's orders. He looked at Louis Wei and stammered, "Miss Su, my master." She understood and interrupted. "I heard everything. If His Highness is not well, then I won't bother him further. Please trouble yourself to give the handkerchief to His Highness Prince Li." A wave of killing intent emanated from inside, making Yin Tan's face fall. "No, this is His Highness's handkerchief. It will be better for Miss Su to give it to His Highness herself." He was terrified. "I don't dare." Louis Wei slowly entered the room where Rong Tu was seated, confused. "He seems angry, but what is he angry about?" Louis Wei held out the small handkerchief. She placed the handkerchief on the ground and said softly, "In any case, the item is returned. We're even from now on. Your Highness Prince Li, thank you for your help on many occasions before. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, to avoid trouble." Rong Tu extended his hand forward. "Even," he said gently. "How can we be even? Returning the handkerchief is what you were supposed to do. We had a clear appointment, yet you arrived so late. Not to mention your lack of sincerity. You now owe me 2 more favors." Louis Wei couldn't help but be confused. "2 more favors?" Rong Tu began to explain. "First, Xuet Wan saved you. Second, I found out that the person who wanted to kill you that day was not the Crown Prince's subordinate." Surprise was evident on her face. "The Crown Prince didn't want to kill me? Then who was it?" He smiled. "You're about to owe me a 3rd favor. If you want to be even, you should think about how to repay me." Rong Tu turned away, pretending to stretch. "Yin Tan, take the handkerchief, then take the eldest Miss Su to change out of these tattered clothes. This prince is tired and wants to rest. Eldest Miss Su, make yourself at home." He turned back with a sly face. "Oh right, if the clothes also count as a favor, then how many favors do you owe me? Take your time to repay them. No rush." Louis Wei swallowed her anger, trembling. "So petty. How can this person be so petty? It's not like I begged him." Yin Tan gestured. "Eldest Miss Su, this way please." She bit her hand in frustration. "But if the Crown Prince didn't want to kill me, then who was it?" This feeling of not being able to grasp the whole picture is really detestable. Night gradually fell. At the Su residence, Su Ning came forward to welcome his daughter with open arms. You're back. Did you hear any news at Prince Li's residence today?" Louis Wei replied softly. "No, what's wrong, father?" He explained. "Today, a level 7 illusion master appeared in the capital. Everyone is speculating whether the tribute offered to one of the princes or if it belongs to some important figure." Su Ning stroked his chin. "I thought news would travel fast at the prince's residence. If you haven't heard anything either, then it will be difficult to find the answer." She gave a strained smile. "That's right." Louis Wei grumbled. "Rong Tu, oh Rong Tu, let's see how long you can hide your true face. I've helped you hide it this time, which can be considered repaying 1 favor. Sooner or later, I will be free of you." Louis Wei walked gently out the door, waving. "Father, I'm heading out." Su Ning worried. Do you really not need me to go with you?" Louis Wei smiled brightly. "No need, father. Just wait at home for my good news." Suddenly, Jianmin appeared from nowhere. "Good news?" She crossed her arms contemptuously. "A piece of trash like you really thinks you can get into Tianlu Academy? How ridiculous." Louis Wei didn't take it lying down. She looked at Jianmin with disdain. "Speaking of ridiculous, little sister's affairs are also quite ridiculous. At first, you lost all face trying to seduce the crown prince, but in the end, His Majesty doesn't think highly of you, let alone becoming the main consort. It's hard to say if you can even enter the crown prince's residence as a concubine." She was furious. "Su Louis Wei, that was all you're doing." Louis Wei ignored her and walked away. "You know very well whether I framed you or not. I'm busy with the assessment. I don't want to waste any more words on you." Her face darkened. "Su Louis Wei, I won't let you pass the assessment. Just you wait and become the laughingstock of the entire capital. At the assessment site, a crowd gathered like it was a festival. Bai Shun coughed loudly. The one being assessed today, where's Su Luiwei? He was annoyed. Don't think you can get into the academy just because of His Majesty's recommendation. And you're late, too. What a disgrace. Just then, Luiwei arrived. There was still 3 incense sticks time before the official assessment. How can this master say I'm late? She spoke confidently. I'm the only one being assessed today. If the master is impatient, then let's start quickly. Bai Shun was satisfied. Very good. Let's not waste my time. These are 3 wooden boxes representing the 3 talents of martial artist, mystic, and heavenly doctor. As long as you can open any of the boxes, you will be qualified to enter the academy, he said condescendingly. The martial artist one is the easiest. A cultivation level of 3 or higher can open it, but with your deficient meridians, you fundamentally can't open it. Liwa picked up the box. The lid opened easily, leaving her flustered. Is this good enough? Bai Shun couldn't believe his eyes. He said loudly, this. How is this possible? She smiled brightly. I've passed the assessment now, right? Bai Shun said in an annoyed tone. Everyone knows Su Luiwei has deficient meridians and cannot become a martial artist. The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Could it be that because His Majesty gave special permission, Tianlu Academy is showing favoritism? I think there's something shady going on. This is unbelievable. A hint of sadness flickered across Li Yue's face. What a fierce argument. Today, I'm the only one taking the assessment, yet so many people have come to watch. It's 80 or 90% Su Jianmin's arrangement. She quickly regained her confidence and spoke. If I don't pass the assessment, in the eyes of the capital's people, I'll always be a good-for-nothing, and I'll also be mocked for overestimating myself, just like now. They say I cheated. What do you think I should do, master? Bai Shun slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Nonsense! Our Tianlu Academy has always been just. Who dares to doubt it? He pointed at Luiwei. You must have pulled some trick. Admit it now. Don't tarnish our academy's reputation. She frowned. Pull a trick? Do I need to? Bai Shun smugly circulated his spiritual power, not admitting it. Are you? Then I'll suppress my strength to level 3. If you could take 3 of my moves, I'll let you pass. Luiwei sneered, cracking her knuckles. Please enlighten me, master. I just don't know how I should address you. Bai Shun leaped into the air and introduced himself. I am Bai Shun. As for calling me master, you should wait until you've taken my 3 moves and earned the right to enter the academy before you do. He shot towards Luiwei with a fist enveloped in spiritual power. Bai Shun grinned with delight. This girl isn't dodging. Does she intend to take this blow of mine head on? How foolish. If I don't break a few of her bones, she won't know how terrifying a martial artist's strength is. Luiwei just stood still and observed, then a sly smile appeared on her face. Bai Shun threw a punch straight into the ground, causing it to crack into many pieces. He stared in astonishment, thinking she dodged it. How is that possible? Even with my cultivation suppressed, someone with deficient primal veins shouldn't be able to dodge my attack at all. Bai Shun stood stunned on the platform. Below, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Isn't Su Luiwei good for nothing? How can her body be so agile? Maybe Bai Shun went easy on her. Just then, a figure emerged from the cloud of dust behind him. A cold voice filled with killing intent rang out. The effect isn't bad. I must make these people here see the power of the master's fist style to completely eliminate the slanderous rumors about me, so I can enter Tianlu Academy with my head held high. Bai Shun's face immediately darkened. He quickly glanced back, a warning flashing in his mind. Killing intent. At the same time, he gathered a brilliant blue orb of spiritual power and shouted, thunderclap, roar. Luiwei faced the massive orb hurtling towards her without a change in expression. Seeing this, Bai Shun was secretly alarmed. Su Luiwei, that killing intent just now came from her. But he grew even more worried. Damn it, I unconsciously used too much force. She's dead for sure this time. Unexpectedly, Luiwei calmly channeled her spiritual power and with a wave of her hand, sliced the orb in 2. His jaw dropped in disbelief as he shouted, what? The gossiping crowd below was so shocked their jaws nearly dropped, staring intently. As the dust settled, Luiwei appeared with a faint, confident smile. She wiped a trace of blood from her lips and proudly proposed, Master Bai Shun, I've taken 2 of your moves. After 1 more, I can enter the academy, right? At this, he closed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. No need. Being able to take that last move has already proven your strength. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This girl is truly thoughtful. Dodging the first move was to stop the rumors, and the second was to intentionally provoke my limits to make me submit willingly. Immediately after, Bai Shun looked towards the stands below and announced loudly, Su Liyue's martial artist assessment is passed. Does anyone have any questions about Tianlu Academy? The entire crowd below was dead silent. No one dared to make a peep. Bai Shun was about to announce, Su Liyue, from today on, you are a student of, when he turned and saw her busily doing something and shouted in alarm, what are you trying to do? Meanwhile, Liyue replied nonchalantly, as I recall, Tianlu Academy's assessment rules don't state that one can only participate in one assessment. After speaking, she channeled spiritual power into the 2 boxes on the table. Liyue opened them to reveal 2 small slips of paper and smiled brightly. These 2 are left. I want to try them too. The gossiping crowd shouted in astonishment. Heavens, those 2 boxes were open too. Bai Shun was flabbergasted, his jaw hanging open in endless surprise. On the table was a go game formation. She placed the tree branch down beside the table. Liyue rolled up her sleeves and thought confidently. The illusion master's assessment is to solve the go game, and the heavenly doctor's is to concoct medicine. Holding a white stone, she prepared to make a move, thinking this is way too easy. This game is just child's play. Liyue placed the stone down, and a wave of power seemed to radiate from the board as she shouted, break. Bai Shun, tense and drenched in sweat, stammered, it's broken? Liyue pointed to the side and confidently proposed, Master Bai Shun, you said the go game is broken. Then I'll continue over there to complete the heavenly doctor assessment. He was overjoyed, thinking to be able to solve the game so quickly. A genius. Su Liyue is a once-in-a-century illusion master genius. Bai Shun was too agitated to speak properly. Little. He quickly grabbed her hand. Bai Shun enthusiastically unleashed a torrent of praise. Little Liyue, you are the great treasure of Tianlu Academy, a genius among geniuses. How did you endure all that slander for so many years? Do you need me to stand up for you? Or do you have any requests? Just say the word, leave it to me, Bai Shun. My attitude just now wasn't good. You absolutely mustn't mind it. Bai Shun enthusiastically gestured around. Little Liyue, come, I'll take you into the academy to get familiar with the environment here. It's very big. Newcomers get lost easily, but that's all right, I'll show you around. Liyue smiled gratefully and replied, thank you, master. He beamed and made a friendly offer. Calling me master sounds too distant. Call me Master Bai. Uncle Bai is fine too. Standing before the academy, she clenched her fists and resolved silently, I've finally entered the best academy in the Miaoshan Kingdom. But this is only the beginning. Liyue slowly set foot inside, when a strange sensation suddenly washed over her, leaving her stunned. Liyue smirked and thought with determination. As soon as I passed through the barrier, I could feel it. The concentration of heaven and earth's primal chi here is several times stronger than outside. She looked at the magnificent scenery before her and thought, everything here is suppressed by this illusion formation. Choosing to study here was indeed the right decision. Just you wait, I'll take back everything. Meanwhile, the gossiping crowd from before was still in an uproar just now. Was that for real? She passed all 3 assessments? Is that the good-for-nothing Su Liyue? Do you still dare to call her a good-for-nothing now? Look at Bai Shun's attitude. He probably sees her as a treasure already. Stop talking nonsense. If she's not a good-for-nothing, we're done for. The blonde-haired man said worriedly, the 3rd young lady sent us to blend into the crowd and cause trouble for Su Liyue. Who knew she was so formidable? What do we do now? Jianmin covered her mouth, her eyes full of mirth. Isn't Su Liyue here? The blonde-haired man nervously spoke up, interrupting. Th 3rd young lady, Su Liyue, she didn't bother to listen to the end, arrogantly stroking her hair and speaking. All right, no need to say it, I know what she's like. Now you go and spread the results of this assessment throughout the entire capital. Inwardly, she gloated that good-for-nothing couldn't possibly pass this assessment. The 2 servants looked puzzled and asked, my lady are you sure? Jianmin frowned in displeasure and snapped, nonsense, just do as I tell you. She turned to leave, saying loudly, I have a regular assessment today. I don't have time to waste words on you. The 2 servants stammered awkwardly, yes, We will do as you wish. Spread the results of this assessment throughout the entire capital. Jianmin revealed a vicious expression, smiling smugly as she thought. Su Luiwe, do you think it's over just because you failed the assessment? I'll make it so you can never hold your head up high for the rest of your life. By the cliffside was a tower. Bai Shun smiled radiantly, pointed towards it, and suggested, Little Luiwe, look, over there is the Nine Nether Tower, the place with the most abundant primal chi in the academy. That's also where the academy's regular assessments are held. Would you like to go take a look later? Luiwe quickly agreed. All right, thank you, Master Bai. He smiled curiously and asked, Little Luiwe, did you feel anything after entering the academy? She put a hand on her chin with a blank look, pretending to think, then quickly replied, Inside the academy, it seems there's something different from the outside. It seems to have the power of an illusion formation. Bai Shun was moved, clenching his fists and feeling a deep regret. Little Luiwe truly is talented, to be able to sense it. The damn Su family is blind to have overlooked her for so many years. Otherwise, she would be a level 2 illusion master by now. No, a level 3 illusion master. Luiwe stared blankly at the person before her. He began to introduce seriously and slowly. Little Luiwe, the students in the academy are divided into 3 types: martial artists, illusion masters, and heavenly doctors. Among them, martial artists are the most numerous, while the number of illusion masters is only a fraction of the martial artists, and heavenly doctors are also very few. Bai Shun told himself inwardly, I must hold this great treasure firmly in my hands. If anyone dares to compete with me for her, I'll fight them to the death. He pointed at the dividing tower, winked, and said proudly, looking at the numbers, you can tell that martial artists are the least valuable. For example, although I am a level 5 martial artist, my identity as an illusion master is my true pride. Bai Shun seemed to be entrusting his hopes. Little Luiwe, you passed all 3 disciplines. After entering the academy, you will have many choices, so I hope you will think carefully about your future cultivation. She was taken aback, only managing to let out an "oh." His eyes sparkled as he eagerly tried to persuade her. Actually, illusion formations are very interesting. You also have a talent for it. If you want to become an illusion master, I will definitely teach you well. Luiwe laughed helplessly, thinking, your purpose is too obvious. The only thing missing is writing, quickly take me as your master on your face. After a moment of silence, she spoke up, Master Bai. In the distance, there was the sound of chatter. Min, let's hurry up. The assessment is about to start. Luiwe glanced curiously behind her. 3 women were walking together, chatting. The girl in purple expressed, what's the rush? All the masters adore Min. Even if we're late, they won't punish us. Jianmin, walking in the middle, put on a sad, feigned expression. Don't say things like that. Being late is still not good. She tucked her hair back with a shy smile, but her words were full of insinuation. My older sister is taking her assessment today. I was delayed because I was helping her, otherwise I wouldn't be this late. I've caused trouble for everyone. The girl in purple immediately shouted indignantly, what older sister? Isn't it that good-for-nothing Su Luiwe? Min, you're too kind. Her participating in the assessment is just an embarrassment. Why would you help her? The girl in yellow also sneered. If I were her, I would have killed myself out of shame long ago. Jianmin pretended to be pure and innocent, listening blankly. Just then, an angry voice scolded loudly. The academy recruited you to cultivate and become strong, not to gossip behind others' backs. If your minds aren't on cultivation, then you might as well get lost. Being scolded so suddenly, all 3 of them jumped in fright. She quickly turned around, stammering in astonishment. Master Bai Shun. He shot a hostile glare at them, while Luiwe behind him could only give a wry smile. They asked loudly in confusion, and Su Luiwe, why are you here? She crossed her arms, gloating and mocking. Why can't I be here? Luiwe said sarcastically with a smile. Little sister, why are you so surprised? The veins on your face are all popping out. It's truly unsightly. The 5 people stood in the middle of the forest, glaring at each other hostilely. Jianmin, refusing to back down, regained her two-faced demeanor and criticized. Big sister, you must be joking. I'm just a little worried, that's all. The academy has a rule that unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. For you to barge in recklessly like this, I'm afraid you'll disgrace the Su family if others see you. Bai Shun frowned and scolded unhappily. Slandering your own sister behind her back is what's truly disgraceful. From today onwards, Su Luiwei is a student of Tianlu Academy. I brought her in. Do you have a problem with that? He thought to himself, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Little Luiwei must have suffered a lot from her at home. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. She heard those words like a bolt from the blue. How can this be? Master Bai Shun, you're not mistaken, are you? Su Luiwei, my sister's primal meridians are incomplete. She was born a good-for-nothing. How could she be qualified to enter the academy? The two girls behind her were just as shocked. His face was cold and his voice stern as he explained. Our little Luiwei not only passed the exam, but also achieved excellent results in all 3 assessment rounds. That being said, comparing you to her, who is the real good-for-nothing, huh? Jianmin clenched her fists, her face darkening. Passed all 3 rounds. Su Luiwei, how? Impossible. But if it's true, I just ordered people to spread her assessment results. Doesn't that mean I've helped her stand out even more? She watched the two of them turn and walk away, her fists tightening further as she thought with jealousy and envy. No, there must have been cheating involved. Su Luiwei, how dare you use such tricks? I won't let you get away with it. Bai Shun, walking beside Luiwei, reassured her. Don't mind them. Let's keep going. Jianmin stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and called out, Big sister, please wait. She feigned elegance and suggested, for Big sister to be able to pass all 3 assessment rounds and get into Tianlu Academy, you truly have an extraordinary gift. Coincidentally, today is the midterm assessment. If you're interested, you should come and test your skills. Just think of it as an experience. Hearing this, Liu Yue's face darkened, but she quickly regained her composure and calmly agreed. Okay. She calculated inwardly. If you want to pro my abilities, I'll play along. It's a good time for me to salvage my image a bit anyway. Luiwei turned to Bai Shun to inquire. I just don't know if this is in accordance with the Academy's rules. His eyes lit up as he confirmed. You are a student of the Academy, so of course you are qualified to participate in the assessment. She obediently complied. I will follow the teacher's arrangements. At this moment in the forest, a young boy was happily waving at a group of people in front of him. Xiang, the 4th son of the Xi family, one of the 4 great families of the Miaoshan kingdom, was beaming as he exclaimed, Brother Ting, you've finally come out of seclusion. I thought you wouldn't make it in time for this illusion master assessment. The person in green he had been waving at was Si Ting, the eldest son of the Xi family. He smiled happily and called out, Xiang, it's only been a few days, but it seems you've improved. The 8 waters formation I showed you, have you fully understood it? Xiang pointed excitedly and boasted. Of course. In this assessment, if you get first place, I'll definitely get second. Si Ting patted his head and advised, There are outsiders here. Don't speak so arrogantly. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Master Bai has arrived. The assessment is about to begin. Bai Shun arrived with her and Jianmin. Si Ting cast a doubtful glance over, and Xiang also peeked out, unable to contain his curiosity. Master Bai's brought 2 more people with him. One is Su Jianmin, but who is the other one? Bai Shun stood before everyone, coughed a few times, and then announced, The assessment is about to begin. Then he gestured towards Luiwei and formally introduced her. This is Su Luiwei. From now on, you'll be fellow students. Although she just enrolled today, she will participate in the assessment with everyone. She politely bowed deeply in greeting. Hello. The people around them began to whisper continuously. Brought here personally by Master Bai, what's her background? It's definitely not simple. She's participating in the midterm assessment right after enrolling. Si Ting and Xiang stared at Luiwei doubtfully. Being watched by so many gazes, she blushed shyly. Xiang expressed his disdain with a scornful look. Just some arrogant little girl. What's so great about relying on Master Bai? I'll have to make her cry her eyes out later. In contrast, Si Ting thought to himself, It's her. Xiang put his hands on his hips, pointed at Luiwei, and provoked her arrogantly. Hey, not just anyone can participate in the Illusion Master Assessment. Once you enter the formation, even Master Bai can't protect you. If you really don't have the skills, even if you've enrolled in the academy, no one will respect you. She turned her head back, smiled nonchalantly, and retorted sarcastically. That's why I'm participating in the assessment now, to prove my own abilities. If I were to be looked down upon by a greenhorn like you, I really wouldn't be able to hold my head up high anymore. Provoked, Xiang flew into a rage and yelled, You, who are you calling a greenhorn? Luiwei covered her mouth and laughed challengingly. Whoever gets angry is who I'm talking about. Just then, an announcement rang out, cutting off their argument. The assessment begins. Prepare. Bai Shin opened a barrier gate and announced the rules. Contestants who choose the correct path and simultaneously capture their opponent's flag will be considered to have passed the assessment. Remember, you must act alone. If anyone is found collaborating with others, it will be considered cheating and their assessment results will be nullified. He placed his hand on the center of the gate and shouted loudly, "Open!" The gate gradually opened, bringing with it a surge of power. Siang stuck out his tongue and followed the guiding stream of power. "Naya, I'm going first. Just wait and see you cry later." Luiyue laughed helplessly and thought, he still wants to see me cry. Big brother, you even chose the wrong path. I clearly don't want to win, but why won't my opponent let me? Luiyue looked at the stream of blue spiritual energy on the ground, leading in another direction, and suddenly realized, this illusion formation is quite interesting. It looks like a dangerous path, but it's actually the gate of life. She rubbed her chin and pondered thoughtfully. But do I really have to choose this path? Although I have to pass this exam to put those blind fools in their place, getting first place would attract too much attention. Luiyue glanced at Si Ting, who was pensive like her, and guessed inwardly, this person has also found the gate of life. She spoke up, questioning him. Hey, what are you still hesitating for? Hearing that, he was startled and quickly looked behind him. Luiyue used a goading tactic, smiling brightly and challenging him. Wait a little longer, and first place will be mine. She calculated inwardly. Just let him take first place, and I can conveniently take second. She quickly ran ahead a bit and called back. Once you've chosen, just go. What's there to hesitate about? I'm taking the lead. Si Ting called back in dissatisfaction. I wasn't hesitating. Luiyue moved as nimbly as a squirrel, flitting through the tree branches. She saw a large explosion in the distance, where a guy whose pants were on fire was jumping up and down, crying for help. Luiyue landed on another branch and thought, it seems this path is laid with quite a few traps. She accidentally broke a branch and was secretly delighted. I can cleverly use this, then I can lose a bit more naturally. Something from all four directions was preparing to greet Luiyue, and she also became vigilant and guarded. As agile as a ninja, Luiyue perfectly dodged all the surprise attacks from her surroundings. At this moment, Si Ting also saw her at a fork in the road. He let out a soft sigh and thought, she chose the wrong direction. What a pity. I thought she would be a worthy opponent. Si Ting's hand was enveloped in a stream of green spiritual energy. He looked at a point of light in the distance and rejoiced inwardly. Found it. That light was coming from a boulder. Si Ting immediately ran over. It's the formation's eye. He used his power to strike the boulder. At the same time, a beam of light crashed down from the sky right before his eyes. After the dust settled, Luiyue spoke in a feigned, sincere tone. I can't believe someone beat me to it. She gently wiped her eyelids, smiled, and congratulated him modestly. I lost. You're still more formidable. Being praised, Si Ting's face turned completely red. Not long after, signal fireworks were shot up, accompanied by an announcement. First place in the illusion formation breaking assessment, Si Ting. Second place in the illusion formation breaking assessment, Su Luiyue. Bai Shin smiled smugly and proudly. Little Luiyue truly didn't disappoint me. Without any training, she only lost to Si Ting. Her potential is truly limitless. Jianmin sat slumped on the ground, dejected, her face dark as she stammered in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The announcement continued. Third place in the illusion formation breaking assessment, Siyang. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Siyang actually lost to a newcomer. Just who on earth is this Su Luiyue? At this moment, she also thought worriedly. I thought they only announced first place. A slight miscalculation. It's so hard to be a little modest. Meanwhile, Bai Shun's incredibly smug voice rang out. I told you I dug up a treasure. This student, little Luiyue, I'm definitely taking her. None of you are allowed to fight me for her. You hear? Hearing this, she glanced back. He smiled brightly and called, come here, little Luiyue. Let me introduce you to a few people. This is elder son of the academy. This is the person in charge of the martial artist assessment, Master Ling Zhu. Luiyue politely bowed in greeting. Student Su Luiyue pays her respects to the masters. Ling Zhu praised her. This illusion master assessment has truly caused quite a stir. Even our martial artist assessment on the other side was forced to be suspended and moved to tomorrow. He, the martial artist Master Ling Zhu, expressed, because the top student of each department in the assessment will have the opportunity to meet the envoy of the Tianling dynasty. Because of such an honor, everyone gives it their all. For Ms. Su to still achieve second place under such circumstances, it shows that your strength is truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Liu Wei was startled and shouted, "You, what did you say? First place gets to meet the envoy of the Tianling dynasty?" Ling Zhu looked at Bai Shun, confused. "That's right. Didn't Master Bai tell you before the exam?" He replied innocently. Little Liu Yue's participation in the assessment was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I haven't had the chance to tell her yet. At this moment, she was recalling the past. An image of Wu Shun and Guan Wan embracing affectionately appeared. Tianling dynasty. I wonder how that scumbag man and bitchy woman are doing lately? Burning with rage, she requested, "Master Ling, please let me participate in the martial artist assessment tomorrow as well. I want to participate in the martial artist assessment tomorrow." Chu Jianmin, displeased, immediately retorted, "You still want to participate in the martial artist assessment?" Liu Yu firmly snapped back, "What? Am I not allowed?" She rubbed her chin and sneered. "I almost forgot that little sister is also a martial artist genius. Are you afraid I'll snatch your first place? Don't worry, we are both from the Chu family. Whoever gets first place will bring glory to the Chu family." She angrily raised her voice to refute. "I'm not worried. I just don't want you to violate the rules of Tianlu Academy." Rong Jin stepped forward from behind and clarified. Tianlu Academy has never had a rule about only being allowed to participate in one exam. Jianmin's face changed in an instant, and she smiled sweetly, calling out, "Brother Jin, you've come at just the right time." Chu Luiyue, he swiftly walked past her without a second glance. Jianmin couldn't help but call out in shocked apprehension, "Brother Jin." Rong Jin extended his hand and suggested, "If Miss Chu is interested in participating in a martial artist assessment, then just let her participate." Ling Zhu shared the same view and proposed, "His Highness the Crown Prince is absolutely right. I will go and prepare immediately." Louis West stood to one side, listening without saying another word. He smiled joyfully as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time and chatted. "Just now when I heard the Shin Master rankings, I thought I had misheard. I didn't expect it was really you." She smiled brightly and politely. "Then I'll have to trouble Teacher Ling to make the arrangements. Liwei will take her leave first." Rong Jin watched her go with annoyance and shouted, "Wait, Chu Luwei, I'm still talking to you. How dare you be so disrespectful to this crown prince?" He thought to himself, "How dare she ignore me?" Luiyue coldly turned and walked away. Jianmin rushed over and grabbed his arm, calling, "Brother Jin." She put on a pitiful act and said in a soft voice, "Brother Jin, why did you speak up for her?" Rong Jin cast a cold, disgusted look at her and explained, "The status of a Shin master is higher than that of a martial artist. Today she took second place in the Shin master assessment. What status will you have left in the Chu residence? Only by defeating her in the martial artist assessment tomorrow can you diminish her prestige. Jianmin, you are the best. Don't disappoint me." He reached out and caressed Jianmin's cheek. She smiled happily moved. "So Brother Jin was thinking of me all along. I won't disappoint him either." Meanwhile, Luiyue entered the dense forest alone. Rong Jin chased after her and questioned with dissatisfaction, "I helped you say a few words so you could join the martial artist assessment. Not only did you not thank me, but you dare to stomp off. What kind of reasoning is that?" She turned around and stated coldly, "My ability to participate in the martial artist assessment is due to the Academy's regulations. It has nothing to do with the Crown Prince." He clenched his fists in annoyance and cursed himself. Quite the sharp tongue. How come I never noticed that before? Rong Jin closed in, pressing her against a tree trunk. He was face to face with Luiyue, who was frowning in anger. "Your weakness and incompetence were an act. Being a good-for-nothing was also an act. Chu Luiyue, what are you trying to do by hiding so much? From selling the hunting ground to annulling the engagement, it was all arranged by you. What is your purpose?" Rong Jin gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. "Are you trying to slap me in the face? Do you want revenge for my years of indifference and coldness towards you?" Luiyue casually pushed his hand away, thinking, "This guy is both shameless and clingy." Outwardly, she retorted in a low voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince must be joking. How can an incomplete Yuan Meridian be fake? Besides, you were the one who proposed annulling the engagement. I have the martial artist exam tomorrow. I want to go back and prepare." The two struggled. He grabbed her hand and called, "Zhu Liu, Zhu Liu, Zhu Liu." Suddenly a voice called from a distance, "So you're here? How'd you get that second place?" Siyang jumped out from the bushes and eagerly proposed, "I want to have a match with you to see if you're stronger than me." "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're here too? What are you two doing?" Rong Jin, feeling guilty, immediately let go of her hand and turned to stare at him. Siyang realized the situation was not right and cleverly tried to retreat. "I was just passing by, excuse me." He turned his back to her and mocked. And yet you don't even have a single injury. Louis Wei remained silent. Siyang pointed a finger, bewildered and aggrieved, as he complained. I was even struck by lightning a few times. She covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. I can only say that I was luckier than you. Inwardly, she felt grateful. This little devil Siyang came at just the right time. Otherwise, who knows how much longer Rongjin would have bothered me. Louis Wei offered a handkerchief and asked with concern, I can see you were struck by lightning. Wipe your face, it's so dirty. She calculated in her heart. This Siyang is very simple and has no ulterior motives. He can be considered someone worth befriending. Moreover, if I want to win over the C family, starting with him is the easiest way, so I should leave a good impression. He took the handkerchief, unable to help but feel touched. Thanks. She turned to leave, waving her hand and instructing. No need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. You said you wanted a match, but I still have the martial artist assessment tomorrow. There will be chances in the future. I'm leaving first. Siyang stood frozen in place, staring blankly after her. At Tianlu Academy, Louis West stretched refreshingly and thought to herself, what a grueling day. I'm exhausted. I should find a place with no people to rest for a while. A horse stopped right behind her. A voice called out from within the carriage. Zhu Liu. Louis Wei jumped in fright. She turned back in annoyance and cursed inwardly. Who is it now? Why are so many people calling my name today? From inside the carriage, Rong Tu lifted the curtain and teased. So hot-tempered. In the forest, the horse-drawn carriage trotted along its path. Louis West sat in the carriage, resting her chin on her hand in boredom, and wondered. His Highness Prince Li's body is frail. Why would he ride a horse to come find me? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold from the wind? Compared to congratulating you. Rong Tu sat opposite her with a gentle tone. What's a little cold? He held up 2 fingers and happily showed off. I heard you're participating in the martial artist assessment tomorrow. It seems the gifts I prepared before should be given now, because today is a day of double happiness. She was surprised and confused. Double happiness? Rong Tu held up 1 finger and explained. First, you got into Tianlu Academy and passed the Shin Master assessment. That goes without saying. Second, I just received a secret report from the palace. Lord Chuning's old injuries have healed, and he has broken through to become a 5th-grade martial artist. He has been appointed commander of the Imperial Guard. Louis West sat up straight with excitement. Really? Is the news accurate? He rested his chin on his hand, relaxed, and confirmed. Why would I lie to you? It's just that Lord Chu is being kept at the Imperial Palace by my father Emperor for a celebratory banquet. Plus, with his new appointment, I'm afraid he won't be back for another 2 days. She lifted the curtain to look outside, her mind filled with thoughts. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. It seems that plan can be put into action soon. Hey, this is the outskirts of the city. Louis Wei turned back in alarm and questioned. This isn't the way back to the Chu residence. Where are you taking me? Rong Tu smiled gleefully and revealed. If you go back now, everyone in the Chu family will find trouble with you. You're someone who hates trouble, so I will naturally find a good place for you to stay. They stopped at the foot of a rocky mountain next to a clear blue stream. Louis Wei looked at the scenery and immediately recognized it. This is the place where we first met. Rong Tu stood beside the carriage, his voice slow. Tomorrow is the martial artist assessment. Instead of returning to the Chu family, it's better to cultivate here for a night. Right now, the lake is full of Yuan energy. You should take this opportunity to cultivate. She couldn't hide her excitement. His Highness Princely is so thoughtful. Then I shall borrow your precious land to stay for a night. A moment later, a silent atmosphere enveloped them. Louis Wei looked at him helplessly. Rong Tu took her hand and said gently, "What's wrong with the eldest Miss Chu? If you want to cultivate, just go ahead." Louis Wei cursed inwardly. Go at my foot. To cultivate in the water, I have to take off my clothes. How can I take them off with you here? As if realizing something, he hesitated. Could it be that the eldest Miss Chu feels that I should be as honest as our first meeting? In that case, this prince will respectfully obey. She blushed with embarrassment. Her cheeks puffed out as she retorted. Don't you make decisions on your own? You're a prince for goodness sake. Normally you pretend to be sick and frail, but when no one is around you speak so casually. Rong Tu ignored her and continued to tease. I speak casually when people are around too. Xuet Wan, appearing from nowhere, jumped out and hugged the 2 of them, bringing them closer together. Both of them blushed. It let out a happy purr. Happy to see it, she petted it and asked, Xuet Wan, you came too? It asked happily, are you 2 playing? I want to play too. He let out a sigh, thinking helplessly. What perfect timing. Rong Tu turned to leave, his tone casual. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. You can cultivate here in peace. Shuet Wan will protect you. I'll be in the carriage. Call me if you need anything. On this side, one person and one beast stared blankly after him. Lu Yue reached out her hand to stop him, calling after him. Wait a moment, she said sincerely with gratitude. Thank you. He smiled with satisfaction and said nothing more. The next day, at Tianlu Academy during the martial artist assessment, the bell rang with a clang. On the stage, two martial artists were fighting, while below, it was crowded with spectators. On the stage, Jianmin swung her sword, knocking her opponent's weapon away, and she gracefully withdrew her hand. The opponent's sword was stuck straight into the fighting stage. The announcement rang out. In this martial artist assessment match, Chu Jianmin wins. Below, the cheers were endless. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Chu Jianmin is truly worthy of being a martial artist genius. So formidable. For this assessment, she only needs to win one more match, and first place will be hers. Who is the next opponent? It seems all the people from a martial artist class have already gone up. The announcement continued. The final contestant is Chu Lu Wei. She walked up in a beautiful, bright red outfit, stunning everyone below. The two faced each other on the fighting stage. While below, people gossiped. She is Chu Lu Wei. Yesterday, she got second place in the Xian Master Assessment. Isn't her Yuan Meridian defective? Why did she come to participate in the martial artist assessment? Is she looking to die? Sure. She used to be a good-for-nothing, but she's not the same now. Don't speak nonsense. Jianmin smiled, feigning righteousness. Elder sister, why must you participate in the martial artist assessment? There is no sisterly affection in a competition. It will be hard for me to show mercy later. In her heart, she was as venomous as a viper. Chu Liwei, you bitch, you still dare to come. You were lucky you didn't come home yesterday. Otherwise, I would have broken your arm long ago. Today, don't blame me. Lu Yue smirked and replied confidently. What my little sister said is exactly what I want to say to you. She drew her sword and provoked. Later, if you want to keep your life, you'd better beg for mercy quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back in time. After all, my goal is only to get first place. I don't want to cause any fatal accidents. Under the scorching sun, a loud announcement rang out. The final match of the martial artist assessment. Zhu Liu vs. Zhu Zianmin. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Jianmin rushed forward with her sword like a flash of lightning. Elder sister, little sister will have to offend you. Lu Yue stood there leisurely, without the slightest movement. She smiled smugly, her eyes filled with malice as she thought, I must win this match. Chu Lu Yue is dead for sure. Only then can I regain my face in front of Brother Jean and successfully marry into the Crown Prince's residence. Jianmin swung her sword, but she reacted quickly and dodged the blow. Lu Yue appeared and disappeared like a ghost behind Xianmin, provoking her, little sister, compare to Master Bai. Your speed is like a turtle's. She was astonished by that incredible speed. Xianmin quickly turned around, bewildered. She immediately swung again. Don't get cocky. A piece of trash with a defective Yuan Meridian, like you can't hope to defeat me. Before it could hit, her figure vanished in a flash. Xianmin swung her sword repeatedly, as fast as the wind. All you know is how to run. What's so great about that? Lu Yue perfectly dodged everything and even kindly reassured her, little sister, don't be hasty. As the sword swung down, she only needed to lean aside to dodge it in time. Her mouth curved into a constant, provocative smile. How pitiful. You used to be so casually cruel, and now you're like a mad dog. Let me give you a piece of advice. Admit defeat now, and I might still show you mercy. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Who's admitting defeat? She cursed inwardly. Damn trash. What's with that look in her eyes? It's like I'm just a mosquito. An attentive observer exclaimed, how is Chu Yue's speed so fast? Chu Xianmin is about to break through to the 4th grade martial artist level, yet she's being completely toyed with. But Chu Liyue isn't even a martial artist. Bai Chen smiled proudly. What's wrong? Are you doubting little Liu Yue's strength? She's a genius who passed all 3 assessments. Dealing with Chu Xianmin is a small matter. On the stage, Xianmin used her power to gather energy into a vortex at her sword. Immediately after, she threw the sword towards Lu Yue, shouting, Go. I won't let you run anymore. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth, thinking with both disappointment and anger, my little sister, you're trying to kill me again. Lu Yue quickly leaned back, perfectly dodging the fatal blow. She kicked the sword away, sending it flying back. It rushed towards Xianmin, who couldn't react in time, and let out a panic scream. The sword grazed Xiamin's cheek, drawing blood. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yue leaped forward and pounced with a powerful punch. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted on the stage. The people below were stunned and terrified as they witnessed this scene. As the smoke and dust cleared, Xianmin was slumped on the ground, next to a stone pit from the recent explosion. She collapsed, her whole body trembling. Lu Yue stood before her, cracking her knuckles and looking down arrogantly. I'll ask one more time. Do you admit defeat? Xianmin clutched the wound on her cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief and panic as she thought. Yuan Qi. Chu Lu Yue has Yuan Qi. Isn't her Yuan meridian supposed to be defective? No. Based on the Yuan Qi fluctuation just now, her Yuan meridian is not only unblocked, but it's also far superior to mine. She extended her hand, bowing slightly as she proposed. Little sister, you're quite spirited. It seems you don't plan to admit defeat. Shall we continue? Xianmin frantically objected, shouting, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Lu Yue placed a hand on her shoulder. Oh, I've scared my little sister. It's good that you know how to admit defeat. How could I possibly try to kill you in front of so many people? Only you would do something so childish and damaging to your reputation. Xianmin's whole body trembled uncontrollably with fear. She extended her hand and explained amicably, I've said it before, I only came to take first place. Lu Yue looked over and asked with a smile, Masterling, can you announce the assessment results now? Ling Zhu stammered with a laugh. Yes. An announcement rang out. The martial artist assessment is over. First place Chu Lu Yue. Bai Chan waited for Lu Yue in the hall, laughing heartily. This time, they've finally seen little Liu Yue's power. Second place in the Xian Master assessment. First place in the martial artist assessment. Not only is her Yuan meridian unblocked, her Yuan Qi has also become powerful. He put his arm around her shoulder, coaxing her. Hey, little Lu Yue, the assessment is over. Next, you'll officially join the academy. Have you thought about which discipline you'll choose to join? Bai Chan let out a breath and boasted shyly. Although you got first place in the martial artist assessment, Ling Zhu is an idiot. His lectures are very boring. Besides, the status of a martial artist is lower than a Xian master. You didn't participate in the Heavenly Doctor assessment, so you're probably not interested in it, right? Lu Yue declared firmly, I choose Xian master. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked again to be sure. What did you say? She smiled brightly and replied happily, I said, I choose Xian master. I hope Master Ba will guide me more in the future. As if he had struck gold, Bai Chan dotingly suggested, Good. Choose Xian master, choose Xian master. Little Lu Yue, what do you want to do next? Shall I, your master, take you on a tour of the classroom? Or introduce you to other classmates? After all, you enrolled half a year later than everyone else. Lu Yue expressed her wish, I want to go home first. She covered her mouth, smiling as if secretly plotting, and mumbled to herself, before I was just a piece of trash anyone could bully. Now the tables have turned. I want to go home and share the good news. In the morning, clamorous shouts echoed around the Chu family residence's grounds. Chu Lu Yue defeated Chu Xianmin to win first place in Tianlu Academy's martial artist assessment. The Chu family has truly been blind for so many years, burying a talent. The crown prince has missed out on the strongest crown princess. Chu Yin was trying to comfort Xianmin. Beside them was the furious great elder, shameless, pretending to be trash for so many years just to do this. This is a slap in the Chu family's face. After yesterday's assessment, she didn't even come back all night. When she returns, I will show her absolutely no mercy. Chu Yin, holding a steaming teacup, asked him, Great Elder, stop deceiving yourself and others. Can a defective Yuan meridian be faked? Back then, His Majesty found a heavenly doctor to examine Chu Liu Yue's condition. With these words of yours, you are blaming His Majesty. The second elder of the Chu family, Chu Yin, was put in a difficult position. The great elder was sweating profusely. I didn't say that. Chu Yin, unable to listen anymore, retorted, Second elder's words are not right. How can a Yuan meridian suddenly become unblocked? It's either Chu Lu Yue deliberately concealed it or used some dirty tricks behind the scenes. In any case, she must be thoroughly interrogated. Chu Xiamin's father, Chu Yin, added, This time, even the crown prince was deceived. If His Majesty asks, we will have an excuse to shirk responsibility. Hearing this, he fell silent, thinking to himself, thoroughly interrogate her. This is using a public matter to settle a private score, maybe even to kill her. Chu Lu Yue and her father have been suppressed by them for years. Once she gains power, they will be the most afraid. But now the family head is in seclusion, and the Chu family is managed by the great elder. I should say less. From outside, a servant ran in hastily, reporting to the great elder. The eldest miss has returned. He ordered decisively, "She's back, so she's back. What's there to panic about? Quickly summon her to the main hall." The servant continued worriedly, "But the eldest miss refuses to enter the residence. She wants you to come out, saying she has something to say." The words made the great elder furious, and he slammed his hand on the chair. "Shameless! Who does she think she is? How dare she demand an elder like me to go out and see her?" Chu Yin, sitting beside him, quickly reminded him, "Who is Chu Luiwei? She is a once-in-a-century genius. Great elder, you're not going out for the sake of your own pride. But the future prosperity of the Chu family depends on Chu Luiwei. Does the great elder want his pride, or the future of the Chu family? You choose." His words made the old man restrain his emotions. Outside the residence, Luiwei stood with her head held high. Seeing this, everyone started gossiping. "Is it the Chu family's legitimate daughter, Chu Luiwei? She's so beautiful, much more so than that Chu Xiamen. They used to say she was trash. Who knew she was a genius among geniuses? Is this Chu family blind?" From the residence gate, the entire Chu family appeared. The great elder cleared his throat. "Chu Luiwei, don't think you can be arrogant just because you achieved good results. What are you trying to do, standing in front of the Chu family's gate?" Luiwei sadly questioned him. "Great elder, when Xianmin got into Tianlu Academy, you were very happy. Now, not only have I gotten into Tianlu Academy, but I also achieved second place as a Xian master and first place as a martial artist. Before, I was trash, and I said nothing no matter how much I suffered. Now, I only want the same treatment as Xianmin. Why you look so displeased? Do you dislike me that much? What's wrong, great elder?" Chu Yin pointed straight at her face. "Chu Luiwei, you are too insolent. The Chu family gave birth to you, raised you, and painstakingly cared for you for over a decade. Without us, how could you be who you are today? And you have a nerve to stand here constantly complaining about your grievances. You ungrateful wretch. What do you want?" Luiwei smiled faintly, a scornful smile. "Gratitude." She raised her head high, looked at them, and recounted. A flashback of Luiwei collapsed on the ground. "When I was 5, I was poisoned by someone and almost died. Then came the painful bullying. When I was 7, I went to the training grounds and was nearly beaten to death by Chu Xiamen. A flashback of washing clothes in the cold snow. When I was 10, in the middle of winter, I was forced to wash clothes for the servants, and my hands nearly froze solid. Then there was the time I was saddled with the debt Xiamen caused. A few days ago, because Chu Xiamen bought jewelry, I was targeted by assassins. I can even let that slide. But my father, Chu Ning, a hero his entire life who toiled for the Chu family and the imperial court, was mercilessly trampled upon by you." A flashback of her father, dejected, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. From her sleeve, Luiwei quickly pulled out a piece of paper. "I originally still held on to hope, but now it seems I can no longer stay in this cold-blooded Chu family." She held it and raised it high for all the surrounding commoners to see. "Everyone here, please bear witness for me. It is not I, Chu Luiwei, who is heartless, but the Chu family that will not tolerate me and will not give me equal treatment. Therefore, from this day forward, I, Chu Luiwei, have decided to leave the Chu family. Before I leave, I only need to take my mother's dowry and my father's properties. From now on, I have no more relationship with the Chu family. I will not take half a shred of advantage from the Chu family." Just like that, Luiwei forcefully threw the paper down in front of the great elder. "I have already arranged for a place to live elsewhere. From now on, I will never step into the Chu family again. This paper clearly lists my mother's dowry and my father's properties." Then she turned and walked away arrogantly. "You have 3 days to bring the items to my residence. Otherwise, we will go see His Majesty to talk it over. There are many people here to bear witness for me. Don't you dare try to default on this debt. Farewell." The shock came too suddenly, causing the old man to tremble and collapse. Luckily, Chuyin caught him. "You." His face darkened as he looked at the great elder. So this is why she didn't want to enter the house. Her mother's dowry and her father's properties. Do we need to move them? An outsider also chimed in. "Great elder, she has already demanded her things. With Chu Liuyue's temperament, if she stays in the Chu residence, we will have no place here anymore. It's better to spend some money now to make her leave." Chu Yin said to the old man, with a scheming look, "Chu Ning can't cultivate, and has long had no status in the capital. What kind of trouble can Chu Luiwei cause on her own? We just need to apply more pressure. That money will return to us sooner or later. As they were plotting, a voice suddenly asked loudly, "What a coincidence. Are you the great elder of the Chu residence and Lord Chu Yin?" A formally dressed eunuch clasped his hands and reported, "His Majesty learned that the eldest Miss Chu has entered Tianlu Academy and specially ordered me to come here to congratulate her. He also wishes to inform the eldest Miss Chu that Lord Chu Ning will assume the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Capital's Guard. He is being kept in the palace by His Majesty and will return late." The great elder and Su Yan's jaws dropped. Su Ning was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Capital's Guard. His cultivation was crippled. How could this be? The eunuch beside them smiled and added, "You didn't know? Commander Su has recovered from his illness, and his cultivation has broken through to the 5th grade martial artist level. His Majesty even feels this position is too small for him. With Commander Su here, the Su family's future, the Su family in the imperial capital will be second to none." The two of them burst into tears and collapsed to the ground. Su Ning has become the commander-in-chief. Forget about getting back the money they spent. Their comfortable life in the Su family is over. It's not yet certain who will be oppressing whom now. The eunuch beside them looked at them with a bright smile. "What's wrong with you two? Are you overjoyed?" In the afternoon, the wind whistled, sending a leaf flying. Suyu walked while stretching her body to relax. "This feels so refreshing. After being constantly worried, I can finally relax a little now." Her hand brushed lightly against the wall. Suyu's gaze turned to the wooden gate, Ningyu Manor. "From now on, this will be my and father's real home." Thinking of this, she closed her eyes tightly in sheer joy. This is such happiness. Using the leftover money from selling the hunting ground to buy a house was indeed the right decision. A laugh from behind made her turn around. It was Rong Xiao. "My apologies. Your expression just now was so interesting that I couldn't help it." Suyu was a little surprised to see him. "Your Highness, Princely, why is it you?" Rong Xiao looked at her and reminded her, "Didn't I say before that I was preparing a gift for you? Am I not welcome?" Rong Xiao's face looked up ahead, Ningyu Manor. Below them, a shower began to fall. Suyu glanced at him questioningly. "Why are you here?" Rong Xiao gestured lightly towards the inside of the gate. "It's raining. Can we talk about whatever it is inside?" She was a bit bewildered, thinking to herself, "He says it as if this is his manner." Rong Xiao replied nonchalantly, "This is my manner." He brought a hand to his mouth and coughed repeatedly. So cold. Seeing this, Suyu sighed and led Rong Xiao in. "Let's go inside." As she opened the gate, inside a house, his sleeve suddenly shielded Suyu's head. Rong Xiao's action made her blush, feeling a bit shy. "The rain is getting heavier. Hurry into a room. Be careful not to catch a cold." Suyu ran straight inside, not forgetting to say thank you. She pulled him along, running hastily. Rong Xiao gently reminded her, "Hey, slow down a bit. Be careful not to get wet." A teapot was placed next to 2 cups. Suyu, holding a tray of ginger, asked him, "What would your Highness, Princely, like to drink?" "I should tell you beforehand, I don't have any fine tea here." Sitting and watching the rainfall, Rong Xiao smiled and replied, "Anything is fine. As long as whoever makes it, it will be delicious." Hearing this, Suyu didn't stand on ceremony and put the ginger into the pot. "Is that so? Turns out His Highness, Princely, is so easy to please. Then I'll just do as I please." She was still annoyed inside, where he called me so casually. As she poured the tea into the cup, Suyu looked towards Rong Xiao. "Although I didn't go out of my way to hide it, I didn't tell anyone when I bought this house." "How did he find this place? Following me? Investigating? We've known each other for a while now. He definitely wouldn't harm me. But why does he keep pestering me?" She held the teacup, placed it on the table, and invited him. "Your Highness, Princely, please have some." After taking one sip, Rong Xiao spat the water out everywhere. Suyu sat beside him, looking smug. "What's wrong? Not used to the taste. You were just in the rain." "Your Highness, Princely's body is weak, so you should drink some fresh ginger to avoid catching cold." He clutched his face, coughing continuously. Lifting the cup of tea she made, he took another sip. While savoring it, Rong Xiao looked at Suyu. "I'm truly not used to it. But since it's tea made by you, even if I'm not used to it, I must drink it." Seeing him like this, she felt a little bewildered. He's so handsome, deeply learned, and a prince. Why would someone like him pay attention to Su Luiwei? In the original owner's memories, he doesn't appear at all. Suyu sat there, propped her chin on her hand, sighed, and suggested, "Your Highness, Princely, let's just be direct. Why exactly did you come here? You've helped me many times. Now that I've turned my situation around, you should state your purpose." Rongxiu still held the cup tightly in his hand. Yuer is truly smart. From the edge of a pocket near his chest, he pulled out a box. I came here today not just to congratulate you on getting into Tianlu Academy. There is another important matter. Looking at the box on the table, Su Yu mused. I guessed right. He really does have another motive. But I don't know why. I feel a little disappointed. Meanwhile, Rongxiu urged her, open it and see. The box lid opened, revealing a beautiful hairpin inside. Su Yu held a hairpin, observing it with admiration. This is a peach blossom hairpin made from moon condensing stone. This moon condensing stone is a treasure of the entire Xuanwu continent, let alone in the Miaoshan kingdom, and he had it made into a hairpin to give to me. Thinking of that, she cried out, wanting to refuse. I can't accept this. It's too precious. Rongxiu sat beside her calmly. You just need to say whether you like it or not. Su Yu's hand lightly touched the hairpin box. What does this have to do with liking it or not? I can't accept a reward without merit. He held the hairpin, looked at her, and reminded her, has Yuer perhaps forgotten what day it is today? Today is your 18th birthday. On this day, girls consider a hairpin as a coming-of-age gift. I specially had this made as a gift. If you don't accept it, I can only keep begging you. Rongxiu's words made Su Yu remember her own coming-of-age ceremony in her past life. Her father had held a banquet for 3 whole days. After reincarnating, she was always planning her revenge and paid no attention to this matter at all. Unexpectedly, Rongxiu remembered. Suddenly, he was standing beside her, his hand placing the hairpin in her hair. What are you spacing out for? Come, let me help you put it on. Now that Yuer is a grown woman, she can get married. Your Highness. Su Yu sat there, slightly annoyed. Has anyone ever told you that you're very thick-skinned? Looking at the hairpin's pattern, Su Yu wondered, peach blossoms only bloom in spring. You gave me this hairpin, so why is there snow on the peach blossoms? As he fastened it for her, Rongxiu explained, peach blossoms can also bloom in winter. Hearing this, she chuckled softly. You say it as if you've seen it before. Suddenly, their faces were close to each other. Rongxiu looked at Su Yu and assured her, of course I have seen it. His eyes looked at her affectionately as he described it. Snow filled the sky. The peach blossoms were radiant. Snowflakes and peach blossoms fell gently on Su Yu's hair. That scene is still vivid in my mind now. I will never forget it in this lifetime. She looked at Rongxiu with a scrutinizing gaze. Nonsense. His mouth says he's reminiscing about the scenery, but his eyes are clearly reminiscing about someone. Unforgettable, I wonder who it could be? Rongxiu's hand gently lifted Su Yu's hair, making her face flush. This hairpin suits Yuer very well. It's very pretty and cute. She thought to herself, it doesn't matter who he's thinking about. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Su Yu quickly turned her head, and her hair fell from his hand. Thank you, Your Highness, Princely. I will accept this gift then. It's getting late. I must ask Your Highness, Princely, to leave. I still need a rest. Being subtly kicked out, Rongxiu turned to leave. Before he had taken a few steps, he complained, the rain is so heavy and the night wind is cold. If I go out now, I might get sick. There are clearly so many rooms here. How can Yuer be so heartless as to chase me away? She understood Rongxiu's intention. Here we go again. Su Yu pointed and explained to Rongxiu, Your Highness, Prince Li's meaning is that you want to stay. Unfortunately, although my house has many rooms, they haven't been cleaned up yet. But there are 2 habitable rooms. If you stay, what if my father returns to the manor? Where would he stay? Hearing her, he propped his chin on his hand and pondered. What you say makes sense. After all, one shouldn't disturb an elder. Seeing that Rongxiu understood, she nodded her head. So I must ask you to leave. I'll go get an umbrella. You've been out for so long. Your subordinates must be looking for you. Unexpectedly, he turned around, looked at her, and smiled. An umbrella can block the rain, but it can't block the wind. My body is frail. It seems I can only trouble Yuer. Hearing him say this, Su Yu's eyes widened. You want to sleep in my room? Rongxiu even put on an act of coughing in front of Su Yu. So cold. I'll have to trouble Yuer to prepare a thick blanket for me. The sounds of a dust beater echoed throughout the room. Rongxiu stood by, watching her clean, and teased with a smile. This blanket is about to be beaten to shreds by you, yet still holding up. Su Yu replied in a scathing tone. His Highness, Prince Li's body is frail. I have to make sure you use a very soft blanket. When she was done, she threw the blanket straight into his hands. Here for you. I invite Your Highness, Prince Li, to rest. This humble servant will take her leave. She was furious inside. What modest, gentle as jade. It's all fake. He's just a thick-skinned scoundrel. Before she could leave, Rongshio's hand held Suyu back. In just a few seconds, she was lying underneath him. Looking at Rongshio, Suyu was bewildered. "Your Highness, Princely, what is the meaning of this?" His hand caressed her beautiful face as he whispered, "You can't leave. I often have nightmares when I sleep. I need someone to sleep beside me." Suyu was angry. Her face flushed as she reminded him, You, don't push your luck. My manor doesn't offer this kind of sleep accompanying service." But Rongshio continued to tease her. "At least you can watch me sleep. Otherwise, I'll be very scared." Suddenly, the curtain flew open. Both of their eyes watched something quite intently. Suyu's face lit up with joy as she called out loudly, "Shue Shue, why are you here?" From outside the door, Shue Shue, covered in water, walked in. It shook its body, flinging water everywhere. Rongxiu immediately shielded Suyue. Careful. Without hesitating, she leaped off the bed, ran over, and hugged Shue Shue joyfully. "Shue Shue, did you come specially to visit me?" "Thank you. Besides, you came at the perfect time." As it pounced, Rongshio stood there observing for a long while before speaking. It really did come at the perfect time." His voice made its face darken with fear. He raised a hand to his chin and asked her, "Does Yuera like Shue Shue very much? But do you know its full name is Shue Hua? It seems only you call it Shue Shue." Shue Shue was sweating profusely. Its eyes showed anxiety, having a bad feeling. Suyu hugged it and asked him, "Is that so? Then what do other people normally call it?" Rongshio smiled and told her, "Everyone calls it Xiaohua. Moreover, it also likes this name very much." "Right, Xiaohua." Shue Shue's face suddenly flushed red, and it snuggled into Suyu. "Xiaohua, this name." It seems Shue Shue feels embarrassed by the name Rongshio gave it. "I don't want to live anymore. It's too humiliating." Seeing this, Suyu hugged it to comfort it. "Aya, all right, Xiao." "No, Shue Shue. Can I still call you Shue Shue?" While stroking Shue Shue, Suyu suggested to Rongshio, "Your Highness, Princely, since Shue Shue is here, let it sleep with you. I'll go to the study." Her words made him look at her with confusion. "With Shue Shue here, I can't do anything to you anyway. Why are you leaving?" Not wanting to delay, Suyu quickly explained, "I'm going to cultivate. Tonight, I must refine a condensing pill. Only then can I become a true martial artist." Suddenly, Shue Shue leaped onto Suyu, startling her. She looked at him awkwardly, seeking help. "Shue Shue, what are you trying to do?" Rongshio chuckled softly, looking at Suyu. "It wants you to cultivate here." He quickly urged her to agree to stay. "Just agree with it. Besides, while you're cultivating, it would be very troublesome if someone with ill intentions broke in. I can also protect you here." Rongshio's words were quite right. Suyu agreed. "Then, thank you, Your Highness Princely." Rongshio had a point. If someone caused trouble during the core condensation, all her efforts would go down the drain. With everything going his way, Rongshio smiled smugly, stroking Shue Shue. "Well done." Suyu began to form hand seals to practice the technique. "I'm starting now." Rongshio sat beside her, watching. With Yuera's current strength, after condensing her core, she could break through to third-grade martial artist or higher. Below her feet, Shue Shue lay there. She thought to herself, "I hope so." Suyu was levitating above the clear green water. The currents of water intertwined, forming a whirlpool. Strange, the origin energy in my body is abundant. Forming an origin core should be very easy, but no matter what I do, the origin energy won't condense. The whirlpools were enveloping Suyu, and moreover, no matter how hard I try, it's useless. If this continues, I won't be able to form an origin core. I can't become a martial artist. The whirlpools kept forming from the bottomless water. No, absolutely not. The origin core is extremely important to a martial artist. Without an origin core, my strength will be limited. How can I get my revenge? Suddenly, Suyu screamed loudly. The water beside her trembled with her scream. Suyu opened her eyes. A piece of paper appeared before her. The content inside, unparalleled full. Being scolded for just sitting there made her frown in anger. "This paper is scolding me." A flame of anger erupted in Suyu. She pointed at the paper and cursed, "What on earth are you? In my past life, in this one, I've never been scolded by anyone. Speak. Are you the one preventing me from condensing my origin core?" The next sentence appeared on the paper. "An origin core condensed from the earth. How can it compare to me?" The sentence left Suyu a bit confused. Does this mean it's more powerful than an origin core? The power of an origin core is limited, but it is not. In the 3,000-year-old world, when heaven and earth were in chaos, I had already appeared. The paper was then swept away by the water. The current carrying the paper continuously clung to Suyu. It wants to acknowledge a master. She seemed to have understood something. I can control this origin energy, but if I want to use it well, this isn't enough. If this strange page wants to acknowledge me, then there's only one way now. So Suyu spread her palm, and the water current followed, directly using this lake as her origin core. A sphere of water controlled by Suyu's hand appeared. A smooth, transparent sphere was completed. Seeing it, Suyu was overjoyed. It's done. Her mind raced without rest. As a normal martial artist's power level increases, their origin core undergoes corresponding changes. A first-grade martial artist will have one vein on their origin core. A second-grade martial artist has two veins. Looking back at the spheres Suyu had formed, she was quite astonished. Only one vein. I only have one vein. This is unbelievable. As her finger lightly touched the sphere, Suyu suddenly froze. She was aghast. From within Suyu, multiple streams of water shot out, startling them both. She finally woke up. Suyu's head was soaking wet. She looked at the collapsed surroundings. This doesn't look like the power of a first-grade martial artist at all. The power that Page can contain is much higher than a normal origin core. But I clearly suffered a backlash just now. How am I completely uninjured? Suyu raised her hand to check her body. There wasn't even a scratch from the debris of the house. Sitting beside her, Rongshio had one arm around her waist, the other holding up a pillar to keep it from falling. Congratulations on successfully condensing your core. Are you hurt? Looking at him, she blushed. Rongshio. Seeing Suyu was safe, Rongshio was relieved and reminded her gently, "It seems you're not hurt. Although I quite like you leaning on me like this. Could you move away a little? With you here, I don't dare to move." Seeing this, she quickly got up. "Okay, I'm getting up. You be careful and get up slowly too." Seeing Suyu's concern for him, Rongshio, holding the pillar, assured her, "Don't worry, I'm supporting it with one hand. It'll be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, the pillar collapsed, and he was pulled down with it before her dazed eyes. Sighing, Suyu felt a little guilty. He clearly could have just ignored me. Suyu also had a heart. She walked over to the rubble. "Hey, Rongshio, are you all right? Do you need me to help you out?" Rongshio quickly threw off the debris on top of him and jumped up. "Don't worry, I'm fine. How could I bear to let Yueru worry about me?" His words made her feel annoyed. "Who's worried about you?" Rongshio suddenly rushed close to Suyu. "This aura of yours. This is a first-grade martial artist." Seeing this, she could only give a foolish smile. "A first-grade martial artist is fine too. I can hide my true strength." In her heart, she had already decided she would absolutely not admit it casually. "I fundamentally can't draw another vein on this origin core." Rongshio could only look at her dotingly. "You caused such a commotion in the imperial capital before. Now you should hide your strength a bit. It seems Yueru is going to put on a good show for me." A sound attracted his attention, and he looked back. This time, "There's no need to see me off, sir," Rongshio suggested. "The rain has stopped. I should be going back. I'll visit you another day." Fifth-grade martial artist. And so, he ran off like the wind, leaving a bewildered Suyu standing there. Doesn't he want to stay the night? He just left like that. Early in the morning at her father Suning's manor, a table of food was waiting for Suyu. "You're back." Seeing her, Suning urged, "Hurry and come eat." Suyu ran over and hugged him tightly. "Father, now that you're the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard, it's not easy to have a meal with you." Suning patted her head and smiled at her. "To me, you are priceless. This afternoon, Father has organized a grand banquet." Outside, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. A voice echoed, "Commander." From the door, a soldier hurriedly reported, "Commander, the restaurants all say they have no more room and can't take any more reservations. It seems all the restaurants are saying they have no space." Hearing this, he was so angry he slammed his hand on the table. "The Su family is truly bullying us too much." Seeing this, Suyu, sitting beside him, quickly calmed him down. "Father, calm down. Actually, this banquet isn't that important. What's important is who will come." Suning looked at her in surprise. "In this situation, will anyone really come?" Her eyes wide, she suggested, "Let's wait and see." Outside the gate, the sound of knocking echoed loudly. Coming. Lian Sheng appeared at the door. "Is this Su Liuyue's residence?" So lowly. Aren't you hosting a banquet? How come there's not a single person here? It's so deserted." "It's still our Su family who is magnanimous enough to give you some face by attending." He swaggered in, only to be blocked by Suyu. "I was wondering who it was." She crossed her arms and looked at him with contempt. So it's a dog from the Su family. Humph. They even specially sent someone to cause trouble. Lien Sheng's face darkened as he looked at Su Yu angrily. You, who are you calling a dog? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ning's soldier punched him. Do not shout in front of my master. Looking at Lien Sheng, Su Yu smiled smugly. The people of the Su family are truly useless. They don't even dare to come themselves, sending this kind of trash instead. Though beaten, he managed to cover his mouth and retort, You don't get cocky. You absolutely won't be able to hold your banquet today. Is that so? A voice rang out. General Su, eldest Miss Su. A eunuch stood at the door, respectfully inviting the two. Shopkeeper Su Hui of the Phoenix Pavilion invites General Su and eldest Miss Su to a banquet at the Phoenix Pavilion. Su Yu stomped hard on Lien Sheng on the ground. Isn't there a banquet now? Just like that, she and her father got into a sedan chair, leaving the bruised Lien Sheng lying there. I have to say, who helped me with this? Could it be Rong Xiu? This way, please. No matter who it is, I have to go see first and then act according to the situation. The sky was clear and blue at a large building, the Phoenix Pavilion. The eunuch pointed towards shopkeeper Yin and introduced him. Miss Luiyue, General Su, I heard that Miss Luiyue got into Tianlu Academy, so I specially came to congratulate you. This is shopkeeper Yin of the Treasure Pavilion, the one who booked the entire restaurant for 3 days for you. As soon as Su Yu saw him, she recognized him. So it's him. She quickly bowed her head to thank shopkeeper Yin, making him flustered. No need. This humble one doesn't dare to accept. Shopkeeper Yin's attitude surprised Su Yu a little. What's wrong with this shopkeeper Yin? So nervous and cautious? He pointed to the table full of treasures. Thanks to you, miss. Last time I bought your land deed for only 300 taels. This time, I have specially prepared some gifts and hope Miss Su will accept them. Looking at the pile of gold and silver, she pondered for a long time. He was really courting death before, coveting the future princess consort's things on the cheap. I hope this can make up for it. Finally, as she touched the ginseng, Su Yu happily accepted. I'll accept shopkeeper Yan's kind intentions. Seeing her accept, he was overjoyed. That's great, that's great. While they were talking, another guest arrived, making her look over. Si family's eldest young master, Si Ting, has arrived. Su Yu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Why is he here? Si Ting walked in from outside, cupping his hands respectfully. Si Ting pays his respects to Uncle Su. On behalf of the family head, I congratulate you on your successful breakthrough. He looked at Su Ning and explained his reason. Eldest Miss Su and I can be considered fellow students. I should also come to congratulate her. He immediately nodded in agreement. Good, good. Only Su Yu stood there bewildered. We've only met once. Why did he come here to congratulate me? From the door, another guest caught her attention. Found it. It's here. Ziyang excitedly pulled a group of people along. Today, Su Luiyue is treating. Everyone, eat to your heart's content, spend all her money. Okay, so you looked at Si Ting and asked softly, did you invite all of them? His face flushed slightly. Not exactly. Everyone is a fellow student. Let's have fun together. Then, Ziyang, without hiding anything, spilled everything, making Si Ting's face turn red. Of course it counts. The Phoenix Pavilion is the Z family's business. Big brother urged me to go find people come here. He quickly used his hand to cover the talkative Zi Yang's mouth. Don't listen to his nonsense. Fellow students should help each other. Hearing this, Su Yu bowed her head to thank him. Si Ting, thank you. This made Si Ting blush, paying no mind to Ziyang. He slowly approached her. If you really want to thank me, then in this upcoming assessment, don't hide your strength in front of me. He smiled and looked at Su Yu affectionately. I really want to see the real Su Luiyue. Her eyes widened as she looked at Si Ting. Another new guest arrived. His Highness Prince Li has arrived. Rongxiu walked in gracefully. Ziyang innocently pointed and said loudly, The court officials behind Prince Li are my parents. The faces of the group behind him turned pale. Why are our parents here? Su Yu held her head in her hands, her face pale. In this situation, this person has come to cause more trouble. Su Ning stepped forward to greet him. Your Highness Prince Li, why do you have the leisure to come here today? He smiled faintly at him. Lord Su Ning's promotion is a joyous occasion. This prince is feeling well today, so I wanted to come and offer my congratulations. Then he looked over at Si Ting, standing beside her. And this is? He quickly introduced him. This is Yuer's fellow student, Si Ting, young and talented. For my daughter to have such a good friend right after entering the academy, it's truly wonderful. Hearing this, Rongxiu's eyes showed a hint of annoyance. Well done, little Luiyue, daring to flirt with others behind my back. He looked towards Si Ting. Thank you for coming to congratulate our Luiyue. This prince toasts you. Rongxiu's words made Su Yu uncomfortable. Who is our with you? He cupped his hands in response to him. Your Highness is joking. Miss Luiyue and I have a very good relationship. This is what I should do. Hearing this, she was also helpless, completely stunned. Who has a good relationship with you? Near Si Ting, Ziyang was being teased by some girls. This is not a suitable place to stay for long. Let's go quickly. Still as cute as when he was little. Isn't this Ziyang? He's grown so big. Seeing things were not right, he cupped his hands to say goodbye. Pardon my impoliteness, Your Highness. Luiyue, congratulations. I am very much looking forward to our next training session. Just like that, Si Ting dragged Ziyang away. Rongxiu sat there, contemplating. It seems today I must define my relationship with little Luiyue. Otherwise, sooner or later, someone else will snatch her away. The table was filled with eye-catching food. As expected, a phoenix pavilion. The food looks so delicious. Sunin, sitingapisit, rimaindid sujue. Yuer, don't just eat. Quickly pour tea for His Highness. His Highness has helped us before. We must thank His Highness properly. She looked at him, her heart full of bitterness. Rongxiu really knows how to pretend. Father has been completely deceived by his appearance. Su Yu stood up, happily holding a cup. Your Highness, this is medicinal wine I intentionally warmed to warm Your Highness's body. The man sitting beside her raised his hand to stop her. Yuer, His Highness's body is not well. He cannot drink alcohol. But only she knew. What's the point of drinking tea? Drinking wine is more exciting. Just like that, the cup of wine in her hand was warmly received by Rongxiu. This prince's body indeed cannot drink much alcohol. However, a drink for Miss Luiyue. How could this prince refuse? Su Yu's eyes showed a hint of surprise towards him. A frantic shout. Commander! From outside the door, a soldier rushed in to report. Commander! The fourth princess has fallen off a cliff. His Majesty has ordered us to quickly go find her. Hearing this, everyone was extremely stunned and shouted loudly. What? Su Ning glanced apologetically at his daughter. Yue, Liu Yu remained calm. She smiled faintly. The fourth princess's matter is important. Father, you should go quickly. Hearing her say that, he immediately spoke respectfully to Rongxiu. Your Highness Prince Li, official duties are important. Please excuse my impoliteness. He smiled and nodded. This prince will take care of things here. Regarding the fourth princess's matter, I hope Commander Su will do his utmost. Su Ning cupped his hands. Thank you. Luiyue watched her father's departing figure, her heart full of doubt. This is truly strange. Were all the guards beside the princess useless? Su Ning turned to a servant. Quickly go prepare the horses. She turned to ask Rongxiu, aren't you worried about the fourth princess? After all, she is your younger sister. He replied indifferently. With this body of mine, going along would only cause more trouble. Luiyue snorted inwardly, pretending. Just keep on pretending. Suddenly, Rongxiu leaned close to her ear. Compared to the fourth princess, this prince has more important matters. He whispered, Yuer, this prince's outer robe was left at your place. Tonight, this prince will come to get it. Luiyue was stunned. Outer robe? She suddenly remembered when Rongxiu used his robe to cover her. Her face immediately flushed red, cursing inwardly, shameless. Then Luiyue quickly snatched the wine cup from Rongxiu's hand, leaving him bewildered. My wine. The night sky was cool and tranquil. At the palace, an angry shout echoed. Get out! All of you get out! Inside the hall, a brocade vase was thrown in front of the trembling servants kneeling on the ground. Princess Rongzhen's face was bruised and scraped. She was in shock. I don't believe it. You're all lying. This princess's aptitude is very good. How could I become a cripple? A servant immediately prostrated, his voice trembling. Fourth princess, your origin core has been shattered, and your origin meridians are also damaged. It will be a difficult matter for you to cultivate in the future. Rongzhen roared in anger. You useless bunch. So what if the origin core is shattered? Can't this princess cultivate? She shouted loudly. Heavenly physician, quickly summon a heavenly physician. If you can't do it, a heavenly physician definitely can. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. His Majesty the Emperor arrives. Her Majesty the Empress arrives. His Highness the Crown Prince arrives. Emperor Rong Xiao walked into the hall, followed by the Empress and Crown Prince Rongjin. Rongjun rushed over. She stood before the Emperor, pleading, "Imperial Father, you must hold that person responsible. It was Su Luiyue, that was Su Liuyue's hunting ground." Rong Xiao was stern. "That is the Treasure Pavilion's hunting ground. How can we hold an innocent person responsible?" The Treasure Pavilion repeatedly advised against it, but you insisted on going in to find a high-level demonic beast. You can only blame yourself. Seeing this, Rongjin immediately defended his younger sister. "Imperial Father, Jinjin's injury is truly strange. For this kind of thing to happen when the Treasure Pavilion took over, if it's not investigated thoroughly, how can Jinjin be at ease?" The Empress hugged her. She also spoke up. "Your Majesty, Jinjin was harmed by someone else." Rong Xiao sighed. "The Treasure Pavilion cannot be held responsible. In the end, it is all because we spoiled Jinjin." His eyes turned stern as he turned to Rongjin. "But, Jiner, do you want to investigate Su Luiyue for Jinjin's sake or for your own?" He immediately cupped his hands earnestly. "Imperial Father, please see clearly. Your son has absolutely no selfish intentions." Rong Xiao turned and left. "You must remember you are the crown prince. This matter ends here. If anyone mentions it again, they will be severely punished without mercy." Rongjin bowed his head. Yes, but his eyes still revealed a look of silent calculation. Scene changes to a small house. Rong Xiao toyed with the wine cup in his hand. He was indifferent. "I've heard," Luiyue replied, while searching a cabinet. "The fourth princess is crippled." She took out a neatly folded robe. "Here, your thing. I will be staying at the academy from now on. You shouldn't come here again. Focus on recuperating in your manner." Rong Xiao took the robe, his voice teasing. "I didn't expect you were to care so much about this prince's body." She replied calmly, "By attending this banquet, you have already offended His Highness the Crown Prince. I'm afraid your days ahead will be difficult." Suddenly, Rong Xiao placed a hand on her shoulder. "I don't even have time to thank him." He smiled gently. "Because he gave you up. That's how I got my chance." Luiyue was made to blush by him. She quickly moved away from him, stammering, "Your Highness, you shouldn't joke." Rong Xiao wouldn't let it go. He stepped closer to her and said in a low voice, "I'm not joking. And don't you stand so close to Si Ting. I will get jealous." Luiyue also quickly backed away. She explained awkwardly, "He's just my fellow student." He questioned, "Then what about me? In Yue's eyes, what am I?" She was stunned, unable to speak. Rong Xiao placed her hand on his chest, whispering sincerely, "To put my mind at ease, give me a status." Luiyue was shy on the outside, but inside, she remembered that scumbag and bitch screaming incessantly, "Su Luiyue, you must take revenge. You cannot be distracted." But then she thought again, "But it seems I've already developed feelings for Rong Xiao." Luiyue hesitated and asked, "Rong Xiao, why me?" He answered without a hint of hesitation, "Because you are worthy." She lowered her head. "But even I don't feel I am worthy." Rong Xiao gently caressed her cheek, his voice full of affection. "Then I will use my entire life to prove that you are worthy." Luiyue pursed her lips slightly. "So what if I don't agree?" He smiled. "Then I will just keep expressing my feelings to you until you agree." Luiyue let out a small laugh. She said happily, "If you're so stubborn, then I will try to give you a status." Rong Xiao was overjoyed. "Really?" She nodded lightly. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate to pull her into his arms. The two of them leaned against each other in a tender and happy moment. The next morning at Tianlu Academy, Baizen approached. "You've been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you? Come, I'll take you to meet Master." She smiled faintly and nodded gently. When Luiyue arrived, a calm voice sounded, "Las, comein." As she stepped over the threshold, she suddenly noticed a formation array appearing under her feet. It's a Xian formation again. A stream of light enveloped Luiyue, surprising her. "Is this a test for me?" Luiyue looked around in a daze. Why did the Xian formation disappear? Elder Sun slowly walked out. "Lass, how is my Xian formation?" She immediately cupped her hands and bowed her head. "Very miraculous." The old man laughed happily. "Then can I be your master? As long as you become my disciple, you can learn any Xian formation." Luiyue asked cautiously. "So, just now, Elder Sun was demonstrating his strength?" Elder Sun stroked his long beard, nodding in satisfaction. "That's right. If one sincerely wants to take a disciple, one must show the disciple the master's capabilities." She breathed a sigh of relief. "Elder Sun, Before she could finish her sentence, Jiding suddenly burst in. "Stop, stop, stop, stop." He quickly landed a blow on Elder Sun's head. You little brat, you dare to snatch a person from your martial uncle. How audacious. The old man jumped in fright, flustered. Martial uncle, don't strike. Why are you here? Jiding tilted his chin up, full of arrogance. Of course I'm here to take a disciple. He continued, I feel that we are very fated. I believe that we will meet again soon. In an instant, the image of a mischievous little boy holding a stone suddenly appeared in Liu Yue's memory. She was surprised. It's you, the kid who sold the stone? Jiding pulled out a few sprigs of herbs from his sleeve, gleefully. It's me, the 65th headmaster of Tianlu Academy, Yi Jiding. I'm a heavenly physician. Do you want to be my disciple? As long as you become my disciple, you can have as many red stones as you want, and I have many other medicinal ingredients. I absolutely won't bury your talent, he said as he moved closer, his voice full of temptation. The status of a heavenly physician is the highest. You should think it over carefully. Just then, a stern voice rang out, cutting everyone off. No need to think. Rongxiu walked in. You should still go into seclusion. Don't come out and cause trouble anymore. Liu Yue was surprised. Why are you here? He explained, the origin energy at Tianlu Academy is abundant. My mother has a small courtyard here for cultivation, and I also often come here to recuperate my body, just in time to be with you. She blushed, murmuring, watch what you say a little, there are outsiders here. Jiding sighed thoughtfully. It seems my path to taking a disciple is still very arduous. Meanwhile, Rongxiu, like a little fox, nestled against Liu Yue. All right, I'll listen to everything you say. Just then, Master Dong suddenly appeared, his voice full of anxiety. Elder son, the tidal demonic beast on Wanling Mountain has awakened. The student's training trial must be postponed until tomorrow. Elder Sun immediately reacted. Quickly go and notify the students to prepare thoroughly. Automatically form teams and head to the training grounds. Liu Yue bowed her head and replied, if that's the case, then I will go find other fellow students to form a team. Jiding waved his hand happily. Go on, little Liu Yue. Remember to think carefully about becoming my disciple. Then she left with Rongxiu. Elsewhere, in a room, Mingzhu was loudly arguing with Hong Yu. She said in a low voice, shouting directly, Mu Hong Yu, who the hell do you think you are? You dare to invite my brother Si to form a team with you? Hong Yu refused to back down, immediately retorting, your brother Si, how shameless. Hanging out with Su Xianmin has made your brain sick too. Liu Yue spoke up, attracting their attention. Hey, why is it so noisy? She was as beautiful as a celestial being. Si Ting cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. Su Liu Yue, who are you teaming up with for this trial? Mingzhu bit her nails in frustration, glaring at Liu Yue. Su Liu Yue, how dare you come and seduce my brother Si again? Over here, Si Ting continued, his voice enthusiastic. Do you want to join my team? We have exactly one spot left. Liu Yue tilted her head and refused. No, thank you. She turned to Hong Yu. Mu Hong Yu, how many people is your team short? She replied, 2 people. We originally wanted to invite Si Ting and Si Yang. Liu Yue smiled and said sincerely, then the 2 of us will join your team. Is that okay? Hong Yu was puzzled. The 2 of you? She turned around and pointed behind her. There's one more person over there. Seeing Rongxiu waiting, Hong Yu exclaimed in surprise. His Highness, Prince Li. Immediately, she rushed over and threw her arms around Liu Yue. I agree. I know you have a grudge against Su Xianmin. I don't like her either. For now on, you're my friend. I'll protect you. Liu Yue turned her head to look at her. Then I'll thank you in advance. In the evening, Liu Yue was sitting leisurely reading in her room when a sound from outside suddenly put her on alert. Liu Yue immediately drew her knife. Who is it? Shui was clinging to the window frame, whining. It's me, Shui. You scare me to death. Liu Yue immediately called it in. Yeah, it's Shui, coming quickly. But Shui got stuck at the window. Liu Yue laughed helplessly. She went over and hugged it. The window is too small. It's not that our Shui is too fat. It shyly burrowed into her. Don't say it. It's so embarrassing. Suddenly, Liu Yue sensed something unusual. She spun around, the blade ready in her hand again. Rongxiu gently caught Liu Yue's wrist, pulling her into his arms. Yue, are you trying to murder your husband? Liu Yue let out a soft huff and switched the knife to her other hand without hesitation. Rongxiu chuckled. I'm truly helpless against you. She pouted. Who told you to sneak up behind me? Serves you right. Liu Yue put the knife away and turned to ask him, aren't you resting? Rongxiu replied, his voice as light as the wind. We have to go up Wanling Mountain tomorrow. I was afraid you'd be nervous, so I came here. What, am I not welcome? She walked around him, her voice sarcastic. I wouldn't dare. with His Highness, Prince Li, gracing me with his presence. This humble girl is of course extremely welcoming. Rong Xiao gently tapped Liu Yue's forehead, as if in loving reprimand. Naughty. Xue Xue at the side hurriedly covered its eyes like a child. So embarrassing. The scene changes to the next morning. At Wanling Mountain, a group of people were gathered at the foot of the mountain. Hong Yu waved and called out loudly. Liu, His Highness, Prince Li. Over here, over here. She came over, affectionately linking arms with her. Come here. First I must introduce you to the members of our team. Hong Yu introduced them one by one. That strong one is Xin Hu. That serious-faced one is named Gu Mingfeng. Both are third-rank martial artists. Xin Hu stepped forward cheerfully. You must be Su Luwe, the genius of geniuses. I'm in awe. Mingfeng just replied briefly in a deep voice. Hello. Luwe replied. Hello everyone. I'm Su Luwe. Hong Yu handed her a small object. This is the signal to withdraw from the trial. Keep it with you and don't lose it. All right, let's set off. On the way, Liu Yue turned to remind Rong Xiao. Don't follow me. Aren't you afraid others will see through your disguise? He replied leisurely. If there's trouble, you'll handle it. I won't make a move. She laughed. Your plan is truly perfect. Up ahead, Hong Yu said excitedly. It would be great if I could break through to the 4th rank. Sun Hu also chimed in. That's right. I also want to break through to the 4th rank. Mi Feng, leading the way, calmly remarked. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Suddenly the grass beside them rustled. Liu Yue shouted loudly. What is that? Get out here. A small beast leaped out. Hong Yu's eyes sparkled. A blood eagle. It's a 3rd-rank demonic beast. A blood eagle. So cute. Is it trying to get close to Liu Yue? It immediately rushed over, clinging to her sleeve. Sun Hu sighed, his face falling. Is this the most useless 3rd-rank demonic beast in Legends? Our luck is not good. Liu Yue looked at the blood eagle. Do you want to come with us? It chirped as if in agreement. Her heart softened, and she gently instructed. Then you must be obedient, and we'll bring you along. Liu Yue placed the blood eagle on her shoulder. Let's go. But Rong Xiao quickly stopped her. Wait. Immediately after, Hong Yu screamed in panic. There's a wolf. Behind the bushes, a pair of bright red eyes lit up. Liu Yue said gravely, it's not just one, it's a pack. Hundreds of blood-red pairs of eyes appeared everywhere, surrounding the group. The wolves appeared from all directions. Hong Yu cried out in a fluster. 3rd-rank demonic beasts. Wind-chasing wolves? There must be at least more than 10 of them. There are only 5 of us. How can we be their match? Mingfeng frowned, saying doubtfully, that's not right. Although wind-chasing wolves are ferocious, they are very arrogant and rarely attack humans. Sun Hu impatiently cut in. Hey, stop analyzing. Hurry up and think of a strategy. Liu Yue drew her sword. She said to Rong Xiao, don't make a move. Hide behind me. He also cooperated obediently. Then I'll have to rely on you, and I'll take care of this little fellow for you. Just then, a roar echoed from the mountaintop. Liu Yue's expression changed. It's the Wolf King. She gave Hong Yu a subtle glance. To win, you must first capture the leader. With that, Liu Yue leaped forward. The Wolf King is mine. The others also charged forward to fight. Leave the other wind-chasing wolves to us. Soon, she reached the mountaintop. She faced the Wolf King directly. Unexpectedly, the fierce beast was able to bite and break the sword in her hand. It swung its claws, landing a heavy blow on Liu Yue's shoulder. Rong Xiao, standing below, his face went pale. Yue, how are you? She clutched her shoulder, shouting down. I'm fine. You don't need to make a move. Let me handle it. The Wolf King charged again. Liu Yue was as fast as lightning and stabbed it straight in the eye. She watched the beast fall to the ground, considering it dealt with. Rong Xiao rushed over. Yue, he said worriedly. You're injured. Liu Yue forced a smile. I'm fine. How are they? Rong Xiao replied. They were scattered by the wind-chasing wolves, but they should be fine. Come, I'll take you treat your wound. She nodded. Mem. He poured medicine on the wound, then gently comforted her. This medicine is very good for external wounds. It just hurts a little. Try to bear it. Liu Yue clutched her shoulder and cried out softly. It hurts. She thought to herself. It hurts so much. Is my cultivation still not enough? Rong Xiao sighed as he bandaged the wound. This is just an external wound, but if it's not treated well, it will leave a scar. Or should we go back and get it treated first? Liu Yue shook her head decisively. No, the trial must continue. Seeing her like this, he could only helplessly agree. All right, we'll We'll do as you say, Rongxiu said softly as he finished tying the bandage. The bandage is done. After speaking, he leaned down and placed a light kiss on Liu Yue's wound. Her face turned bright red, and she stammered, "What were you doing?" Immediately, the blood eagle rushed towards Rongxiu, screeching angrily, "Pervert, take a kick from me." But he easily pushed it aside. Rongxiu caressed Liu Yue's cheek, his heart aching. You don't know how to cherish yourself. It pains me to see that, so you have to compensate for my emotional distress. She froze for a moment, only letting out a soft, embarrassed sound. Rongxiu looked at her lips. For example, then he leaned down and kissed Liu Yue. Rongxiu rested his head in the crook of her neck. He whispered, "I'll be careful. I won't touch your wound." Liu Yue let out a soft, trembling, and delicate sound. He gently laid her down beside the crackling fire. The next morning, Rongxiu sat leaning against a tree, his gaze fixed on Liu Yue combing her hair by the stream. She glanced at him, teasing, "Have you had enough of looking? We should get going." Rongxiu smiled softly. "A lifetime is not enough to look at my Yue." Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out. "Help! Help!" Liu Yue spun around, frowning. That voice sounded so familiar. Right after, Mingzhu frantically rushed out of the forest. "Help! Help!" Xianmin ran while shouting loudly, "Help!" Rongxiu stuck his leg out, causing the two of them to tumble to the ground. Xianmin was still catching her breath. She glared angrily at Liu Yue. "Su Liu Yue, why are you here?" Mingzhu also got agitated. "It's you, the woman who seduced my brother Si." She laughed gloatingly. "I didn't expect the young ladies of the Su and Gu families to be in such a state. It seems you two have run into no small trouble this time." Xianmin struggled up to leave. "I don't have time to argue with you right now. If you have the guts, then stay here." Mingzhu hurriedly chased after her. "Sister Su, wait for me." Liu Yue frowned, puzzled, leaving so quickly. What's wrong with him? Suddenly, Rongxiu shouted loudly, "Danger!" He immediately rushed out to stand in front of her. Liu Yue was stunned. "What's wrong?" Suddenly, her pupils contracted. A fierce demonic beast charged out of the forest. Liu Yue shouted at the other two, "You provoked a fourth-rank demonic beast, a golden fur bear. Where are the rest of your team members?" Xianmin stammered. "The others got separated, ah." Mingzhu tried to justify, "We didn't provoke it. We just took the opportunity while it was out looking for food. Wanted to take the golden fur bear cub." Liu Yue was furious. "Fools. The golden fur bear is very protective of its young. If you touch its cub, it will always hunt you down. It will chase you to the very end." She turned to look at Rongxiu. "So what should we do? We've been dragged into this. It's too late to escape now," he calmly replied. "Then we fight." Liu Yue turned to the other two, giving a decisive order at such a close distance. "You can't escape. Cooperate with me to buy time. I'll set up a Xian formation to kill it." Xianmin looked annoyed, but Mingzhu was already starting to waver. "Xianmin, what she said makes sense. We should probably listen to her." Liu Yue's lips curled into a silent sneer at her. "What a pretense for the sake of survival. This is indeed the best solution right now." Xianmin gritted her teeth. "Fine. We'll cooperate with you." They immediately drew their swords and charged forward to fight the demonic beast. She turned back to tell Rongxiu, "I'll set up the Xian formation. You transfer your vital energy to me to achieve the best effect." He nodded. "All right." Liu Yue waved her hand, and spiritual energy spread throughout the space. The Xian formation gradually appeared. She said loudly, "Activate Xian formation." The magical power in the formation quickly locked down the demonic beast. Mingzhu was stunned. A fourth-rank wood origin formation. This Xian formation surpasses Su Liu Yue's rank. How could she do it? Restrained by the Xian formation, the demonic beast quickly fell. She took the opportunity to point her sword at it. "Who told you to chase me? Who told you to chase me? I'll kill you, over here," Xianmin thought smugly. "The golden fur bear cub is mine." Unexpectedly, the demonic beast's eyes flew open. It mustered its strength to swipe at them before collapsing. She shrieked, "My face!" while Mingzhu cried out in pain, "My arm." Liu Yue took out a vial of medicine. "This is medicinal powder for external wounds, but there's only one bottle. You two can decide who uses it first." Staring at the vial dangling before them, their thoughts were hard to guess. Xianmin acted first, snatching the vial. She yelled, "Mingzhu, I absolutely cannot be disfigured. Absolutely not. This medicine is mine. Mine." Mingzhu became furious. "Su Xianmin." Xianmin clutched the vial, glaring accusingly at her. "Su Liu Yue, stop pretending to be a good person. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been injured in the first place." Bitch. With that, she turned and ran off. Ming su xiaotit, su xianmin. Liu Yue's lips curled into a cold smile. One bottle of medicine, and a person's true character is revealed. Gu Mingzhu, you should thank me. She retorted angrily. Su Luiyue, you're no good person either. You and Su Xianmin can both go to hell. She shrugged, her voice indifferent. I don't care. It's just that. Luiyue leaned down, getting close to her, her voice low and threatening. I was originally going to settle the score with Su Xianmin, but unfortunately, she ran away. How about you pay her debt for her? Mingzhu was terrified. Pay? Pay what debt? I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, she said coldly. Speak. Luiyue tilted her head, thinking to herself, strange, what does she want to say? Could there be a hidden story behind her provoking the golden fur bear? She said resentfully, I know Si Ting likes you, but I like Si Ting. I'm jealous of you. So jealous I'm about to go mad. Why do you get his affection and not me? Why? Rong Xiu glanced at her. Po, Si Ting likes her. Luiyue avoided his gaze. I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. Mingzhu continued her story. Crown Prince Rong Jin approached me. He promised to help me marry Si Ting, as long as I found a chance to plot against you and Prince Li during the trial, to ensure you two couldn't leave Wanling Mountain. The golden fur bear was also part of his plan. She frowned slightly. So it was the crown prince who wanted to harm me. Rong Xiu was furious, his voice deepening. Rong Jin, I've underestimated you. She looked pathetic. I've told you everything I know. Don't kill me. I beg you both, don't kill me. Luiyue picked up a rope, a dangerous smile on her face. Since you've told me everything. Then, Mingzhu screamed her lungs out. She was tied up, roaring in anger. Su Luiyue, you venomous woman. I am the great young miss of the Gu family. How dare you humiliate me like this? She replied nonchalantly, all tied up. With that, Luiyue picked up a worm and held it close to Mingzhu's face, her voice slow. I helped you treat your arm, yet you're so ungrateful. Lead the way obediently. Otherwise, I'll drop this worm into your clothes. Her face turned deathly pale. No, I hate worms the most. Get away. Rong Xiu chuckled. So you just want her to lead you to the golden fur bear's cub? Luiyue replied calmly, what else? I killed the mother golden fur bear. That cub won't survive without anyone to care for it. He placed something in her hand, smiling gently. You are so kind-hearted. Here, this is your reward. She exclaimed with delight. The golden fur bear's Yuan Dan. Then I won't be polite. Mingzhu led them to a large cave. This is the golden fur bear's den. Its cub should still be inside. A pitiful little bear cub grabbed the hem of Liu Yue's clothes. She was surprised. Do all demonic beasts like to buy clothes now? Rong Xiu answered. Perhaps it's attracted to the scent of the Yuan Dan. The blood eagle immediately pushed the little cub away, growling, stay away from us. Luiyue searched Mingzhu and took out an item. She panicked. What are you doing with my signal flare? She replied faintly. I'm helping you quit the trial. Someone will come to rescue you later. Just wait here obediently. With that, Luiyue untied the ropes. Mingzhu snatched back the signal flare, shouting, I will not give up on the trial. Su Luiyue, you just wait. She quickly entered the Xian formation and disappeared. She was puzzled. She runs fast. But why is there a second-grade teleportation formation here? Luiyue and Rong Xiu left the cave and were suddenly stunned. What's going on? Why have so many demonic beasts suddenly gathered at the foot of the mountain? He nodded, his gaze heavy. I feel that these demonic beasts are very ferocious, as if they're waiting for us. She agreed, that's right. Who on earth did this? As if thinking of the same thing, they both said in unison. Rong Jin. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the adjacent mountain peak. Luiyue was horrified. A 7th-rank demonic beast, the black-winged, sky-swallowing python. A giant python with massive black wings spread wide, its roar shaking the very space around them. A flare shot straight into the sky, instantly blooming into fireworks. Below, Tsinhu's group heard the commotion and took notice. That's the master's signal. He wants us to leave here quickly, no delays. Mingfeng also wondered, is it because of the demonic beast disturbance? Beside them, Hong Yu urged, what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. However, Tsinhu and Mingfeng looked worried. But we still haven't found Prince Li and Su Luiyue. The man realized with a start and said decisively, that's right. We can't leave them behind. Hearing their words, Hong Yu pondered for a moment. With our strength, we'd be courting death against a demonic beast disturbance. Su Liyue's strength is formidable. Perhaps she can put up a fight. We must hurry back and report to the masters first, then come back to save them. Hearing her idea, the other two agreed. Makes sense. Let's go quickly. At the border of Wanling Mountain, a group of people was running in a panic. Hurry up, hurry up. Our lives are more important. It's the black-winged, sky-swallowing python. We're no match for it. Behind them, Hong Yu's group of 3 had also arrived. She hurriedly reported the situation to Elder Sunday, Elder Sun. Liyue and Prince Li are missing. They might have encountered the demonic beast disturbance. You must go save them quickly. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun grew even more worried. The demonic beast disturbance was caused by the sky-swallowing python. If those two don't return, I am afraid. Understanding the hidden meaning in his words, she panicked. The sky-swallowing python won't see them, right? What do we do? Not prolonging the situation, Elder Sun quickly turned to the 2 masters beside him. Master Ling, Master Dongfeng, you 2 take the disciples back. I will go find Prince Li and Su Liyue. Upon hearing this, both of them bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, sir. On Liyue's side, she was still stunned by Rong Xiu's strength. A 6th-rank martial artist. Rong Xiu is actually a 6th-rank martial artist. It's unbelievable. Coming back to her senses, she pulled the blood eagle off her shoulder and advised, "It's too dangerous here. You should go hide in a mountain cave." But after hearing her words, it shook its head as if to protest. "I want to go with you." But Liyue was firm. She looked at it resolutely and asked, "Aren't you a coward? Go find a place to hide." Seeing her expression, the blood eagle roused itself and screeched loudly, "If I say I'm not going, I'm not going. I'm not that kind of lily-livered coward." Elsewhere, the sky-swallowing python was growing impatient. It fiercely launched a powerful attack towards Liyue. Taking a hit from it, she spat out a mouthful of blood, but she felt puzzled. Strange. It doesn't want my life, it seems. It wants me to submit. Seeing her take a blow, Rong Xiu became even more worried. Are you all right? Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she turned her head to answer him. "I'm fine. I can still hold on." Hugging the blood eagle tightly, Liyue frowned and looked straight at the sky-swallowing python, provoking it. "You want me to kneel, so I should just kneel? Wouldn't that be too humiliating for me?" After hearing this, the sky-swallowing python's eyes widened and blood vessels bulged, showing it was enraged again. Its tail violently struck the formation, causing it to crack and shatter. Seeing this, Rong Xiu quickly pulled her into his arms to shield her. The 2 of them were now without any layer of protection. The sky-swallowing python charged to attack again. Seeing its movement, Liyue gritted her teeth and said, "I absolutely will not die here." Suddenly, a light emanated from her abdomen. She raised the glowing object, a look of astonishment on her face. This scene is just like when I first restored my Yuan Meridian. Without hesitation, Liyue quickly threw the object towards the sky-swallowing python, startling it. It hurriedly brought its wings forward, creating a barrier of fire. However, despite the burning fire barrier, the object easily flew through the sky-swallowing python's body. Standing by the cliff, Liyue and Rong Xiu intently watched the sky-swallowing python fight with the water bead. Suddenly, he clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing him like this, Liyue became worried. "You're injured. Why did you protect me just now?" Being chided by her, Rong Xiu could no longer hide it and explained the attack of a 7th-rank demonic beast. "I can barely withstand it, but you can't." The more she heard him speak, the more her heart ached. But while she wasn't paying attention, he kissed her hand, leaving her stunned. After a few seconds, Rong Xiu quickly let go of her hand. Pulling Liyue into his arms, Rong Xiu then stroked her head and coaxed, "The water bead can't hold on much longer. We should go now." Liyue's eyes lowered, and she replied softly to him, "Okay." Suddenly, someone rushed towards them hastily, startling them both. So Liyue. Mingzhu's clothes were in tatters. She crawled fearfully towards the 2 of them, her voice filled with terror. "The foot of the mountain is full of demonic beasts, and there's a python chasing me. Su Liyue, you have to help me. Take me back with you." Seeing her in such a pathetic state also surprised Liyue. "Gu Mingzhu." But this time, she just turned away with a cold face, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Pray for your own luck." Seeing that she was about to leave, Mingzhu lunged forward again, her mouth screaming continuously. Su Luiwe, you can't leave me behind. We are fellow disciples. You have to save me. Her constant screaming by her ear made her lose patience. Luiwe angrily turned her head back to look at her and shouted, "If you say one more word, I'll kill you right now. If you want to live a little longer, you'd better not touch me." Being treated so ruthlessly by her, Mingzhu was also stunned. "Su Luiwe, you're forcing me to my death." But this time, she replied without a hint of wavering. "When you led the golden fur bear here in the first place, did you ever think of this day?" With that, both of them turned their backs and left. Mingzhu's eyes were now filled with nothing but hatred. She glared angrily in her direction. "Su Luiwe, you are so heartless, pushing me to my death. If you're unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust." Without further hesitation, she grabbed a rock and threw it at her. "Go to hell." Hearing the commotion, Rongxiu immediately pulled her into his arms to protect her. "Be careful." When the two of them regained their footing, Mingzhu charged forward crazily. Su Luiwe, seeing her acting so crazily, Luiwe kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying. "Get lost." Her eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood spewed from her mouth. But she took this opportunity to grab onto her leg without hesitation. Mingzhu quickly turned to the sky-swallowing python and begged, "Sky-swallowing python, I'll help you hold her back. Can you spare my life? After all, you only want her life, right? Please don't kill me, okay?" Beside them, Rongxiu couldn't watch any longer. He angrily kicked her. "Get lost." At that moment, the water bead also shattered. Noticing the commotion, he hurriedly grabbed her hand and started running. "This is bad. The water bead is broken. Let's go quickly." Suddenly, the sky-swallowing python opened its mouth wide. A huge suction force from inside its mouth pulled in rows of green trees. Seeing this move, Luiwe immediately recognized it. The sky-swallowing python's strongest killing move, Heaven Devourer. Being pulled in, Mingzhu was still struggling and begging. No, I can't die. I'll just help you hold Su Luiwe back. Why are you killing me?" No. In an instant, she was sucked inside. Outside, Luiwe and the other were also in trouble. She was now being pulled in. Panicked, she reached out and called to him, Rongxiu. Seeing her like that, he became even more alarmed. "Yuya." Seeing him about to rush in, Luiwe became resolute. "Rongxiu, in this situation, only one of us can live. You go first." But by then, he had lost all reason. He hurriedly refuted her words. "No." Liu Yue's outstretched hand was grabbed by Rongxiu. Despite the sky-swallowing python still having its mouth wide open using its technique, he held her firmly in his arms. "I'm here. Don't say such things. Don't be afraid." Seeing him like this, the corners of her lips curled up. "Thank you, Rongxiu." Suddenly, a white figure rushed over quickly. Tuet fearlessly swung its hand and slapped the sky-swallowing python off balance. Being attacked, the sky-swallowing python became enraged and thrashed its body. Suddenly, its whole body crashed down, causing the demonic beasts in the forest to flee in unison. Above, Rongxiu had managed to hold Luiwe. "Hold on me tight, we're leaving." Hearing his instruction, she immediately agreed. Okay. Below, the sky-swallowing python took another blow to the head. In just a moment, it closed its eyes and died. Tuet, standing on its head, roared again, "How dare you touch my person?" Nearby, the blood eagle was miserable for being forgotten. Even though it was blown away, it didn't forget to complain. "Why did you leave me behind?" Suddenly, its whole body crashed straight into Tuet, startling it into a daze. Picking up the blood eagle, Tuet's eyes showed confusion as it asked, "Who are you?" Seeing this, it introduced itself. "Hello, my master sent me to tell you to bring the golden fur bear cub to Bibo Lake in the misty forest to find them." As soon as it heard this, Tuet rushed off. Grabbing its tail, the blood eagle was terrified. "Slow down a bit." Elsewhere, the water's surface rippled slightly. On Liu Yue's shoulder were 2 fresh scratch marks. Soaking in the lake, she stared intently at the thing in her hand. In an instant, her dantian merged with that thing. Her body gradually floated into the air, and a stream of power slowly integrated into her body. By the side of the lake, Rongxiu was still watching Luiwe intently. His eyes were fixed on her, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. Suddenly, Tuet and its companion rushed over and hugged him, causing him to fall over. "Master, I'm here." Suddenly, the charging blood eagle froze. Rongxiu easily grabbed it with one hand, causing it to struggle. Let me go, let me go. But he just stated faintly, she is healing, do not disturb her. Suddenly, he noticed Tuet beside him. What is it? Understanding his meaning, Tuet reported. The black-winged sky-swallowing python said it had a deal with Rongjin. It incited the demonic beast to riot to help Rongjin eliminate you and Su Luiwei. Rongjin would periodically bring people to it as sacrifices. After hearing its words, Rongxiu fell in a deep thought. Rongjin used Gu Mingzhu and the sky-swallowing python's method. This is a determination to take my life. It seems I can't spare him anymore. Suddenly, Luiwei walked over, calling his name softly. Rongxiu, my wound is better. As she spoke, she looked at him gently. Seeing she was only lightly dressed, he walked over, draped a coat over her, and advised with concern, don't catch a cold. Let's go to the room to rest. Seeing this, she also started walking. Let's go. Behind them, Tuet was stopping the blood eagle from following. If you don't want to die, don't go. But it still struggled. Wanted to run. I want to go with him. Arriving at the room, Luiwei looked around with interest. This small room is quite special. Seeing her so excited, he smiled and suggested, if you like it, we can come here often. Sitting down beside her, Rongxiu, full of self-blame, told her, this time, Rongjin was mainly trying to deal with me. You were implicated because of me. Holding a cup of hot tea, she immediately refuted him upon hearing his words. I don't feel like I was implicated. Quickly placing the tea cup on the table, her gaze softened as she looked at him. I only know that in this desperate situation, I could see your heart clearly. Rongxiu, I don't want to betray your feelings. Before he could react, she leaned in and kissed him on the lips. Outside, Elder Sun's voice echoed through the forest. Your Highness Prince Li, Su Luiwei, where are you? At this moment, he was standing by a cliff. Below was the corpse of the sky-swallowing python. Seeing its body, he was stunned. This is the black-winged, sky-swallowing python. What kind of power could kill it? Then he noticed something lying on the ground. A Xian crystal. Why is this here? Beside it was a broken signal tube. Prince Li and Su Luiwei really encountered the sky-swallowing python. They couldn't have been. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in self-reproach. It's all my fault for being late. How am I going to explain this to Martial Uncle now? Suddenly, the sky-swallowing python's Yuan Dan flew out of its body, catching his attention. The Yuan Dan? The black and gold Yuan Dan was still hovering in the air. Retrieving it into his hand, Elder Sun became even more anxious. The situation here is strange. I must quickly bring this back for Martial Uncle to examine. On the table now were all the things Elder Sun had collected. All four of them were now gathered around. In this situation, I'm afraid Prince Li and Su Luiwei are more likely dead than alive. Upon hearing this, a voice full of pity rang out. Oh heavens, little Luiwei had such a bright future, and yet, heaven is so unfair. Lingzhu also felt troubled upon hearing this. As for Prince Li's matter, there's no way to explain it to His Majesty. Suddenly, Master Dong picked up the Xian crystal and asked Elder Sun, where did this Xian crystal come from? Hearing this, the elder quickly replied, I found it along with the signal tube. What's wrong? Hearing this, Master Dong said dejectedly, this is the Xian formation the Gu family gave to Gu Mingzhu for protection. She hasn't returned either. Lingzhu was alarmed again upon hearing this. No way. Was Gu Mingzhu also swallowed by the sky-swallowing python? Elder Sun could only sigh at this point. How am I going to explain this to Martial Uncle? Suddenly, Qi Ting slammed the door and burst in, startling the elder. Where is little Luiwei? He angrily grabbed Elder Sun's ear and scolded him relentlessly. I entrusted little Luiwei to you, and you lost her. Hearing this, the elder hurriedly explained. When I arrived, she was already gone. Perhaps. Seeing this, he retorted, impossible. Little Luiwei is not dead. She is my disciple. Suddenly, he noticed the Yuan Dan on the table. With just a glance, he realized something's not right. The smell of human blood in this demonic beast Yuan Dan is too strong. Without hesitation, he quickly used his divine sense to enter the Yuan Dan to investigate. As soon as he entered, he saw a scene of someone offering people to the sky-swallowing python, and someone else intentionally feeding people to it. He is the real culprit behind little Liu Yue's disappearance. Such an act against the heavens, for little Liu Yue's sake, I must investigate this thoroughly. Outside, a crowd of gossips was buzzing. Have you heard the news? Prince Li and Su Luiwei are missing. Paying no mind to someone eavesdropping behind them, the group continued their focused discussion. What missing? They were killed by the sky-swallowing python. That's right, that's right. It seems Su Xianmin's face was also ruined. Her face is ruined, yet she still clings to the crown prince. How shameless. Over here, Xianmin heard every word they said, and she couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Su Luiwei, who caused my face to be ruined, is finally dead. Serve her right. This is perfect. I can impersonate her and go to the Tianling dynasty. There will surely be a way to restore my appearance there. You gossiping people, one day I will teach you all a lesson. Thinking this, she happily left. Elsewhere, Rong Jin had just folded a memorial, a triumphant smile on his face. Prince Li and Su Luiwei are dead. A great threat has truly been eliminated. That python is also dead, so I won't need to bring people to it anymore. At this, he loudly commanded the troops outside. Pass the order. We can make a move against Rong Xiu and his supporters now. Upon hearing this, the soldiers replied, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, Luiwei was happily holding a fish, showing it off. Rong Xiu, there are really fish in this lake, look. Seeing her like this, Rong Xiu tenderly wiped her hands and advised, "Can't you let Tuet handle such a small matter? You've made yourself smell all fishy." Beside them, Tuet had a bewildered look on its face. It was silently refuting, "I am a dignified 7th rank illusion master, not born to do this." Reaching out to hug him, she said with a contented look, "I've never gone fishing before. I'm taking this opportunity to try it once." Then she silently added in her heart, "On this difficult path of revenge, it's rare to have such a relaxing time." Seeing her like this, the smile on his lips grew even gentler. "What do you want to eat? I'll go make it." Hearing him ask, she replied gently, "You decide, as long as it's delicious." A while later, they were both sitting by the fire, grilling fish. Sitting beside him, Luiwei spoke up and asked, "How long have we been here?" Seeing this, he replied, 3 days. Hearing the answer, she was puzzled. "Aren't you anxious to get out? Are you just going to let Rong Jin do as he pleases?" But he remained very calm and told her, "I think of it like this. To make him despair, you must first let him go mad." At this, the smile on her lips grew brighter. Rong Xiu also faced her cheerfully. Rong Xiu lifted the curtain and looked ahead. Straight ahead is the imperial capital. Calculating the time, we've been traveling for 7 days already. Luiwei showed a worried expression as she calculated 7 days. I'm afraid the imperial capital has already fallen into Rong Jin's hands. His eyes were pensive. "That's right. I've received news that Rong Jin is pressuring the ministers who are close to me, including your father. Behind Crown Prince Rong Jin is a clique of treacherous officials. Rong Jin is very arrogant in the imperial capital right now. Tomorrow, the envoy from the Heavenly Spirit dynasty will arrive. When Rong Jin receives the envoy, he will be at his most arrogant." Seizing the moment, she said decisively, "That is our best opportunity." Luiwei was concerned. "That's right. Is my father all right?" Rong Xiu replied gently, "Rest assured, he is fine. He just misses you." She placed a hand on her chest, expressing her feelings. "I miss him too. I'll go visit him first. Then I'll come find you at the prince's manor." The two held hands and made a promise. "All right, come find me soon. I will always miss you." Luiwei reciprocated his affection. "All right." Before they parted, she deliberately left a gentle kiss for Rong Xiu. Her heels had already stepped off the carriage. She left Rong Xiu, who was still frozen, and waved goodbye. "I'm leaving now. Goodbye." With the elegant demeanor of a scholar, he placed his fingers on his cheek where the feelings still lingered. At the Chu manor, Chu Ning sat slumped on the doorstep, waiting for news of his daughter. "Yuer, you've been missing for 7 days. Why haven't you returned? Where on earth have you gone?" Just then, the manor gate opened. Thinking Luiwei had returned, he shot up, about to call out, "You!" But he was mistaken. The one who swaggered into the manor was none other than Chu Yan. "I heard Chu Luiwei went missing during the demonic beast disturbance. I'm afraid not even her bones are left. Although you two are not considered part of the Chu family, we were once brothers. Your younger brother is worried about you. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Brother, you must restrain your grief." Hearing those words from the dog-like scoundrel made Chu Ning's anger flare. "Shut up." Chu Yan had a gloating smile on his face. "Big brother, don't be angry. I really mean well. After all, I have to thank Chu Luiwei. Only with her dead does my mentor have the chance to go to the Heavenly Spirit dynasty." As if unable to listen to any more of his filthy words, Chu Ning sent him flying with a kick. "Get out." He grabbed Chu Yan by the collar and hauled him up. Chu Ning, having lost all reason in his anger, beat him until his mouth was full of blood. Yuera is not dead. Yuera will come back. She will come back. Suddenly, there was a loud call. Father! Chu Ning seemed to awaken from a daze. This is Yuera's voice. At this, he let go of the bruised and battered Chu Yen. Liyue stood at the door, her voice full of longing. Father, I'm sorry, Yuera is late. Chu Ning was so overjoyed that his voice stammered. My Yuer. The father and daughter had a joyous reunion. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Come, let's go inside and talk. Liyue obeyed. Yes. Chu Ning's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and ordered the servants. Yulot, tie him up and take him to the woodshed. If anyone dares to escape, I'll make sure they never see the light of day again. The servants obeyed. Yes. Chu Ning became flustered, his face full of worry. Yuer, you've gotten thinner. You must have suffered a lot, haven't you? Liyue recalled how Rongxiu had brought food to her lips every day. How could she have gotten thinner? Father, where do you see that I've gotten thinner? She looked at her father with concern. I really didn't suffer. You, on the other hand, have become much more haggard. The crown prince and the Chu family have been pressuring you, haven't they? Chu Ning beat his chest proudly. It's nothing. Your father can handle it. Liyue became serious and began to discuss. Father, I've returned this time because there is something important I need to do. You must keep the fact that I'm still alive a secret. What is so important? Liyue replied enthusiastically. To settle the score with Crown Prince Rongjin. In the main hall, all the civil and military officials were gathered, looking very lively. Crown Prince Rongjin had a righteous expression on his face. Master Dong asked in confusion, Elder Son, why didn't the academy head come to meet the envoy himself? Elder Son replied, Martial Uncle is researching the Yuan Dan and didn't want to come. I could only come in his place. The old man turned to instruct. Seating Chu Xianmin, in a moment the envoy from the Heavenly Spirit dynasty will test you too. You must be cautious and not cause any trouble. The two of them said in unison. Yes, a eunuch announced. The envoy from the Heavenly Spirit dynasty has arrived. Into the solemn main hall, a person in golden armor flew in, riding a sword. The person landed on one foot. It was none other than the Heavenly Spirit envoy, Mu Qinghe. Emperor Rongxiu saw Mu Qinghe arrive and joyfully spread his arms to welcome him. Deputy General Mu. He immediately acted with propriety. Rongxiu, long time no see. He stepped aside to introduce Crown Prince Rongjin. General Mu, you have traveled a long way. We were unable to welcome you from afar, and I hope General Mu will forgive us. This is my son, Rongjin. All of your activities will be arranged by him. The fellow acted sensibly. Rongjin pays his respects to General Mu. If you need anything, just tell me, Rongjin. A competitive glint flashed in Rongjin's eyes. By receiving this envoy, my status will be recognized by the Heavenly Spirit dynasty. No one will be able to shake my position. Mu Qinghe didn't waste words and asked directly. Rongxiu, I heard you have a genius here. Where's this genius? Xianmin suddenly spoke up, surprising others. General Mu, I dare not accept the title of genius. I just work harder than others. Rongjin gestured to introduce her in the face of Mu Qinghe's skeptical expression. That is Chu Xianmin, first place in the martial artist assessment. She is also my future crown princess. She looked delighted to have Rongjin's attention. Indeed, as long as I'm back in first place, Brother Crown Prince will definitely accept me. From two of Mu Qinghe's fingers, a spell was cast. The spell grazed Xianmin's shoulder, catching her off guard and unable to block. He still pointed at the person before him. Chu Xianmin, but I heard the genius's name is Chu Liyue. Speak, why did you deceive me? Where is Chu Liyue? She was terrified, her mouth stammering. I didn't deceive you. That Chu Liyue is already buried in the Wanling Mountains. She can't come. Seeing the urgent situation, Rongjin had to interject to defend her. That's right, Chu Liyue's talent was not bad, but her luck was poor. She encountered the black-winged, heaven-swallowing python and lost her life. Chu Xianmin's talent is also very high. She is now the #1 martial artist and will surely have a bright future. Mu Qinghe showed regret. A 7th-level demonic beast. Unavoidable, what a pity. Another voice cut through the chaos. Who said it's a pity? Liyue and Rongxiu walked into the main hall. I'm still alive and well. There's nothing to pity. To everyone's surprise, Liyue's face was still as beautiful as a flower. as flawless as jade. The one who was even more surprised was Xianmin. She trembled in fear, stammering, "A ghost, it's a ghost." Rong Jin came forward, looking enthusiastic. "This is great. You two are all right. This is truly great." Beneath that fake mask, he cursed inwardly. "That snake actually failed to kill you." Ignoring the crown prince, Lu Yue walked past him and said softly, "I'm fine, but you're the one who's in trouble." Standing before the grand hall, she knelt down and reported to the sovereign, "Your Majesty, the crown prince colluded with the heaven-swallowing python to deliberately plot against His Highness Princely. My disappearance was also because I was caught up in this matter. I ask Your Majesty to see the truth." Rong Xiao, standing beside her, added, "Imperial Father, what Miss Chu said is all true. Your son truly does not understand why the crown prince would act against me. Could it be that he wants to?" Faced with these accusations, Rong Jin became furious. "Rong Xiao, don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Rong Xiao put on a pitiful expression. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have always treated you as a brother. Why would you treat me like this?" Faced with this situation, Emperor Rong Xiao was also doubtful. "Rong Xiao, Chu Luiyue, you must have evidence to speak. Where's the evidence?" As if waiting for this cue, Qi Ting stepped forward and reported to the emperor, "There is. The crown prince made a deal with the heaven-swallowing python to plot against my disciple, Chu Luiyue. This is the Yuan Dan of the heaven-swallowing python. I invite your majesty to take a look." In his hand, he held a large, golden Yuan Dan. The scene before them was of Rong Jin making a deal with the large python, its mouth dripping with human flesh and blood. "As long as you help me, then from now on, I will bring people for you to eat every day." He continued, "Kill Princely, Rong Xiao, and while you're at it, kill Chu Luiyue too." Emperor Rong Xiao became enraged and pointed at the inhuman man. "Rong Jin, you are actually such a cruel person. Slaughtering your own brother, slaughtering innocent people. This position of crown prince, you shall not hold it any longer." Rong Jin, as if his soul had left him, collapsed onto the floor. "It's over, it's all over." Lu Yue was satisfied. Evil begets evil. Mu Qinghe looked at Lu Yue and asked curiously, "Is this Chu Lu Yue?" Emperor Rong Xiao turned to talk. "General Mu, my family matters have made a fool of me before you." Mu Qinghe replied coldly, "I came here this time to find talent. I have no interest in your family matters." Lu Yue reported, "Your Majesty, I suddenly feel unwell and ask for leave to withdraw." He approved. "You may withdraw." Mu Qinghe loudly stopped her. "Chu Luiyue, please wait." She turned slightly, revealing half of her face. "Is there something?" When he saw Yo Yue's face clearly, Mu Qinghe was surprised. Memories of Shang Wanyu suddenly returned. She looks so much like that person. Mu Qinghe shook his head. "No, it's impossible. In this world, no woman can compare to her." Facing the person before her, Lu Yue couldn't help but have her own thoughts. Mu Qinghe's face is so familiar. He was clearly my confidant back then, but now he's become the hunting dog for that pair, Jiang Yuqin and Shang Wanwan. This is a betrayal. Mu Qinghe was curious. "Chu Luiyue, I wonder which Yu character is your name?" Lu Yue didn't hesitate. "The Yu from Shenzhou Ji Yu." He was surprised. "What?" She explained. "It means dazzlingly brilliant." Mu Qinghe seemed to recall a past memory. The Empress asked him, "Do you know what Yu character is in my name?" Mu Qinghe at that time was extremely respectful. "Your Highness, the noble Empress, how would Qinghe dare to discuss your taboo name?" The Empress replied, "Yu, as in Shenzhou Ji Yu." Imperial Father said, "It also means dazzlingly brilliant." The Empress showed an extraordinary and magnanimous aura. "I heard you have never read a book before, so from today, how about I teach you to write?" Mu Qinghe's heart was full of reverence. Yes, he felt that Lu Yue was not worthy of using the name of that person from the past. "You're not to use this character." Mu Qinghe once again rode his sword and flew away. "In 2 days, you will follow me to the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. Do not be late." Lu Yue couldn't understand. "I'm not worthy. This has always been my name. Strange, is he still protecting Shang Wanyu? He didn't betray me." The moon had begun to illuminate the green tiles in the palace. Lu Yue leaned her hand against the wooden door, looking up at the sky in a daze. Rong Xiao walked over. "What's wrong, Will? You've defeated Rong Jin, but you're still not happy? Is it because of Mu Qinghe?" He slowly moved closer to Lu Yue, cherishing her. "I saw that your reaction when you saw Mu Qinghe was very strange. If you want to talk, I will listen." Louis Wei began with a question. Rong Xiao, if someone you cherish dearly is separated from you, and when you meet again, they have suddenly become your enemy, how would you treat them? Rong Xiao's gaze remained gentle. Affection and enmity are but a moment apart. Liu Yue's brow relaxed. I don't quite understand. Rong Xiao comforted her. Don't overthink it. Everything will become clearer. She rested her head on his shoulder. I have something to attend to tonight and can't stay with you. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Liu Yue agreed. All right. The paper flowers seemed even more fragile under the moonlight. A new day came, and another day ended. He was still nowhere to be seen. Liu Yue waited expectantly. He said he would come today. I've waited all day and still haven't seen him. Her eyes widened. The white lion, Xue, pounced on her, whimpering. Xue, why are you here? Where's Rong Xiao? Liu Yue touched Xue's still bleeding wound, asking worriedly. This wound of yours, who injured you? Where's Rong Xiao? Has something happened? Quick, take me to find him. On the water surface, Liu Yue rode on Xue's back, crossing the water towards a strange light ahead. She wondered, why did Rong Xiao hide a teleportation array here? Why would he do that? What secret is here? Liu Yue entered the teleportation array, passing through an illusion like intertwining ribbons of light. Liu Yue slowly determined. This place is. She was now in another space. Before her was an incredibly complex formation, the Heavenly Curtain Realm, the territory of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. Liu Yue couldn't help but be surprised. A voice echoed from somewhere. Your Highness the Holy Sun, long time no see. In the air, a figure in a black cloak sneered. I didn't expect your strength to have diminished so much. Rong Xiao also flew up over the water's surface and replied, it seems your life in the Wushuang Hall has been too comfortable lately, which is why you've deliberately come here to seek death. Rong Xiao's expression was extremely resolute. The hooded man laughed loudly. Seek death? Your Highness the Holy Sun. It's not yet certain who will live and who will die. Liu Yue thought to herself, Rong Xiao, Your Highness the Holy Sun. That title doesn't exist in the Miaoshan Kingdom. Where did this identity of Rong Xiao's come from? The man waved his hand, conjuring power. This is outside the Heavenly Curtain Realm. Your realm is suppressed to the 7th level. Your strength is greatly weakened. You won't be able to withstand 10 of my moves. As long as you die, my Wushuang Hall can seize the position of Holy Sun. Rong Xiao chuckled softly. Rest assured, even outside the Heavenly Curtain Realm, this Holy Sun can still see you off on your way. She frowned, thinking, Rong Xiao's realm is suppressed. Doesn't that mean he's at least a 7th level martial artist? He's not even 20 this year, yet he's that powerful. This talent is no less than my own in my previous life. The hooded man found it ridiculous. Your Highness the Holy Sun, you are injured now and have no strength left. Your life is definitely in my hands. He waved his hand, directing purple smoke towards him, but Rong Xiao managed to conjure a large orb to block it. Liu Yue also jumped onto Xue's back and rushed forward. It leaped onto a sturdy rock outcrop nearby. She jumped down and waited on the outcrop. You wait here. It's relatively safe here. I'm going to help Master. Liu Yue shouted. Xue, be careful. At the same time, Rong Xiao was also struck by the hooded man. The smoke, sharp as a blade, slashed across his body. The man flew over and shot out a bone chain. Your Highness the Holy Sun, this is where it ends. The thorny chain wrapped tightly around Rong Xiao's wrist, leaving his hand drenched in blood. Xue rushed from nowhere and pounced on the hooded man. He quickly reacted, using the chain to strike down both him and the lion at the same time. Rong Xiao and Xue were sent flying, crashing into the cliff wall. It used its body to shield him. Master, are you all right? Rong Xiao struggled to get up and replied, I'm Fine. Liu Yue ran over just in time, calling out, Rong Xiao. He turned and saw her. Yue, why are you here? Liu Yue quickly said, Xue brought me here. What on earth happened? Rong Xiao quickly turned to scold it. How reckless. What if Yue got hurt? It said worriedly, I'm sorry, Master. I just thought the water pearl in her dantian could help you. The hooded man watched this scene with interest and asked, another woman has appeared. So that's how it is. The rumors say Your Highness the Holy Sun is aloof and stays away from women, but unexpectedly, you've stayed outside the Heavenly Curtain Realm for so long for this woman. She was stunned upon hearing this. That sounds strange. Could it be that Rong Xiao was always in the Heavenly Curtain Realm before? How is that possible? He suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder. Rong Xiao raised his hand. Close your eyes. Lu Yue hurriedly shut her eyes tightly. Immediately after, he conjured a special stream of energy. Many ancient characters appeared in the space. The hooded man exclaimed in astonishment. The Holy Sun's golden body. How is that possible? How can you use this outside the heavenly curtain realm? You won this time. We will meet again. Rong Xiao did not let him have his way, directing the stream of energy to pursue him. Break. A large cloud of smoke folded and split into multiple directions, surrounding the hooded man. He retreated in fear. The space is collapsing. Damn it. A spatial gate opened, and the hooded man was sucked inside. No. Lu Yue watched in astonishment. The space collapsed. This isn't something a 7th-level martial artist can do. Just who is Rong Xiao to possess such heaven-defying methods? She hesitated. Rong Xiao. You. But before Lu Yue could finish, Rong Xiao placed a kiss on her lips. Lu Yue closed her eyes, lost in the moment. He lifted her chin, teasing. Since when have you been secretly looking at me? Lu Yue blushed and turned away. I wasn't. Rong Xiao smiled and replied, all right, you weren't. It was me secretly looking at you. The two only separated after a moment. Rong Xiao quickly spoke first. I want to go to the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty with you. There, I will tell you everything. Lu Yue asked in surprise. You want to leave the Miaoshan Kingdom? He put his arm around her shoulder. I am not just the 7th prince, Rong Xiao. Lu Yue understood and agreed. All right, let's go to the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty together. Time passed quickly. In the nuptial chamber, only the bride was left waiting. Xianmin sat inside, grinding her teeth in anger. That bitch Chu Lu Yue isn't dead yet, and she even caused Crown Prince Brother to lose his power. I can only be a concubine. There will definitely be a day when I take everything back. Suddenly, someone entered the room. She changed her tone to a soft one and called out, Your Highness, you've finally come. Rong Jin quickly swung his hand, violently yanking off Xianmin's veil, causing her to cry out in pain. Crown Prince Brother, what are you doing? Rong Jin pointed a finger and angrily scolded. What Crown Prince? I'm about to be deposed. Father Emperor forced me to marry you tonight to show his submission to General Mu. Indeed, the weak can only obey. You ugly, hateful bitch. Puffed. With that ugly face, you dare to dream of climbing into my bed? Get out. Xianmin hurriedly chased after him. Crown Prince Brother, Crown Prince Brother. He coldly brushed his hand and left. Take Chu Xianmin to the cold palace, never to be let out. Humiliated, she angrily placed the blame. Chu Lu Yue. It's all your fault, all because of you. If I can't live well, don't you even think about living well either. Xianmin quickly bit her finger until it bled, and she wrote a letter with her own blood to the esteemed Lady Gu. Time passed quickly. A horse-drawn carriage leisurely approached. Inside, Lu Yue was gently applying medicine to Rong Xiao's face. She said gently, You're so handsome, you can't be left with a scar. He was nonchalant. It's fine. Even with a scar, you'd still be mine, right? Lu Yue pulled her hand back and smiled lightly. That depends on my mood. From outside came the coachman's voice. Your Highness, we've arrived at Tianlu Academy. Rong Xiao instructed, wait for me to handle this matter. Then I will go directly to the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty to find you. She lifted the curtain and stepped out. All right, remember to apply the medicine on time. Lu Yue had finally arrived here. She looked at Tianlu Academy ahead with a sense of accomplishment, thinking, although the wait wasn't long, I'm truly reluctant to leave. A clear voice suddenly called out, Chu Lu Yue. Han Yu ran from somewhere and hugged her tightly. You're really not dead. This is great. You're alive. Lu Yue was startled. Muhuang igriku. She cried loudly. Chu Lu Yue, I heard you have to leave. I really can't bear to part with you. She comforted her. Don't cry. Even if you cry your eyes out, I still have to go. Lu Yue took out a stuffed bear. Here, last time at Wanling Mountain, I happened to find a golden pine bear cub. This one is still young and needs someone to take care of it. It's for you. Han Yu's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you, Lu Yue. She chuckled. All right, stop crying. Come with me to see the masters. She also returned to her usual lively demeanor. Lu Yue entered the main hall and bowed in salute. Little Heavenly Doctor, Elder Sunday. You two masters, I have to go to the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty, so I came this time to bid farewell to everyone. Qi Ting pretended to be annoyed. Little Lu Yue, I helped you with such a big matter this time. Now you're bidding farewell, and you still won't call me master once? She turned and bowed politely to him. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Only then did Qi Ting smile. Good. I have prepared a gift for you. You must take it with you. Master Dong stepped forward and asked, Chu Luiyue, I have something to ask you. Did you see Gu Mingzhu at Wanling Mountain? She recounted simply, I did. She was swallowed by the heaven-devouring python. He sighed, such is fate. A pity, a pity. Lady Gu suddenly burst in angrily. Don't stop me. Chu Luiyue, you killed my daughter Mingzhu. You must pay with your life. In the reception hall, Lady Gu rushed forward, screaming, Chu Luiyue, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Elder Sun quickly stood in front of her and conjured a protective barrier. Lady Gu, calm down. Your words concern a person's life. How can you be so sure that Gu Mingzhu was killed by Chu Luiyue? The woman stood outside, able to do nothing but pound on the barrier and yell, Of course I'm sure. I know that the last time Gu Mingzhu was seen, she was with Chu Luiyue. She sneered. Who told you that? It wasn't Chu Xianmin, was it? These words made Lady Gu freeze for a moment. Luiyue calmly explained, You're trying to frame me based on your mere words. Do you have any proof? You're a poor judge of character. You deserve to be deceived by Chu Xianmin. Hong Yu, standing behind, also chimed in. That's right, Chu Xianmin is the real venomous woman. Her words can't be trusted. She said loudly, Don't you twist black and white. Lady Gu pounded on the barrier and shouted, Chu Luiyue, I ask you, how could you have escaped from the black-winged, sky-swallowing python? She replied coldly, I have no need to tell you. These words enraged her even more. You don't want to say it. It must be you. You killed Mingzhu. It was you. Chu Luiyue, I must kill you. Kill you. Suddenly, Chu Ning walked over and interrupted. With just you, if you want to touch my Yuer, you'll have to get through me first. Seeing this, she ran to hug the Gu family head's leg and begged, family head, you're finally here. You must seek justice for our Mingzhu. Chu Luiyue is the murderer who killed Mingzhu. You must kill her. Kill her. Chu Ning calmly advised. Lady Gu, Yuer is the only person in the Miaoshan kingdom with a Daijing Yuan meridian. She is a genius recognized by His Majesty. By fabricating such a story, do you wish to oppose His Majesty? To oppose the entire Miaoshan kingdom? The Gu family head hurriedly bowed to make peace. General Chu, it is my failure to discipline her properly. I will take her back immediately. I still hope that for the sake of my recently deceased daughter, we can turn a big matter into a small one and a small one into nothing. He looked at her coldly. This matter affects Yuer's reputation. I want Lady Gu to apologize to Yuer herself. Lady Gu was forced to her knees by a group of people. I'm sorry. Unwillingly, she turned to the Gu family head for help. Family head, are you just going to watch as others bully my daughter and me? He only said in a cold voice, Apologize. Luiyue said sympathetically to her, Lady Gu, I'll give you one last piece of sincere advice. You shouldn't listen to certain people. Lady Gu swallowed her resentment and spat out a few words. I'm sorry. The Gu family head stood to the side, his face dark, thinking, Well done, Chu Xianmin, using the Gu family's loss of a daughter to sow discord, aiming to destroy my Gu family. As long as my Gu family still exists, Rong Jin shouldn't even think of making a comeback. He bowed to Chu Ning. Thank you, General Chu, for your forgiveness. This matter ends here. I will take my wife home first. He only replied faintly, I won't see you out. Qinghe suddenly burst through the main door, urging impatiently, It's been 2 days. Let's go with me. Luiyue said reluctantly, Father, Yuer doesn't know when she'll return this time. I can't fulfill my filial duties to you. You must take good care of yourself. Chu Ning looked at her affectionately. Don't worry, Yuer, I have my own plans. He placed his hand on Liu Yue's shoulder. My Yuer has grown up. This time, you must cultivate well in the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. Make good use of these resources and opportunities and strive to break through. She smiled, yes, I'll remember. Then she took out her sword, and the two of them also rode their swords and flew off. In the celestial realm, there was a row of soldiers standing guard neatly. Qinghe introduced, Look, that is the Heavenly Curtain Realm, which the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty is in charge of guarding. He handed Luiyue a token. There are 2 ways for cultivators outside the Heavenly Curtain Realm to pass through it. One is to break through to level 7 and pass automatically. The other is to be let in by someone. Although you have a Daijing Yuan Meridian, you're only a level 1 warrior. I will give you a token to help you pass. The greatest standard of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty is respect for the strong. You should manage on your own. She took it. Thank you, General Mu, for your guidance. Luiyue walked through the world gate with pride. Although I have the potential for level 4, I haven't been able to advance further. The path of the water bead. In the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty, there are many talented people. If I want to have a place, I must cultivate diligently. 2 guards in front of the door blocked the way. This is the Heavenly Curtain Realm of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. Who are you? Qinghe took out his token, Black Cavalry General Mu Qinghe. She also said, Chu Luiyue of the Miaoshan Kingdom. The two soldiers stepped back and bowed. Please, you too. She stepped inside lightly. Luiyue looked around carefully. Heavenly Spirit Dynasty, Jiang Yuqing, Shangwanwan, I Shangwanyu. And back. A formation opened in the middle of the road, and Luiyue and Qinghe were teleported here at the same time. She stared blankly at this place. Ahead was the Tongfu Inn in the West Hill imperial capital of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty, the place I am most familiar with. A strange energy suddenly condensed on Luiyue. She suddenly felt strange. Why is the heaven and earth spiritual energy in West Hill suddenly flowing into my body? Qinghe turned and left. I have matters to attend to. Go to the Mu residence by yourself. He glanced at her. I'll give you one last piece of advice. In the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty, the strong are revered. Even if you're beaten to death by a stronger person, no one will sympathize with you. Luiyue said cautiously, I understand. She watched Qinghe's figure leave on his sword. The strong are revered. It seems the first thing I'll do in West Hill is establish my might. Before long, someone started trouble. Hey, you woman, hand over the money. The man said loudly, outsiders who use the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty's teleportation array must pay. You used the largest one, so that's 10 platinum cards. Luiyue sneered. 10 platinum cards is 100,000 taels of gold. You're too greedy. She thought to herself, the opportunity has arrived. The troublemaker frowned. You're not paying? Luiyue calmly tucked her hair back. You're not the one in charge, so of course I won't pay. The man shouted. First time in West Hill, you have to learn the rules. I'm a level 5 warrior. You're just a level 1 warrior. If I tell you to pay, you pay. It would be a pity if this pretty face gets ruined. She was stubborn. I refuse to pay. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, come and take it. The troublemaker raised his fist, courting death. Luiyue quickly grabbed his hand. She swung her arm and threw the troublemaker hard to the ground. Luiyue stepped on his body. She drew her sword and said coldly, You're weaker than I thought. Do you admit defeat or want to continue? The man trembled. You win. Luiyue flew her sword right in front of the troublemaker's face as a show of force. 10 platinum cards. Are you paying or not? The man's face turned pale. I'll pay. Some onlookers chattered about the scene. A level 1 warrior from outside the Heavenly Curtain realm. Since when did they become so strong? The 10,000 competition is about to start. Is she going too? Hearing this, she inquired, Excuse me, what is this 10,000 competition that you two just mentioned? They smiled and replied, It's a competition specially organized by young Master Jiang and Princess Shangwanwan for the strong, but participants must have a Daijing Yuan Meridian. I heard the prizes are very rich. Luiyue replied, Thank you. She pondered, so it's organized by Jiang Yuqing and Shangwanwan. Then I must go to the 10,000 competition to meet them, but it's a bit strange. Mu Qinghe also values my Daijing Yuan Meridian. Why must participants have a Daijing Yuan Meridian? Luiyue arrived before the city gate. What on earth do Jiang Yuqing and Shangwanwan want to do? It turns out the garden I used to grow medicinal herbs has also been taken over by Shangwanwan. She stepped in lightly. She really has stolen everything from me. Luiyue handed over the registration form. Hello, I'm here to register for the 10,000 competition. The manager looked at the papers and approved. Chu Luiyue, Daijing Yuan Meridian, checked. Tomorrow is the preliminary round. Remember to be on time. Suddenly, she felt something inside her body. Luiyue collapsed and screamed in pain. The manager ran over. What's wrong with you? She clutched her stomach. My Yuan Dan is about to explode. It hurts so much. This feeling, am I not about to break through now? Luiyue went to the Mu residence, but was stopped by the guards. Halt. Who goes there? She held up the token. I am Chu Luiyue from the Miaoshan Kingdom. Quickly take me to my room. They quickly replied, yes. They led her to a room. Miss Chu, as you instructed, all the servants of this room have been dismissed. If you have any requests, just call out and we will come. Luiyue replied, all right, thank you. In the room, she took a pill and immediately Luiyue entered a state of leveling up. I hope the pill master gave me can protect me for a successful breakthrough. I can already feel the boundary of level 2. I can definitely break through successfully. A golden pearl quickly took shape. She smiled, level 2 done. Luiyue clenched her fist. The large pearl flew into the sky. What's happening? The water bead is out of control. Her body grew weaker. She coughed up blood. Luiyue clutched her chest in pain. Why is the heaven and earth Yuan Qi still flowing into my body? If this continues, my Yuan Meridian won't be able to withstand it. At best, I'll be injured. At worst, I could lose my life. The pearls suddenly turned back, flying quickly and stabbing forcefully into her forehead. Luiyue let out a fierce scream. The pearl inside her continued to level up, level 3 warrior. Luiyue fell down exhausted, sighing in relief. A scare but no real danger. Having passed this trial, I have more confidence to participate in the 10,000 competition. Luiyue smiled faintly. I've broken through to level 3. Rongxiu will definitely be very happy when he finds out. Her eyes filled with sadness, but he is not by my side. I can't share this joy with him. A blood ferret suddenly jumped onto Luiyue, chirping. She exclaimed happily, "It's you, why are you here too?" It licked Luiyue's cheek affectionately. I'm here, I'll be with you." She laughed, "Stop fooling around." Luiyue pulled the blood ferret away to look at it. It struggled and jumped onto her shoulder. The two of them watched the night scene outside the window. The moon was high in the sky. Elsewhere, Rongxiu, wearing a fur cloak, stood before a vast army. His voice was full of powerful authority. Wushuang Hall sent people to assassinate this king. Their rebellious intentions and clear evidence must be punished. Rongxiu's face darkened. Today, this king will personally lead the expedition to punish Wushuang Hall. Kill them all. They shouted in unison, "As you command, Holy Sun." They raised their swords high, kill, kill, kill. On a large arena, Luiyue walked out to the stands. As expected, all the contestants had Daijing Yuan meridians. She suddenly overheard several people talking. "Have you heard? The third princess isn't coming to this competition either." They said, "That's right. She manages everything in the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. For this preliminary round, of course she won't come, but she sent her fiancé, who is also the eldest young master of the Jiang family." She frowned. Jiang Yuqing. The people continued to discuss the Jiang family's eldest young master, the eldest son of Grand Tutor Jiang Lizhua, wasn't he previously? The other person raised a hand. "Shu, don't you want to live anymore? How dare you say such things?" He looked bewildered. What's wrong? 2 years ago when I came to West Hill, wasn't it still said? They whispered, "It's not the same now as it was before." Because of that, an accident happened during cultivation. After that person died, the third princess was extremely grief-stricken, washing her face with tears all day. Afterwards, the Jiang family's eldest young master was by her side to comfort her. Luiyue fell silent. "So after I died, this kind of rumor spread." Jiang Yuqing and Shangguan Wan are truly capable, turning black into white. She chuckled softly. "It was clearly they who betrayed me. Yet in everyone's eyes, I became someone not worth mentioning." Jiang Yuqing even became Shangguan Wan's fiancé. Those two really put in a lot of effort. A girl suddenly spoke up. "Hey, you're Chu Luiyue. I am Zhao Juanji of the Lingyun sect. I heard that yesterday, as a level 1 martial artist, you managed to defeat a level 5 martial artist. Is that right?" She turned around. "I am. What do you want with me?" She pointed a finger. "I am also from outside the Heavenly Curtain realm. I am now a level 5 martial artist. Chu Luiyue, I want to challenge you. Do you accept?" Luiyue smiled. "Oh, you're most welcome." Juanji angrily scolded. "Don't pretend to be so relaxed. Let me tell you, I'm from the Lingyun sect, not like those other level 5 weaklings." She feigned surprise. "Is that so? Then let me tell you something too." Luiyue provoked. "I am now a level 3 martial artist." She was stunned. "What?" The people in the stands buzzed. "My God, advancing 2 levels in one night. She's a genius among geniuses." "Don't be ridiculous. How is that possible? That young lady is truly formidable." The little lady from the Lingyun sect is definitely going to lose. There's a good show to watch today. Juanji rushed forward in frustration. Even if you leveled up, you're still just a level 3 martial artist. I'm a level 5 martial artist. I won't admit defeat." She grabbed her and dragged her away. "I'm going with you to make the arrangements now. My first opponent must be you." Luiyue nodded. "All right, let's go." The arrangements were quickly made. On the stage, only the two of them remained, ready to fight. Luiyue summoned a flame, calculating, "This is the time for my primordial fire of a heavenly doctor to appear." A voice rang out. 10,000 competition qualifiers begin. Juanji charged forward with her sword, to be defeated by my ice sword. Your trip here won't have been in vain. The ice sword and the flame collided, quickly generating a great force. But soon, she was overcome by the heat of the flame, causing her to drop her sword. What is this monstrous thing?" The red flame transformed into ropes that bound Juanji. Lu Yue threw her to the ground and mocked. Admit defeat. My primordial fire can suppress your ice sword. You are too careless, with poor reaction skills. It's right that you lost. Juanji sobbed. I didn't lose, I just didn't win. The stands erupted in cheers again. Chu Liyue wins. She chuckled softly. Say what you will, I won anyway. From behind the stands, Liyue suddenly sensed something. Yuqing had witnessed everything from behind. This primordial fire, this smile, so much like her. This Chu Liyue, who is she really? She turned coldly in that direction. Jiang Yuqing, the traitor, was right in front of her, so vividly alive. Now I no longer feel the pain of betrayal, only the desire to take revenge on you. Liyue calmed herself down. Chu Liyue, you must stay calm. To overthrow Jiang Yuqing, you need a careful plan. You absolutely cannot act on impulse. Suddenly, there was a scream from behind. On another stage, two people were also fighting. One fell down in pain. Are you a beast? Why are you eating human flesh? The other guy spat out a piece of flesh. Want to continue? The referee shouted, Jiang Wenzhou wins. The other guy fled in panic. No, I surrender. Wenzhou frowned. TSK, this guy's flesh stinks. He and Liyue made eye contact at the same time. Wenzhou rushed over and said, You are Chu Liyue. The character, you, is very nice. She also smiled. Jiang Wenzhou, your name is also very nice. He said seriously, I need your help with something. Liyue was bewildered. Help with what? Wenzhou pointed, I want your fire seed. He explained, of course, I won't ask for your help for nothing. In return, I can be your attendant for 10 days. Liyue was confused. 10 days? Wenzhou quickly corrected, 20 days. 30 days at most. She secretly felt something was off. This kid's head is a bit strange. Liyue thought for a moment and decided to teach him a lesson. First, this is not how you ask for help. Second, even if you were my attendant for a year, I wouldn't be interested. Third, do you even know what a fire seed is? He replied fluently. First, I'm asking for your help, so of course it should be on my terms. Second, I already said 30 days at most, a year is absolutely impossible. Third, I know what a fire seed is. You are a heavenly doctor, so of course you have a fire seed. Liyue asked again seriously, Who told you that a heavenly doctor has a fire seed? Wenzhou replied coolly, That's my private matter. She turned to leave, then that person lied to you. Only a top-tier heavenly doctor can refine a fire seed to help a cultivator become a heavenly doctor. I can't do that right now. This matter, I can't help you. He ran to block her path. Liyue tilted her head. What is it? Do you want to become stronger? Wenzhou said seriously, I know you can help me, but you feel I'm not sincere enough. He explained, I want to find someone. I have cold energy in my body and must rely on a fire seed to survive. Without a fire seed, I'm afraid I'll die before I find that person. She asked again, Is that person very important? Wenzhou looked around. To me, that person is the most important. Liyue thought to herself, so it's the person he likes. Finally, she said, I can help you. He held out his pinky finger. Really, let's make a pact. Liyue was stunned. A pact? Wenzhou waved his hand. This is the highest level pact between people. That person was the first to make a pact with me. You are the second. Liyue agreed and hooked her pinky with his. All right then. This young boy really values me. She stepped forward and ruffled his hair vigorously. All right, from today on, you are my attendant. Wenzhou cried out in alarm. Hey, what are you doing? Don't rub my head. Liyue felt like teasing. What's wrong? You just made a pact, and you're already resisting your master? He lowered his head, aggrieved. I wouldn't dare. She looked Wenzhou up and down, assessing him. As my attendant, your clothes are too unsightly. Liyue quickly pulled him along. Come with this young lady to buy some good things. We'll have mooching a pay for everything. Wenzhou cried out again, I know. Stop rubbing my head. She threatened domineeringly. I'll rub it if I want to. Liyue walked ahead magnanimously, leaving Wenzhou to follow, carrying a pile of things. Shopkeeper, wrap all these up for me. Little Zhou, we bought a lot. Let's go back to the Mu residence. She walked over and took a few packages. Let me help you. You're really diligent. If you keep this up, others will bully you. He was taken aback. What did you say? Liyue didn't answer and turned to walk ahead. Let's go. Wenzhou didn't move, just stared blankly at Liyue. The words she said, he had said them too. She hummed as she walked. When we get back, you'll immediately change into these clothes. You hear. He quietly lowered his head, I know. Suddenly, a sword flew from nowhere and landed right in front of Liyue's toes. She shouted warily, Who is it? Liyue looked up ahead. In front of them was a large sedan chair with its curtains drawn. She looked at them, confused. Who are they? What are they trying to do? The person inside said lightly, Miss Chu, no need to be so tense. This humble one is merely interested in your primordial fire of a heavenly doctor and wishes to see it again with my own eyes. Liu Wei immediately became highly alert. This is Jiang Yuqing's voice, a voice I could never forget. Could it be that he already suspects my identity? Outwardly, she remained calm. I cultivated the primordial fire of a heavenly doctor myself. Is there a problem? Yuqing narrowed his eyes. This color, this purity, it's so much like hers. After demonstrating, Liu Wei turned to leave. Young master, you've had your look. We'll be leaving now. The sword once again blocked her path, frustrating her. Young master, is there anything else? He asked. Do you know a person like this? Liu Wei was suspicious. Like what? Yuqing replied. A woman, very powerful, very noble, also a heavenly doctor like you. She pressed her lips together. He really suspects that I'm Shang Wanyu. How should I answer this? Liu Wei denied. I only have one master, the headmaster of Tianlu Academy in Miaoshan Kingdom, Yi Zhiding, and I don't know any powerful woman. If you're looking for a woman, forgive me, but I cannot assist. She pulled Wenzhou's hand. Let's go, he said loudly. Stop them. Immediately, the sedan chair carriers leaped forward and surrounded them. He threatened, Miss Chu, if you continue to be uncooperative, I'll have no choice but to invite you to my place for a while. Liu Wei sneered. Just for a while? I'm afraid I won't make it back alive. Wenzhou stood in front of her. If you want to touch Chu Liu Wei, you'll have to get past me. Yuqing revealed a vicious expression. Go. Suddenly, an agile figure rushed into the middle of the encirclement. With just one move, he took down all the surrounding men. Rongxiu came forward to support her. You wear a long time no see. Liu Wei covered her mouth and smiled. Rongxiu, you're so handsome. He pulled her into his arms and said coldly, This young master, Chu Liu Wei, is my fiancé. It's not good to snatch people like this. I have some abilities myself. If you're not convinced, you can come and have a discussion. Inside the sedan chair, Yuqing was so angry he gritted his teeth. I can't even see that man's cultivation level. It's best to leave first. There's really no need to ruin my great ambition for an unknown woman. Rongxiu hugged Liu Wei and asked gently, Did you miss me? She smiled and replied, Very much, very much. I thought of you every minute, every second. He affectionately kissed Liu Wei's forehead. Wenzhou saw this scene and coughed loudly. Only then did she come to her senses. I almost forgot, little Zhou is still here. Liu Wei quickly pushed Rongxiu away. All right, there are outsiders here. She introduced, This is Jiang Wenzhou, a guard I just acquired. This is Rongxiu, my fiancé. He looked at the boy with a cold expression. Rongxiu put his arm around Liu Wei's waist and declared bluntly, Fiancé, this form of address is not bad. Call me that more often in the future. She blushed. Scoundrel. Wenzhou frowned. I have no interest in idle people. He gave a fake smile. I also have no interest in the guard beside my fiancé. Liu Wei looked at them, confused. Hey, the atmosphere right now is a bit strange. Rongxiu pushed her to go first. Yue, let's go. Liu Wei also turned away. Oh, okay. She instructed. Little Zhou, help me carry some things. Don't lose them. It's all money, even though it's not my money. He said softly, yes. So Wenzhou walked behind the two who were chatting. Rongxiu asked, whose money did you use to buy these? Liu Wei replied, Mukvinges. He's very wealthy. He was a little displeased. Why did you use his money? She tilted her nose up. I don't have any money. Besides, I'm staying at the Mu residence, so I can use the Mu residence's money as I please. Rongxiu was slightly startled. You're staying at the Mu residence? Liu Wei tilted her head. That's right. Feeling uneasy, he handed her a treasure. There's enough money in this Qinkuan ring for you to buy a new house. That way, you won't have to live in someone else's house. Mu Qinghe doesn't look like a good person. You should stay a little further away from him. Don't wrong yourself. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the treasures inside the ring. Liu Wei picked it up and examined it. This is way too much. Forget buying a house. This could buy an entire country. Rongxiu chuckled softly. It's all yours. Go pick a house that you like. Sometime later, at Chu Yue's new house. She turned her head to look at him and smiled. Rongxiu, my taste isn't bad, right? He looked at her, shimmering under the moonlight, and replied softly, not bad. Liu Wei held a lantern, turned around, and asked, Rongxiu, tomorrow I'll be participating in the qualifiers for the 10,000 competition. Will you come and watch? He gently hugged her from behind. I'm sorry, my matters aren't settled yet. I'm afraid I can't go with you tomorrow. Liu Wei lowered her head sadly. How long do you plan to be gone this time? Rongxiu said softly, I will return quickly. She put on a cheerful smile. What a pity you won't be able to see my heroic posture as I dominate in all directions. He went along with it and teased. Yes, what a pity. Rongxiu felt playful and blew lightly on Liu Yue's ear. So, I want to preview tonight. She blushed and pushed him away. Don't, Xiaozhou is still. Rongxiu frowned. I've already sent him back to his room. He won't disturb us. He wrapped his arms tightly around Liu Yue's waist. Rongxiu swept her up into his arms. Let's go. Outside, a formation was being deployed, and a lively crowd had gathered to watch. The elders solemnly announced, as you can all see, this barrier contains a special transportation formation. The destination is the heavenly spirit divine domain. In the past, only those with royal blood could enter the heavenly spirit divine domain. But the third princess has decided to open it to give more cultivators a chance to become stronger. Therefore, the finals of this 10,000 competition will be held in the heavenly spirit divine domain. Hearing this, everyone was extremely excited. One person praised, the heavenly spirit divine domain is where the ancestor of our heavenly spirit dynasty ascended. I heard the ancestor left behind quite a few treasures. Maybe we'll encounter some fateful opportunity this time. Another person added, the heavenly spirit domain is the heavenly spirit divine domain. To be able to enter once, I'll have no regrets in this life. The man praised endlessly. The third princess truly has a generous heart to be willing to open the heavenly spirit divine domain. Such magnanimity is truly unparalleled. Liu Yue and Jiang Wenzhou stood at the back, listening to everything. She felt extremely uncomfortable. The heavenly spirit divine domain is a forbidden area created by the ancestor. How can others be allowed to enter so casually? It's one thing for Shangwan to not respect her predecessor. The divine domain is extremely dangerous. Even those with royal blood have a slim chance of survival, and for ordinary people, it's almost a certain death path. Why is she pushing them to their deaths? The elder pointed to the steel and announced loudly, I declare, the rules for the finals of the 10,000 competition are, the names of the contestants are carved on the jade stone. Anyone who is seriously injured within the domain will be automatically eliminated, and their name will be erased. The last person remaining will be the winner. Now, everyone will enter in order. Liu Yue was extremely surprised to hear this. She gave Jiang Wenzhou a medicinal pill and instructed him carefully. Here, this is a pill I just refined to suppress cold energy. It's for you. He immediately put it in his mouth. Seeing Jiang Wenzhou's lack of suspicion, Liu Yue asked curiously, Aren't you afraid I poison it? He replied nonchalantly, I am your attendant now. This is what should be done. While the elder was calling out the participants' names one by one, Liu Yue discussed with Jiang Wenzhou, this transportation formation could send us anywhere. We can't be sure we'll end up in the same place. Jiang Wenzhou then reassured her, I will go after you. Before I find you, the contract temporarily doesn't count. Liu Yue replied calmly, Actually, that's fine. If we meet, that's naturally good, but if we can't, Jiang Wenzhou remained resolute. No, I will definitely find you. Liu Yue happily agreed. All right, just then, the elder called out a name. Chu Liu Yue. She thought to herself, sometimes this stubborn kid is quite interesting. I just hope he can really find me. She walked toward the barrier and put her hand through it. Instantly, Liu Yue was transported to the heavenly spirit divine domain. She couldn't help but marvel at the scene before her. This is the heavenly spirit divine domain. To the right is a swamp. To the left is a desert. I should go left. It feels safer. After walking for a while, Liu Yue gradually became exhausted. It's so hot. I'm starting to regret this a little. Suddenly, the water bead appeared. She was overjoyed. The water bead is absorbing primordial energy. My body feels much more comfortable. This is truly an unexpected gain. Suddenly, Liu Yue noticed something in the distance. Hey, over there is. As the mist cleared, she exclaimed with joy, the ancestor's sword. Liu Yue ran quickly towards the sword, unable to hide her excitement. I heard that back then, Ancestor Shangwanqing borrowed 81 heavenly lightning bolts to forge this sword. Summoning the heavenly Tao above, slaying divine beasts below, it swept through the world undefeated and was called the Long Yuan sword. Suddenly, a strange light emanated from the sword. Suddenly, that light wrapped around Liu Yue's leg, causing her to scream in panic. That scream attracted Jiang Wenzhou's attention. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. It's Chu Liu Yue. Something must have happened. Hold on a little longer. I'm coming to find you. Then he sped off in the direction of the scream. At this moment, Liu Yue was being pulled closer and closer to the sword. She panicked. What is this? In the chaos, the water bead suddenly appeared, and on it, the word enter unexpectedly materialized. Seeing this, Lu Yue was quite confused. Enter? You mean you want to enter this golden fire? I'm afraid I'll be burned to ashes. But there's no other way. I might as well take the initiative. She shouted go. Suddenly, Jiang Wenzhou ran over from a distance and called out, Chu Luiyue, Chu Luiyue. A man standing behind saw this and sneered. Stop calling. I'm afraid Chu Luiyue has already turned to dust. The woman next to him taunted. That woman is crazy. She actually jumped into a pit of fire. Not even her bones will be left. The other man was gloating. This gets rid of a strong opponent. How refreshing. Those words reached Jiang Wenzhou's ears, making his blood boil. You're right. Indeed, one competitor is gone, but it's not Chu Luiyue, but you. At this moment, Luiyue was still safe. She couldn't believe what was before her eyes. That relief sculpture is the Long Yuan sword. Seeing that the water bead seemed anxious, she turned and said, Calm down a bit. I'm going in now. Luiyue gently touched the sword, and she immediately entered inside. The scene before her left Luiyue utterly astonished. So many treasures. This must be the ancestors' treasure trove. Immediately, something caught her attention. It was a giant dragon skeleton. Luiyue wondered. This skeleton, it's being suppressed by a level 9 profound formation. The water bead immediately gave her the answer. Luiyue was overjoyed. It's actually the bones of the ancient divine beast, the Taishu Phoenix dragon. So, the ancestor managed to suppress it. First, the sword chi of the Long Yuan sword pulled me in. Then the water bead led me here. What is this all for? Could it be to lead me here to break this profound formation? But this is a level 9 profound formation. I'm only a level 3 martial artist. How can I break it? She stared at the water bead, her pride a little hurt. It seemed she was being looked down upon. Seeing this, the water bead said, Still looking at me? Luiyue made up her mind. Then let me try. Then she closed her eyes to focus and gather her strength. The time has come. Luiyue unleashed a terrifying power, borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao to break the profound formation. Seeing that the situation looked promising, Luiyue thought, There's hope. The barrier was broken in an instant. She was overjoyed. It's broken, Luiyue celebrated inwardly. Whether for cultivation or refining medicine, this skeleton is a masterpiece. Seeing her struggling to pull the skeleton, the water bead cheered from the side. Keep going. It seemed a bit too much for Luiyue, but it's too heavy. If only Rongxiu were here. From behind, a man suddenly appeared and said, You've taken my things, and you still want to leave? Little girl, that's not very nice. Luiyue was startled and whipped around. Your things, could it be that you are the ancestor? The ancestor loudly criticized, You thief, put down that bone in you, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Luiyue then threw the bone down. She was too emotional to speak. Ancestor, I actually get to meet the ancestor. Seeing Liyue's teary eyes, the ancestor was very flustered. Hey, little girl, what are you crying for? You don't cry. If you want the thing in your hand, just take it. She immediately stopped crying and gave a satisfied smile. Thank you, Ancestor Senior. He rushed in front of Luiyue and said, You don't need to be afraid. I am just a remnant of consciousness left in the Long Yuan sword. The heavenly spirit divine domain. In the past, only members of the royal family could enter. What is your name? Where are you from? How did you get in here? She answered calmly. This junior is Chu Luiyue from the Miaoshan kingdom outside the Tianma realm. I entered the heavenly spirit divine domain this time for the 10,000 competition. The ancestor was a little displeased, letting outsiders into the sacred land. This is truly outrageous. This Shangwan Wan, although her aptitude is not good, it's not so bad that she would forget her ancestors like this. Luiyue added, I heard that something went wrong with her primordial vein. The ancestor sighed and turned away. No wonder. Forget it. It's better that I don't know about these things. For the heavenly spirit royal family to have such a devious descendant is truly a disgrace. Speaking of which, how were you able to enter this grand hall? Luiyue was flustered. The ancestor suddenly remembered. The door to this grand hall can only be opened by someone from the heavenly spirit royal family. Who exactly are you? Luiyue was utterly panicked. No way. My reincarnation hasn't been discovered, has it? Suddenly the ancestor laughed loudly. You have a treasure on you, one related to the heavenly spirit dynasty. She was very surprised to hear this. A treasure? The ancestor continued. However, perhaps the time is not yet right. The time is not yet right. Since you were able to enter this place, you and I share some fate. I originally wanted to pass this Long Yuan sword on, but now it's better to give it to you. Luiyue hesitated slightly. Senior, do you mean this Long Yuan sword is? The ancestor said decisively. That's right. The Long Yuan sword has already chosen you. Lu Yue couldn't hide her surprise. Outside, the sudden appearance of the Long Yuan sword caused Jiang Wenzhou and the other participants of the 10,000 competition to panic. The crowd shouted in unison, "The Long Yuan sword has flown up. Could it be that it has acknowledged a master?" Jiang Wenzhou was also stunned. "That's Chu Lu Yue." Lu Yue raised the sword high and declared, "In my name, I grant you your name. Long Yuan sword, accept me as your master. Ascend to level 4. The participants of the 10,000 competition couldn't hide their ambition. "It's Chu Lu Yue. She's not dead yet. Let's team up and eliminate her." Hearing this, Jiang Wenzhou immediately attacked to eliminate the threat. Lu Yue was surprised to see him. "Little Jiang, why are you here?" Jiang Wenzhou calmly replied, "I once said I would come find you. I've already helped you eliminate the other competitors." Suddenly, he drew his sword and stabbed himself, then looked at Lu Yue and said with a smile, "Now, as long as I'm eliminated, you will win first place." Lu Yue was incredibly grateful in her heart. "You little Jiang, he's such a fool to injure himself just to get eliminated." She looked at the Long Yuan sword in her hand and made up her mind. There's no more time to lament. The heavenly spirit divine domain will frantically absorb origin energy. Before my origin energy is completely drained, I must condense all the power of the heavenly path into the sword. Only then can I truly become the new master of the Long Yuan sword. After speaking, she focused on gathering her power. At this moment, in Liwang Hall, the guards were reporting the latest news. "Your Highness the Holy Sun, Wushuang Hall is gradually retreating. It won't be long before we can conquer it completely. For now, morale is high. We can win in a single attack." Ignoring the guards' excited chatter, Rong Xiu was lost in thought. I really can't underestimate you. To ascend to level 4 so quickly and even obtain the Long Yuan sword." Seeing his silence, a few guards whispered to each other, "What's going on? Why did His Highness suddenly smile?" "I don't know." Suddenly, he gave an order. "Assemble the soldiers and attack Wushuang Hall with me." Rong Xiu thought to himself, "After dealing with them, I can have some peace and quiet for a while. Yue, wait for me." At this moment, Lu Yue had teleported back before everyone's eyes. She was extremely satisfied with her achievements. Lu Yue announced loudly, "I, Chu Lu Yue, am ranked first in the 10,000 competition." The onlookers erupted into chaos. "Oh my god, Chu Lu Yue won first place. Is this real or fake? I'm afraid I'm seeing things. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Didn't Chu Lu Yue cheat? The winner has already won. Stop talking nonsense." From a distance, Jiang Wenzhou called out softly, "Chu Lu Yue, I found you." He didn't go back on his word. Lu Yue was deeply moved. "You didn't go back on your word." "Thank you, little Zhou." An elder walked towards her. "Chu Lu Yue, congratulations. You are much more formidable than I imagined. You deserve this first place." Lu Yue replied humbly, "Elder, you flatter me." Lu Yue was just lucky. He suddenly remembered, "All right, just now young Master Jiang told me that he and Princess Shangwan are hosting a banquet at Xinli Garden, and they hope you can attend." She bowed in thanks. "Since young Master Jiang has invited me, I will definitely go." Though she said this, Lu Yue did not let down her guard. For Shangwan Wan and Jiang Yuzhen to hastily organize a banquet like this, there must be a problem. I must be careful. A moment later at Xinli Garden, Wanner exclaimed happily, "Yuzhen, you're here." Yuzhen bowed respectfully. "Greetings, third princess." Seeing this, Wanner was surprised. "Huh?" She pouted coquettishly. "What are you doing?" He hurriedly explained, "We haven't had our grand wedding yet. We shouldn't meet privately like this. Everything should follow the palace etiquette." Wanner took his hand intimately and said happily, "Yuzhen, this is Huayang Hall, and there are no outsiders. You don't need to be like this. Besides, whatever this princess wants to do, who would dare to stop me?" Yuzhen's expression seemed a bit forced. He replied cautiously, "It's not wrong to be a little careful. I'm doing this all for you. Let's not talk about this anymore. You came to find me so late. Is it because of the 10,000 competition?" Wanner immediately confirmed. "That's right. You must have heard the news from the 10,000 competition. The winner is that Chu something." Yuzhen continued. "Zhu Liu." Wanner nodded repeatedly. Right, that's the name. "I heard she's only in her teens." She suddenly gave a sinister smile. "Do you know? She had the best performance, and she even broke through to level 4 inside the Heavenly Spirit Divine Domain. This means she has a great affinity with the Heavenly Spirit Divine Domain, her origin meridian." Yuzhen suddenly cut her off. "Wanner, it's too early to talk about this now. We must proceed step by step. That's the only way to be safe. We cannot act rashly before His Majesty wakes up." Wanner suddenly got angry and shouted, "But I can't wait any longer. For over a year, I've lived in fear every day, afraid that others will discover my origin meridian has been destroyed, that I've become a cripple. If I can't recover before ascending the throne, then everything will be ruined. Yujin, what's wrong with you today? I feel that everything is progressing smoothly, so I'm happy. Are you not happy for me? Yujin coaxed her softly. How could that be? Of course I care about your future. I just feel heartbroken thinking about the hardships you will suffer later. So right now, we absolutely cannot alert the enemy. This is the only way to not fail. According to the plan, tonight at Shinli Garden, we must keep Chu Luyue by our side. A moment later in the main hall, a servant announced, "The third princess has arrived. The prince consort has arrived." Warner and Yujin appeared like an inseparable pair of lovebirds. Luyue thought to herself, no matter how powerful they are, in the end, it's all just stolen goods. The others, however, were full of praise. I finally get to see Princess Shangwan. Her aura is truly extraordinary. Luyue had now made up her mind. Shangwan, I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces to erase the hatred in my heart. Warner then called out, "Which one is Chu Luyue, the first place winner?" Luyue replied respectfully, "Chu Luyue of Yeshan Kingdom greets the third princess." Warner ordered, "Raise your head." Liu Yue's eyes were full of defiance as she gave a confident smile. Chu Luyue of Yeshan Kingdom greets the third princess. She immediately recognized it. Those eyes that smile, it's clearly an illusion. It must be an illusion. There are many people in the world who look alike. This must be just a coincidence. The Shangwan Yu who self-immolated her origin meridian back, then is already dead. She can't come back. Seeing Warner frozen, Yujin interrupted. The third princess greatly admires Chu Luyue. A reward. She snapped back to reality and feigned happiness. Right present the reward. The Heavenly Spirit dynasty has always respected the strong, and besides, you bear some resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine. Luyue retorted sarcastically, "Oh, I wonder which old acquaintance that might be." On the outside, she had to appear happy, but in her heart, she was full of scorn. Resemblance? Of course there's a resemblance. This body originally contains the soul of Shangwan Yu. Warner immediately put on an act of extreme sorrow. "To be honest with you, you have some resemblance to my deceased elder sister. Seeing you suddenly, this princess was reminded of my elder sister." Her heart couldn't help but ache with sorrow. Yujin came to comfort her. "Warner, she loved you the most. If she saw you this sad, she definitely wouldn't be happy either." Warner replied mournfully, "Yujin, thank you. I just miss my elder sister too much. My apologies. I made a fool of myself in front of everyone." Seeing the pair of lovebirds acting their parts so perfectly, Luyue added a few words to the play. "If the third princess's elder sister's spirit is watching, knowing that you miss her so much, she will surely be very comforted and will always be by your side, protecting you." On the surface, she said this, but in her heart, she was utterly contemptuous. "Keep pretending. It's so nauseating." Wana was extremely awkward. On the surface, she said, "Yes, I hope she can watch over me." But in her mind, she thought, watch over what? Who needs her to watch over me? How hateful. Yujin then introduced, "Chu Luyue, our heavenly spirit dynasty has 4 great sects, including Lingyun's sect, Zixiao Sword sect, Longya Mountain, and Chongshu Pavilion. According to the competition's tradition, you can enter any sect you wish. Which sect do you want to join?" Luyue immediately made her choice. "I choose Chongshu Pavilion." Yujin looked confused. "Huh? Chongshu Pavilion is the weakest of the 4 great sects. Have you thought this through?" She remained resolute in her decision. "I have thought it through. I, Chu Luyue, want to enter Chongshu Pavilion." Suddenly, Jiang Wenzhou appeared out of nowhere and said, "Me too. Whatever she chooses, I will choose that. I also choose Chongshu Pavilion." As soon as he finished speaking, Luyue happily patted his head. "I knew you were a very clingy kid." Jiang Wenzhou pouted, "Don't pat my head." Yujin glanced at Warner, thinking to himself, Chongshu Pavilion, that was Shangwan Yu's sect. It will be troublesome to deal with Chu Luyue in the future. A master suddenly appears and decisively chooses Chongshu Pavilion. Strange, truly strange. Luyue walked away proudly. "Third princess, prince consort, we are injured. We'll take our leave first." Jiang Wenzhou also followed and said, "Goodbye." Seeing the two of them leave so defiantly, Warner's face turned green with anger. How rude. Leaving just like that, completely disregarding me. This Chu Luyue and Shangwan Yu are equally detestable. She gritted her teeth and said haughtily, "This princess is tired." Returning to the palace, Yujin said respectfully, "Third princess, I will see you off." Back in her chambers, Wanner was like a madwoman, smashing things everywhere, then angrily accused. You knew all along, didn't you? Yujin remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Knew what? She screamed. You've met Chu Luiyue before. Why didn't you tell me? What does she look like? He made up an excuse. It's just that her face has a few similar features. Why do you need to care so much? Wanner gave a scornful smile. Do you really think so? You dare say, looking at her face, you really had no thoughts at all? If you don't have a guilty conscience, then why didn't you tell me before? He then whispered sweet nothings into Shangwan Wan's ear. Wanner, have I ever lied to you? I don't like her, but for the sake of her origin meridian, you must endure it for now. If it weren't for the origin meridian, I would definitely kill her. Shangwan Wan gently caressed Yujin's cheek. Her voice is sweet as baked sugarcane. Yujin, in this entire place, you are the only one who treats me well. That year I lost my origin meridian, you did not abandon me. Later, you even did everything in your power to help me find a way to recover my origin meridian. Now, her origin meridian is right before my eyes. I can't wait any longer. Therefore, we must act quickly. He immediately agreed. I understand, Wanner. You're tired too. Go get some rest. Shangwan Wan replied softly. After Yujin left, she immediately summoned Chan Yi, who announced, your servant is here. Shangwan Wan then ordered, investigate Chu Luiyue, find out what her background is. Also, have someone follow the Jiang family. At this time in Liu Yue's room, Jiang Wenzhou was extremely worried. Miss, you have an internal injury. Liu Yue was surprised. Huh, what injury? Jiang Wenzhou was a little flustered. Didn't you say at the banquet that you were injured and wanted to go back to rest? Seeing how naive he was, Liu Yue burst out laughing. Are you stupid? You believe that? I don't have any internal injuries. I just made an excuse to leave. Jiang Wenzhou was dumbfounded. Is that so? Liu Yue handed him a medicinal pill and instructed, but your external injuries still need to be taken care of properly. This is a pill specifically for external injuries. You must take it on time. Jiang Wenzhou obediently followed. After a long day, Liu Yue was now exhausted. I'm a little sleepy. You should go back and rest too. Jiang Wenzhou said softly, sleep well. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door. Liu Yue grabbed the Long Yuan sword and asked, Senior, are you still there? The ancestor immediately appeared. Lass, what did you call me for? Liu Yue cleverly asked for a favor. I just advanced to level 4 and want to stabilize my aura. Can you stand guard for me? He teased her. Lass, are you starting to order me around now? Liu Yue immediately used sweet words to beg the ancestor for help. How would I dare to order you around? Someone as handsome and kind as you. Please agree to help a junior. The ancestor couldn't help but give in to her earnest plea. Such a sweet talker. Fine, I'll stand guard for you. Liu Yue was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. Liu Yue then focused on her cultivation. She thought to herself, let me see what's different about level 4. Not bad, not bad. It really is level 4. Suddenly, something appeared, surprising her. What is that? At this moment, Liu Yue and Jiang Wenzhou were planting in the garden together when she suddenly turned and said, Little Zhou, we have seeds. Help me call the senior and junior disciples to come here and plant. He immediately obeyed, yes. But in his heart, he found it very strange. He just gave her a few things, and she's already like this? Suddenly, Yu Qi-song came to stop the two of them. Wait a moment, Liu Yue, the medicinal herbs can't be planted. She asked, puzzled why. He sighed and slowly explained. I know this can't be hidden any longer. A year ago, after that great battle, any medicinal herbs in this garden would quickly wither and die. To stabilize morale, I lied that the garden had been abandoned. Liu Yue was extremely surprised. Did someone break in and destroy the garden? Perhaps so. Unfortunately, I have investigated for a year, but still have no results. Liu Yue frowned in annoyance. This is too vicious. To completely destroy the foundation of a sect, but what method did he use? Suddenly, Jiang Wenzhou held out a clump of grass and said, Hunyuan sand. There's Hunyuan sand under the soil. Liu Yue was puzzled. What is Hunyuan sand? Jiang Wenzhou immediately explained. Hunyuan sand is extremely toxic. It looks like ordinary sand, but it can seep anywhere like water. These medicinal herbs withered so quickly because they absorb the Hunyuan sand. The person using Hunyuan sand will absorb the primal qi in the earth's veins to rapidly increase their cultivation level. If we don't dig up all the Hunyuan sand quickly, this entire mountain range will collapse. Seeing that he seemed knowledgeable about this poison, Liu Yue asked, Then do you have a solution? Jiang Wenzhou thought for a moment and said, there is a solution. Hunyuan sand is very sensitive to human blood. We can use fresh blood to attract it and make it coagulate into a mass, then eliminate it. It's just that this blood must be fresh blood that has never flowed out of a human body. Hearing this, Lu Yue was extremely alarmed. You mean we actually have to use a living person as bait? She didn't hesitate at all and was very resolute. I know. Let me do it. Jiang Wenzhou immediately stopped her. No. The concentrated Hunyuan sand will quickly absorb the primal energy in a person's body. After absorbing all the primal energy, it will start to gnaw at the body. In an instant, the body will be gone. Lu Yue reassured him. Don't be nervous. I won't do things I'm not sure about. But no matter how Lu Yue tried to persuade him, Jiang Wenzhou was adamant about not letting her be the sacrifice. No matter what you say, I won't let you take the risk. Seeing how much he cared for her, she was a little surprised. Little Zhou, Yuchi-san also agreed with Jiang Wenzhou. Wenzhou is right. You're a level 4 martial artist now. How can you do it? Even if someone has to go, that person should be me. Lu Yue had no intention of giving up. She gently persuaded, I know, everyone is worried about me, but here, only I have this ability. She immediately executed a move, the aura of a level 7 martial artist. Yuchi-san and Jiang Wenzhou's jaws dropped in surprise. Level 7? Lu Yue then asked, can this prove my ability? Although I'm not yet a level 7 martial artist, I have enough energy in my body. Hearing this, Yuchi-san was very puzzled. So you're saying you can borrow the primal energy of other martial artists? Lu Yue hesitated slightly. You could say that. She confidently turned to ask Jiang Wenzhou for his opinion. How about it, little Zhou? Can I try? He turned away sharply and said in a low voice, you're already a level 7 martial artist. How can I stop you? Do as you wish, but you must be careful. Lu Yue replied happily, I know. At this time, in the Holy Sun's bedchamber, the court officials were in an uproar in protest. For the Holy Sun to suddenly want to destroy Wushuang Hall is truly too stubborn. No matter what crime Wushuang Hall has committed, you shouldn't be so ruthless. Just because you hold great power, do you disregard us? Rong Xiu replied calmly. This Holy Sun has always been like this. Are you all planning to report this Holy Sun? Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out. Ming 36 appeared from above and said magnanimously, this is a world where the strong are revered. What's wrong with His Highness being like this? I heard that His Highness has finally dealt with the Wushuang Hall crowd recently. This old man is very pleased, so I came specially to congratulate you. He immediately threatened the rebellious officials. Whoever wants to oppose, feel free to step forward. If there's nothing else, then leave quickly. The officials were frightened and requested to leave in unison. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, I will take my leave. As soon as the group left, Ming 36 sneered. Humph. A bunch of incompetents. All they know is how to shout here. Rong Xiu said with a smile, thank you, Elder Zun, for helping this junior out of a tight spot. The old man presented a letter and smiled. Don't say such polite words. I was merely acting as a matchmaker for you. A while later, a senior disciple came to find Lu Yue to inform her. Junior Sister Chu, someone is looking for you. It's someone from outside, a man waiting outside. He says he's here on the orders of His Highness Princely. But which prince is Princely? Why do I hear? Hearing this, Lu Yue was overjoyed and exclaimed, it's Rong Xiu. It was a subordinate sent by Rong Xiu. He knelt before Lu Yue and handed her a sachet. Your subordinate, Yin Xing, pays his respects to Miss Lu Yue. Your subordinate is here today to give you this. Lu Yue happily accepted it. Medicinal herbs and seeds. This is what I need most right now. She didn't forget to ask about Rong Xiu's situation. How is he? Yin Xing replied, Miss Lu Yue, don't worry. The master is safe and sound. Lu Yue didn't forget to ask a favor. Please give this letter to him. Yin Xing respectfully obeyed. Yes. Amidst the romantic scenery of falling leaves and a feeling of great tranquility, Rong Xiu slowly took out the letter to read. It seemed as if every thought was written on each page. Where, I miss you too. This is the first time I've seen the Holy Sun so dejected. Rong Xiu's face looked very content and happy at the sight. Ming 36 had a dozen thoughts in his head, seeing him in such a mood for the first time. What kind of woman could make him fall in love like this? Ming 36 broke the silent atmosphere. Your Highness, the little princess consort has written to you. Aren't you planning to go see her? It's good for young people to meet more often. Rong Xiu said softly, I'm afraid it's not appropriate right now. What's not appropriate about it? It just just so happens that this old man has nothing to do and would also like to go take a look. Rongshio's expression seemed pensive. Since Elder Zun has spoken, then this junior will not refuse. He must have found the answer to what he wanted. Yanqing, UMO, we leave in half an hour. Yes. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a place shrouded in night with mystical stars in the vast sky. Below on the ground was Yuchi Song. Beside him were Lu Yue and Si Yang in the middle of a huge, powerful magic formation room that seemed to want to swallow them whole in this silent space. I will stand guard here. No one will disturb you too. Thank you, Pavilion Master. At that scene, Si Yang also wanted to lend a hand. I understand Han Yuan San best, so I can help you stand guard in case anything goes wrong. You must call me immediately. Hearing this, Lu Yue replied with peace of mind, all right. She held a sharp knife and without a moment's hesitation, cut her palm. Drop by drop, the blood slowly trickled out. Her face showed not a trace of fear, but instead, strength. She held out her hand, as if preparing to cast a protective spell or create a powerful magical force. When the drop of blood fell, a magical power that overwhelmed everything around it suddenly erupted. The blood streaks, like knife cuts, appeared distinctly and frighteningly. In a flash, Lu Yue realized that little Zhou's words about what could happen were starting to make her a little apprehensive. Just as little Zhou said, condensing the sand really consumes a lot of primal energy. The situation pushed Chu Lu Yue into a difficult position. She immediately unleashed all her strength, summoning a water pearl that absorbed all the magical power around it. Water pearl, lend me some of your power. The water pearl spun in midair, trying to absorb all the power. A series of blood streaks rushed forward as if wanting to tear everything apart, the red rays swirling endlessly. Lu Yue held that power in her palm. A fiery red magic stone, containing immense power, gradually appeared. After a while, the surrounding scenery returned to its original peaceful state. Lu Yue said to everyone, Pavilion Master, little Zhou, we succeeded. The man in front of her replied with satisfaction, That's right, Lu Yue. You've worked hard. How are you? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? They were overjoyed, and their reward was a sparkling, crimson gemstone. I'm Fine. Now, how should we handle this? This thing came from the southern borderlands. The best way is to return it to the southern borderlands. Upon hearing what she said, Yuchi Song unconsciously pondered it, causing Si Yang's gaze to turn towards him. The southern borderlands. As far as I know, in the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty, only Jiang Chengwu has ever been there. Lu Yu's pupils widened, as if she had realized something. Does that mean he was the one who manipulated the Han Yuan Sand incident? We can only speculate, but there's no proof. In such an anxious atmosphere, Si Yang was unusually calm. Verifying this matter is very simple. If he is the mastermind, then the power he obtained from the Han Yuan Sand before is about to start backfiring. In a mild case, his cultivation level will drop. In a severe case, his sharp, cold eyes unhesitatingly spoke of what would happen. His origin meridian will be damaged. Jiang Yuchen was sleeping when a sudden pain jolted him awake. He screamed in agony. It hurt so much. He raised his hand to look and saw a blood-red streak running across his wrist, like a root absorbing nutrients. Why is this happening? Could it be that the people from Chongshu Pavilion have discovered something? But the Han Yuan Sand is from the southern borderlands. Very few people in Shilling know about it, let alone how to deal with it. Who on earth caused this? Wait, not long ago, Chu Lu Yue came to Chongshu Pavilion. Yuchen's eyes seemed to have identified the person behind this. A look of hatred appeared in his eyes as Lu Yu's figure slowly emerged in his mind. Yuchen lay collapsed inside, his body trembling. From outside, the anxious shouts of a servant echoed. Young master, are you all right? He then strenuously managed to reply, Pass on my order. From today onwards, I have caught a cold. I will not be receiving any guests. The servant quickly complied, yes. Yuchen was alone, fighting against the tormenting pain. He clutched the blanket, gritting his teeth to suppress the misery in his heart. Absolutely no one can know about this. Absolutely not. The news that he had secluded himself in his private room reached Guan Wan's ears. Her voice, filled with panic, rang out. What? Yuchen has shut himself in and won't come out? The female servant continued to report. This servant has only just heard this news. It is said that he has a cold and is not seeing anyone. Guan Wan was a little suspicious. She pursed her lips lips with a question in her mind. Now is the crucial moment for me to restore my origin meridian. Why would he suddenly shut himself in? So she decided to go and confirm herself, urgently ordering someone to the Jiang Manor. The servant naturally obeyed as you command. Before she could even set foot at the gate of the Jiang Manor, an arm stretched out to block Guanwan. Princess, princess, please stop. Guanwan angrily scolded in a high voice. Are you trying to rebel? A bunch of servants dare to block this princess. Princess. In that tense moment, a coughing sound was heard. Yuchen had appeared before Guanwan could enter. He cleared his throat and asked, Waner, why have you come here? Guanwan rushed over. Yuchen, I naturally came to visit you. But faced with her somewhat eager reaction, Yuchen hastily dodged. Waner, my cold is contagious. Don't come near me. Guanwan, stubborn and petulant, raised an eyebrow and retorted, I am the third princess. I do as I please. You dare to stop me? Yuchen could only let her do as she pleased. I wouldn't dare. But in his mind, he sighed helplessly, so difficult to deal with. Seeing his hand covered in messy red bloodstains, Guanwan couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Yuchen, what's wrong with your hand? He gave a perfunctory answer. It's nothing, just a symptom of the cold. Guanwan also nodded as if she believed him. Is that so? But she was smart and knew full well about his secretive attitude. Lies, I don't believe it. A moment later, she looked at Yuchen with pity and caringly advised him, since you are ill, I won't bother you any further. Yuchen, I care for you very much. You must rest well and recover. Yuchen expressed his gratitude. Yes, I will follow the princess's instructions. In contrast to the awkward atmosphere at the Jiang Manor, when Zhou and Lu Yu were leisurely strolling through the streets. But in reality, only Lu Yu was enjoying herself, laughing and sightseeing. Seeing this, when Zhou impatiently asked her, why aren't we looking for Jiang Yuchen and are strolling through the streets instead? She then told him, calm down. Don't be so hasty. Right now, we have to go to the Hunter garden to do business. When Zhou was extremely surprised, he held the huge roll of cloth Lu Yu had just tossed him and asked again, business? She cheerfully swayed as she walked and answered concisely, just follow me. Hold on to that tightly. That very morning, the two of them continued on to another place. Lu Yu took the initiative to start the exchange. Shopkeeper, this is a bag full of high-grade medicinal herbs. Are you buying or not? The shopkeeper stroked his long beard and scolded her quite harshly. Little girl, you boast without shame. Do you even know what high-grade medicinal herbs look like? Trying to fool me with a tattered bag. Scram, scram, scram. But in response to his disdainful tone, Lu Yu smiled as if nothing had happened and even judged him frankly. With an eye like that, you can still be a shopkeeper? He angrily shouted with wide eyes. What did you say? Just as the two were about to argue, someone suddenly came over and interjected with a proposal. Discuss it with me. Lu Yu naturally had to ask about the other party's identity. Who are you? The man with a kind face and chubby figure smiled and introduced himself. I am the general manager of the store. This humble one's surname is Yu. My subordinate was impolite. Please don't mind him. You wish to discuss high-grade medicinal herbs. So, please come to the private room over here to sit down and discuss in more detail. The shopkeeper from earlier saw General Manager Yu appear and hastily retreated. You two, please wait a moment. This subordinate will go take care of some things first. Following General Manager Yu's guidance, Lu Yu praised as soon as she stepped through the door. Good. This entire private room is arranged very exquisitely. Not bad, she thought. Xiao Zhou, in the future when we make money, we must renovate Chongshu Pavilion in this style too. Wen Zhou, walking right beside her, replied with just one word, okay. A hand suddenly clapped onto Wen Zhou's shoulder, startling him. Instantly, he vanished, taken away by someone. The whole process took less than 5 seconds, but Wen Zhou still managed to shout a loud warning. Chu Luiyue, watch out for an ambush. She turned her head but saw no one, so she yelled, Xiao Zhou? Lu Yu rushed forward, kicked down 2 flimsy partitions in the middle, and shouted loudly, You thief, let Xiao Zhou go. A hand suddenly grabbed hers tightly. Rongxiu looked at Lu Yu with great tenderness. He whispered, intentionally teasing her, when you're with me, and you mention another man's name, I'll get jealous. Seeing Rongxiu, Lu Yu's gaze shifted from astonishment to happiness. A radiant smile appeared on her face. Rongxiu, it's really you. You're back. Rongxiu's demeanor was gentle, yet full of deep affection. Rongxiu gently brought Lu Yu's hand to his lips, touched it lightly, and confessed, "Yuer, I missed you." Lu Yu wasn't shy at all. She stood lightly on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Rongxiu's neck, and expressed, "I missed you too." As she was speaking, she suddenly remembered, "Oh right, was it you who took Xiao Zhou away?" Rongxiu smiled lightly and replied, Han Qing took him away for a match." A feeling of jealousy suddenly welled up in Rongxiu's heart. He chided Lu Yu, "Don't think about others anymore. Right now, it's just me." She was a bit surprised by this once-in-a-blue-moon expression from Rongxiu, so she immediately nodded in agreement. All right. A second later, Rongxiu proactively pulled her waist close to him and gently placed a kiss on her lips. The two stood in the quiet room, sharing a sweet kiss after so many days apart. A while later, Lu Yu sat on Rongxiu's lap, letting him hold her snugly in his arms, and slowly asked, "Rongxiu, is this pharmacy yours?" He smiled and replied, "That's right. If you have any requests, just tell old you." Then he suddenly put on a sulky expression and complained, "That Jiang Wenzhou fellow values you a lot. If it weren't for Han Qing, it seems he would have wanted to stay here." Hearing his tone, she laughed and asked with a mischievous wink, "Rongxiu, are you jealous?" To reassure him, she looked straight into his eyes and explained, all right. He's my attendant now, so of course he pays special attention to me. That kid is a stubborn-minded fellow. You don't need to mind him. Besides, he doesn't know it's you. If he knew, he would avoid us on his own." Rongxiu looked at her gently and asked back, "Is that so?" Lu Yu affirmed with certainty, "Of course. You are my fiancé, after all." Hearing this, Rongxiu smiled with satisfaction. Lu Yu continued to nuzzle against Rongxiu's neck and asked, "We've been talking about my affairs this whole time. You should talk a little about yours too. This time you've come. How long do you plan to stay in Shieling?" In response to her question, he answered vaguely, "I don't know yet. That's why I have a slightly difficult problem to solve. I came to Shieling in such a hurry this time that I haven't chosen a place to stay." Without waiting for Rongxiu to continue, Lu Yu automatically picked up, her words carrying a hint of implication. "You've come to Shieling, so of course you'll be staying at my place." Rongxiu was just waiting for that and broke into a broad smile. "Then I must thank you in advance." Lu Yu stood up and said to Rongxiu, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet my master and senior brothers at Chongshu Pavilion." He nodded obediently at once. Okay. In less than an hour, the two of them had arrived at Chongshu Pavilion. Lu Yu led Rongxiu to introduce him to everyone. The two elders stepped out with curious and doubtful eyes. Qisong pointed at Rongxiu and asked, "Lu Yu, this is..." She immediately gripped Rongxiu's arm tightly. Seeing this, he whispered a reminder to her. Many people are staring at us." She still didn't understand and was a bit dazed. "Huh? Senior brothers and sisters, everyone come out." And so, everyone slowly stepped out. Qi Jiao laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. "What a coincidence. We were just..." Lu Yu immediately introduced him to everyone in Chongshu Pavilion. "This is Rongxiu, and he's also my fiancé." Everyone was surprised and happy for Lu Yu. "You have a fiancé already?" If he's junior sister's fiancé, then he's considered half a member of Chongshu Pavilion. If you need anything in the future, just say so. Don't be a stranger. "Junior sister, you didn't say anything before, and now you have such an outstanding fiancé." Rongxiu gently waved his hand, signaling a servant to bring something in. He bowed slightly, holding a carefully wrapped box. With a respectful attitude, he bowed his head before the two great seniors of Chongshu Pavilion. "Pavilion Master, Elder, a small meeting gift. In the future, Yuer will still have to rely on you too." The two elders both appeared satisfied and agreed. Good. With a talent like Lu Yu, our Chongshu Pavilion will naturally nurture her well. That's right. Rongxiu then sincerely turned to Lu Yu's brothers and sisters. "I came in a bit of a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare anything for the senior brothers and sisters, so I can only offer a small gift. Thank you all for taking care of Yuer during this time." The servant accompanying Rongxiu also chimed in. "Senior brother Lu, please accept this." Qi Jiao smiled and waved his hand, declining. "You are all too polite. Lu Yu is our junior sister, so it's only natural for us to treat her well. Logically, we should be the ones giving you meeting gifts." The servant continued, "Everyone has a gift. They are not anything too valuable. Please feel at ease and accept them." Qi Jiao then received it with both hands, showing his appreciation. He smiled lightly and looked at Lu Yu. "Well, in that case, thank you, junior sister's husband. Lu Yu's face was full of confusion upon hearing the 3 words Qi Jiao had just said. Junior sister's husband? Rong Xiao continued to show a confident but not arrogant attitude. Senior brother Lu, don't be so polite. Where is my fiancé? This is something I should do. After a while of getting acquainted and giving gifts, Rong Xiao clasped his hands to bid farewell to everyone. Today, and I have other matters to attend to, so we cannot stay long. I will come to visit another day. Chi Song nodded. All right, you two go and take care of your business. A few of Lu Yu's senior brothers curiously asked each other about the gift. Let's see what's inside the Qinquan ring. As for the 2 of them, after turning to leave Chongshu Pavilion, Lu Yu whispered into Rong Xiao's ear, "You have other business?" "Why didn't I know?" Rong Xiao smiled and answered her. "An elder I respect the most has come to West Hill, and he wants to meet you." She asked again in surprise, her round eyes wide as she looked at her fiancé. "An elder? Wants to meet me?" He understood what she was worried about and gently reassured her. "It's just a normal dinner. He's very approachable. Let's go." Lu Yu's senior brothers exclaimed in surprise at Rong Xiao's generous gift. "Oh my God, the Qinquan ring is full of white crystal coins. Our junior sister's fiancé. It seems he's not just ordinarily rich." Meanwhile, the 2 were still immersed in their own world. Lu Yu asked worriedly, "Should I bring a gift?" Rong Xiao confirmed at once. "No need." Inside a pavilion built in the middle of a lotus pond, Lu Yu politely bowed to the elder. Lu Yu pays her respects to elder. The old man chuckled and said, "No need to be so polite. This old man's title is Ming 36. You could just call me Elder 36. Lu Yu continued to speak warmly. "Elder 36 has come from afar. Lu Yu has not been able to provide a proper reception. I hope you can forgive me." 36 was indeed as approachable as Rong Xiao had said. He kept looking at Lu Yu, smiling and praising her. A face like porcelain, clear eyes, and the space between her eyebrows seems to carry a thread of noble aura. Truly makes one endlessly fond. Not bad, not bad. Rong Xiao's taste is indeed very good. Lu Yu replied respectfully, "Yes, thank you, Elder Ming 36. Then the old man pointed his finger, conjuring various items, and enthusiastically introduced them to Lu Yu. "This old man's things are a bit of a mess. Just take a look. Pick whichever one you like and take it. If you don't like any of them, this old man still has more." She was a little surprised by 36's generosity. What does this mean? In this world, there's actually someone who gives away treasures upon first meeting? Lu Yu was a bit embarrassed and politely declined. "Thank you, Elder Ming 36. I will accept your kind intentions, but these gifts are truly too precious." But the kind old man thought she wasn't pleased and took the initiative to explain. You don't like any of them? Actually, this old man still has some better items. It's just that those are all heirlooms of my sect, so I can't give them to you right now." She hurriedly replied, "That's not what I meant." But 36, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, interrupted her. "When you and Rong Xiao have your grand wedding, I will of course give all of those items to you." Lu Yu was a bit flustered and didn't know how to handle it, so she shot a pleading look at Rong Xiao. "Quick, help me." He smiled, his gaze sharp. "Don't worry, I understand." Rong Xiao opened his palm and sucked all the items that 36 had laid out into a single ring. He looked at Lu Yu and said, "This is a small token of Elder Ming 36's goodwill. You should accept it." She was stunned and cursed inwardly. "Who asked you to accept it on my behalf?" But since the items were already accepted, Lu Yu had no choice but to suppress her embarrassment and turn to say, "Thank you, Elder Ming 36. 36 was delighted, laughing heartily. Good. Hurry and pour the wine. I must drink to my heart's content today." They sat together until late into the night. Now, only Lu Yu and Rong Xiao were left in the pavilion, sitting together and talking. "Where is Elder 36? He ate and drank his fill, so he's asleep." Rong Xiao suddenly lowered his voice, his hand gently squeezing her shoulder. "Yeah, I want to tell you something. Listen carefully." She nodded. Rong Xiao began to explain. "Actually, the highest level cultivators of the Tianling dynasty can only reach the peak of level 8. If they break through to level 9, they will ascend to the Shinshi realm. And I am the current ruler of the Shinshi realm. The people there usually call me His Highness, the Holy Sun." Lu Yu listened intently, thinking to herself, so it's true that there are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people. She playfully toyed with Rong Xiao's hair and asked, "You're telling me this? Aren't you afraid I'll spread it around?" He answered without hesitation, "I'm not afraid. This was my promise to you before leaving the Yaochen kingdom, and I must fulfill it." Hearing this, Lu Yu smiled brightly. "Then I want to go to the Shinshi realm to have a look too." Rongxiu said apologetically. I'm afraid that's not possible. Your current cultivation level is still too low. Lu Yu feigned anger. Are you looking down on me? Rongxiu smiled gently and comforted her. No, you will definitely be able to go there. It's just a bit difficult right now. Lu Yu suddenly wrapped her arms around Rongxiu's neck and said, since you believe in me so much, then I must cultivate diligently so that I can go to the Shinshu realm and be by your side. He half closed his eyes, brought his face close to hers, and whispered, all right, I'll wait for you. Just when it seemed they would share another kiss under the moonlight, Lu Yu suddenly swayed, startling him slightly. She pressed her face against his chest, her cheeks flushed red, her eyes shut tight, unable to open, and added in a dreamy voice, Rongxiu, one more cup. Rongxiu understood her actions at a glance. He sighed helplessly, chiding her with a doting tone. You're formidable in everything except your tolerance for alcohol is too low. And so, he had no choice but to carry her back, giving her a caring reminder as he walked. Don't be so eager to drink in the future. In contrast to the peaceful atmosphere from before, at Chongshu Pavilion, an arrow suddenly shot out from nowhere, as if in challenge. Qi Jiao and Ran rushed out with their swords and shouted, who goes there, daring to cause trouble at Chongshu Pavilion? A young man, leading 4 allies, stepped forward. I'm the leader of the 9-Star Alliance. I've heard that your Chongshu Pavilion is one of the 4 great sects, so I've come especially to challenge you. His attitude was inexplicably arrogant and provocative. If you lose, this position as one of the 4 great sects will belong to my 9-Star Alliance. Qi Dao still replied politely to him. The 9-Star Alliance? I've never heard of it. Ran was not as gentle as him. She pointed straight at his face and declared, you are not qualified to challenge Chongshu Pavilion. The alliance leader burst out laughing in contempt. I see your Chongshu Pavilion is all talk and no action. You say I'm not qualified, but the truth is you don't dare to accept the challenge. Qi Dao was provoked by these words. His eyes widened as he yelled, what did you say? Unable to wait any longer, for the honor of Chongshu Pavilion, Qi Dao rushed forward. Lu Zhidao of Chongshu Pavilion accepts the challenge. The alliance leader took an attack stance and roared, come on. In front of a room, someone was knocking urgently and calling out, Junior Sister Chu, are you there? Junior Sister Chu? Lu Yu opened the door, holding her forehead. The after effects of last night's drinking left her still drowsy. I drank too much last night. What's wrong? It's so early in the morning. The girl spoke urgently. It's bad. Something's happened at Chongshu Pavilion. At Chongshu Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu immediately sobered up. Qi Dao now seemed to be injured. He slumped down, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth in pain. Ran rushed over to check on him. Senior brother, how are you? Qi Dao replied resolutely. I'm fine. I can still continue to fight. Ran felt the situation was not good, so she stepped forward and said to the 9-Star Alliance group, Yi Ran of Chongshu Pavilion accepts the challenge. I am a heavenly healer. Does any of you dare to fight me? As soon as she finished speaking, the alliance leader burst out laughing mockingly. Has Chongshu Pavilion really run out of people, sending you up to fight? In my opinion, you should just surrender to avoid making things too ugly. Just as he finished his words, a questioning voice echoed. Who says my Chongshu Pavilion has run out of people? The person had not yet appeared, but a sword flew over and embedded itself straight into the ground as a challenge. A familiar figure in a green robe leisurely placed a hand on the sword. Lu Yu smiled brightly and greeted her opponents. Chu Luiyue, a new disciple of Chongshu Pavilion. Wen Zhou, who was with her, also spoke solemnly, and me, Jiang Wen Zhou. After the introductions, Lu Yu turned to ask Ran. We're not late, are we? She replied excitedly. Not late, not late. You came at the perfect time. The alliance leader immediately shot an arrow as a greeting. So it's the 2 famous new disciples of Chongshu Pavilion. This alliance leader thought you were too cowardly to come. Perfect. I'll take care of you both at the same time. Lu Yu quickly grabbed her sword. With just a light swing of her sword in a circle through the air, she sent the alliance leader flying. Not only that, but his clothes were also burned away by fire. Having dealt with the leader, Lu Yu declared in a very relaxed manner, I win. The people who came with him tucked tail and fled, telling each other, run, save your own skin. Rongxiu, watching from a distance, was extremely proud, as expected of my wearer. The two servants also whispered to each other in praise. His Highness's lady is really quite formidable, isn't she? Indeed, look how proud our Highness is. He flicked his sleeves lightly, a proud expression on his face as he ordered his servants. Let's go meet Yue. The two of them replied in unison. Yes, just as Rongxiu called her name, a cheer suddenly echoed from afar. Congratulations, congratulations. A girl with a fair face, but dressed in simple servant's clothes, spoke up. I just arrived in time to witness Miss Chu's heroic posture in defeating her opponent. This servant is a handmaiden from the third princess's palace, and I have come especially to invite young Miss Chu to the palace for a visit. If it is convenient for young Miss Chu, please follow this servant to the palace now. Lu Yu sighed and smiled to herself. So eager to have me enter the palace. It seems Shangwan Wan's patience is not as good as before. Then, she gave her answer. To be so sincerely invited by Her Highness the Third Princess is Lu Yu's honor. Please wait a moment. I will hand over some matters, and then I will follow you to the palace. After speaking, Lu Yu quickly scribbled on a piece of paper, the main content being just one sentence. Please ask the pavilion master to investigate the truth about Jiang Wuqing. Then she handed the paper to one Zhou and instructed him, Little Zhou, protect Chongshu Pavilion well. He replied confidently, all right. The handmaiden from before extended her hand to show Lu Yu the way. Miss Chu, please. Rongxiu stood watching, feeling crestfallen. I haven't even gotten to say a word to you. A moment later, the horse carriage carrying Lu Yu and the handmaiden stopped. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, a thought immediately surfaced. This place is very familiar to me. I was born here, died here, was once immensely radiant, glorious, and noble, and also endured all kinds of torture, heart-wrenching pain. A lifetime of youth, carrying a pain carved in bone and etched in heart, was buried here. The handmaiden curved her lips into a smile and told Lu Yu, we've arrived. She was still lost in her train of thought, her eyes glinting with determination. Now I stepped through this threshold once more. I have finally returned. Seeing that Lu Yu said nothing, the handmaiden deliberately spoke a little louder. Miss Chu, let's go. In her mind, she actually dared to mock Lu Yu for being slow and sluggish, truly the demeanor of a country bumpkin. As for her, she only replied politely, all right, please lead the way. A moment later, a handmaiden's report was heard again. Princess Chu Luyue has arrived. Lu Yu stepped inside, curtsied, and bowed to Guanwan. Lu Yu pays her respects to the third princess. She waved her hand lightly and ordered, rise quickly. This princess invited you here today just to ask for some advice. There's no need for such ceremony. Lu Yu smiled, her wide eyes a little probing. Thank you, third princess. Guanwan suddenly faltered slightly. She stared at Lu Yu and thought to herself, this face, when she smiles, really looks so similar. But she immediately dismissed those suspicions, quickly getting to the main point. Miss Chu, I heard from Chan Yi that you protected Chongshu Pavilion today. For Miss Chu to be so talented, it's truly admirable. Lu Yu gave a modest smile in reply. You're too kind. How could Lu Yu possibly compare to the princess? I heard that 2 years ago, you were already a level 7 martial artist. Guanwan's hand suddenly trembled, and she thought to herself, 2 years ago, I was indeed a level 7 martial artist, but ever since that incident, my Yuan meridians were destroyed. Now, I'm no different from a cripple. These words from Chu Luyue are like a knife straight to my heart. She suppressed the humiliating feeling, continuing with a composed demeanor. I heard you were born with deficient Yuan meridians and only recently began to formally cultivate. How did your Yuan meridians recover? Lu Yu suddenly tensed, narrowing her eyes at Guanwan. So it's about this. I was the one who destroyed all of your Yuan meridians, and you still haven't recovered to this day. How could you not be impatient? After thinking, Lu Yu unhurriedly replied, it's true that I was born with deficient Yuan meridians, until one day I happened to meet a mysterious person. That person gave me a medicinal pill, and not long after I took it, the Yuan meridians in my body returned to normal. When I went to look for that person, there was no news of them at all. After hearing this, Guanwan crossed her arms, pouted her lips, and probed. Is that all? Lu Yu gave a thumbs up and replied very confidently, yes, that's all. Lu Yu even added with a cheerful laugh, Many people in the Yaochen Kingdom have asked me about that period of time. I didn't expect Your Highness the third princess to be so interested as well. Guanwan gave a forced smile, waved her hand, and replied, "This princess is just a little curious. To be able to do this, that person must have great supernatural powers. If there's a chance, this princess would also like to meet that mysterious person." But in her mind, she was extremely wary, thinking, does she take me for a fool? What mysterious person? It's complete nonsense. Chu Luiwei is definitely hiding something. I will definitely find out her secret. The conversation came to a swift end. News of the two meeting quickly reached Wu Qing's ears. He shot up in alarm and asked again, "What did you say?" The third princess invited Chu Luiwei to the palace. The servant immediately reported again, "Yes, she left a while ago." Wu Qing hurriedly walked towards the door and ordered, "Prepare the sedan. I want to go to the palace." But just then, the servant spoke up to report again, "Young master, Pavilion Master Iji Song of Chongshu Pavilion has arrived and is waiting for you outside." He stopped and narrowed his eyes, wondering, Iji Song? Is it because of the cataclysmic sand? Wu Qing had no choice but to put aside his intention of going to the palace. Focusing on the matter at hand, "Show him in." "Yes, sir." Qi Song clasped his hands and greeted Wu Qing respectfully, "Young Master Jiang, you are a busy man. This humble one hopes you will forgive me for the intrusion." He also replied magnanimously, "Don't be so formal, Pavilion Master Iji. What brings you to see this humble one?" Qi Song didn't rush to the point because something else surprised him more. "Young Master Jiang, why do you have the smell of blood on you?" Wu Qing, of course, made up a random reason to get by. "The Pavilion Master is truly sharp. I was careless and cut my hand earlier. I just treated it a little. No wonder you can smell blood." Although Qi Song smiled on the outside, he was silently judging this man. He's clearly trying to hide something and failing miserably. He slowly continued, "So that's how it is. Young Master Jiang should be more careful. This time it was a cut, but next time it might not be so certain." These words, along with Qi Song's emphasized tone, made Wu Qing feel a pang of guilt. He narrowed his eyes and looked, then tried to maintain a calm demeanor as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master." But inside, he was anxiously wondering, Iji Song is warning me. The matter of the cataclysmic sand has really been discovered. Only then did Qi Song get to the main point. He gave a gentle smile. "Actually, this old man came here because I once gifted the imperial princess a few things, but they were all left by her in the zither room of Tianjin Garden. Now that she is gone, this old man wishes to retrieve those items as keepsakes of sorts. I wonder if it would be convenient for young Master Jiang?" Wu Qing nodded. "Of course, that's fine. Follow me." Qi Song's natural reaction made Wu Qing change his mind. Strange, it seems he doesn't know about the cataclysmic sand at all. Could it be that I was overthinking it? Just as he had turned around, Qi Song suddenly spoke up. "However, this old man has one more matter." Wu Qing had just extinguished his suspicion when the man asked directly, "I wonder if young Master Jiang has ever heard of cataclysmic sand?" He was immediately startled and whipped his head around, his dazed face unconsciously repeating, "Cataclysmic sand." Wu Qing quickly tried to calm himself and acted as if he knew nothing. He replied, "I've only heard of it. Why does Pavilion Master Iji ask about this?" Qi Song then sighed and pretended to confide. "After that battle, my Chongshu Pavilion has been unable to grow any medicinal herbs until recently when Wenzhou accidentally discovered cataclysmic sand. That's how he traced the source. According to him, this is cataclysmic sand that only exists in the southern borderlands." This old man recalls that young Master Jiang has traveled through the southern borderlands before. Wu Qing stared as if interrogating him. "Are you suspecting that I'm the one behind this?" Qi Song bowed his head, clasped his hands, and replied, "Although this old man is very eager to find the person behind this, I would absolutely not dare to suspect the young master. It's just that I thought since you brought quite a few people with you when you went to the southern borderlands, this old man would like to ask young Master Jiang to help me investigate who exactly brought back the cataclysmic sand." Wu Qing looked at him and cursed inwardly. "You wouldn't dare, even if I gave you the guts." But on the outside, he appeared very agreeable to the request. "So that's how it is. No problem. I will investigate for you." Qi Song bowed his head and thanked him profusely. "Thank you, young master. If you can find the culprit, you will be the great benefactor of our Chongshu Pavilion." Back at the palace where Lu Yu and Guanwan were talking, Chani entered at this moment and reported, "Princess, Master Jiang has arrived. Are you attending the TR class today?" Guanwan replied quickly, "I know. Tell him to wait a moment." Lu Yu paid close attention to the name Master Jiang. Since when did Shangwan Wan start learning tea art? She took the initiative to withdraw. In that case, I won't disturb the princess's elegant pastime any longer. I will take my leave first. Guanwan also agreed to let her go. All right, I'll invite you again another day. Lu Yu walked outside unhurriedly. Someone was already hiding behind a large pillar, waiting for her. Seeing that peeking hair and face, Lu Yu smiled to herself, thinking it was Jiang Wuqing. Seeing her silhouette still slowly walking forward, Wuqing pursed his lips and watched. That glance just now, did she spot me? He was so engrossed in watching Lu Yu that he didn't notice Guanwan had come to stand right behind him at some point. Did you rush here in such a hurry for Chu Luyue? And so sneakily, afraid of being seen. Wuqing hurriedly defended himself. I was just thinking of her reputation. Guanwan turned her back to him and quickened her pace, her voice intentionally rising in subtle reprimand. Wuqing, recently many court officials have been urging us to set a wedding date. What do you think? Wuqing was a little bewildered. What? Why are they suddenly rushing it? Didn't we say it would be in a few months? At this, Guanwan suddenly stopped, threw a disgusted look at him, and said, "The marriage agreement exists, but the wedding date has never been set because you keep avoiding it." But in her heart, she knew very well that she was the one who truly held power in the heavenly spirit dynasty. Whether to marry or not must be her decision. Wuqing quickly came up with an excuse. "Wanner, it's just that I care too much, which is why I'm being so cautious. I have only just stabilized my foundation. I can't be too hasty. More importantly, His Majesty has not yet woken up." Guanwan couldn't suppress her anger. She scowled and scolded him in broad daylight. "Does that mean if Father Emperor never wakes up, we can never get married? According to the ancient rules of the heavenly spirit dynasty, only a married person can truly take power. The day of my great wedding will also be the day this princess ascends the throne. Right now, this princess holds significant power, but I'm still just the third princess. As long as I am not married, I cannot be legitimate. This princess does not want to wait any longer. Let's set the date for the 6th of June. Wuqing, helpless, had no choice but to endure and comply with Guanwan's words. All right, the 6th of June it is. Elsewhere, someone had just cried out when they were struck silent. Who's there? Liu had secretly come to Wuqing's Jiang manor. She smiled slyly and thought. The pavilion master sent a letter telling me that Jiang Wuqing is indeed the one behind it. While Jiang Wuqing isn't back yet, I must gather evidence about the cataclysmic sand to avoid being discovered. She put on a mask, then quickly and nimbly rummaged through every nook and cranny of each room. She couldn't help but sigh internally. As expected, not even a single piece of paper was kept. Jiang Wuqing is very careful and wouldn't leave any obvious evidence. But after a painstaking search, Lu Yu discovered a white bandage strip still soaked with Wuqing's blood. She thought to herself, this cloth must have been used by Jiang Wuqing to bandage the backlash wound caused by the cataclysmic sand. If I can find out what medicinal herb were used on the cloth, I can expose the fact that Jiang Wuqing used cataclysmic sand. While her guard was down from discovering the item, Wuqing had returned and entered the room. Seeing her in a servant's attire, he immediately asked, "Xiaomu, why are you in my room?" Lu Yu had no choice but to confront him head-on. She extended her hand, pressing her fingers tightly together, then curled it into a fist and channeled a bit of spiritual power into it, throwing a straight punch right into the middle of Wuqing's stomach. He fell backward onto the ground, raising his hand and shouting an order to his servants. "There's an assassin. After them. Quickly, after them." Lu Yu tried to speed up. She landed and escaped by jumping over the wall in the Jiang Manor's backyard. Behind her, she could still faintly hear the chaotic shouts of the servants. "There's an assassin. Fire the signal flare. We must catch him." As soon as the shouts ended, a large firework display appeared. Lu Yu watched and felt tired just looking at it. Is this an attempt to mobilize the entire manor's forces to catch me? I have to run away quickly. Back inside the Jiang Manor, Wuqing was helped onto the bed by a servant. He helped him remove his clothes to tend to the wound. "Luckily, your Dantian wasn't injured. I didn't expect Commander Xia to ambush you." Wuqing resolutely refused to believe what had just happened. "It can't be Xiaomu. With his skills, he couldn't have injured me." And so, without a moment's rest, he stood up and impatiently ordered, "Immediately dispatch a team for me. I want to personally go and catch that assassin." The servant was endlessly worried. "Young master, your body is still." But he resolutely brushed it aside, paying no mind. "This young master understands my own body." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Today's wound is utterly humiliating. I want to personally tear that person into 1,000 pieces." Louis was still running headlong to escape. Hearing the urgent footsteps very close, she grew anxious. It must be the people from the Jiang Manor catching up. Just as she was mustering her strength to run faster, a strip of blue silk shot out from nowhere and wrapped around her waist. Panicked, Louis let herself be pulled along, unable to defend herself. A hand caught her shoulder from behind. Louis reacted quickly, flipping around and using her other hand to grip that person's wrist tightly. In an instant, she had subdued the opponent, shouting loudly, "Who is it?" That slender hand removed her mask, and a familiar, teasing voice rang out. "You were in such a hurry?" It turned out Rongxiu had acted in time to save her. Seeing her so flustered, he deliberately teased her. "A face this beautiful wearing a mask. You shouldn't, you know." His hand crept down to her waist. This outfit is too cumbersome. Let me help you take it off." With a swift movement, in the blink of an eye, Rongxiu had removed the thick outer robe. Underneath, Louis was wearing a loose white inner garment. Seeing Rongxiu's overly natural action, Louis shyly struggled free and said, "Let me do it myself." Wuqing and his men had caught up, ordering loudly, "Halt! Who is in the carriage?" Wuqing walked straight to the carriage, pulling aside the curtain without a word of greeting. "The Jiang Manor is investigating an assassin. Anyone passing through here must submit to an investigation. The people inside the carriage must cooperate." Rongxiu pulled Louis completely into his embrace. Seeing Wuqing, he said, feigning surprise, "An assassin? Is young Master Jiang suspecting me?" Wuqing narrowed his eyes, unable to help his suspicion. The assassin's trail suddenly went cold near the manor, and his carriage appeared here. Even if it's a coincidence, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape, he thought, then looked down at Liu Yue's beautiful and innocent face looking at him, and it was hard not to think further. Chu Liu, why is she here? Didn't she already leave the palace? And this man is the fiancé who saved Chu Liu last time. As Wuqing was feeling suspicious, he suddenly pursed his lips and judged. Their clothes are disheveled. Looking at these two, they probably haven't left the carriage. Truly shameless. Seeing him looking dazed, Rongxiu spoke up again. "Young Master Jiang, her fiancé, hired a carriage to pick up Yuer from the palace. Is that not allowed? You stopped us without distinguishing right from wrong. That's truly rude. Aren't you afraid of seeing things you shouldn't see?" Unable to find any evidence, Wuqing gave a decisive order. "Let's go." Once they were safe, Louis finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. She had almost failed to escape. Rongxiu looked at her teasingly. "So brave when you were doing it. Are you scared now?" Louis paid him no mind. She looked at him with a smile and deliberately asked, though she already knew in her heart, "Did you really come out today to pick me up? Or were you intentionally waiting here?" Rongxiu also replied ambiguously, "Just as you think." They both understood each other perfectly, and the dangerous situation had passed. Louis and Rongxiu could now leisurely exchange sweet glances. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and he, in turn, tightened his grip on her waist. The carriage slowly carried the two of them back. A long day passed, and night gradually fell. Inside her private room, Louis was sitting and cultivating her qi. She was full of anticipation. Today, she would surely break through to level 5. Elder 36 and Rongxiu stood outside. Seeing the stream of light emitting from her room, they understood and exchanged words. Is little Louis trying to break through to level 5 martial artist? But this commotion doesn't seem quite right. Elder, don't be impatient. You'll know when the time comes. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? It's making me antsy. Louis was extremely focused. She sat cross-legged, not moving an inch for even a second. Her breathing was even and quiet. The meridians in her body were completely transformed in an instant. Through, Louis officially ascended to level 5 martial artist. She stepped out lightly after having unintentionally destroyed her private room due to this cultivation process. Although her enhanced strength couldn't truly compare to her former self, she was striving to get closer. One day, I will return to my peak and take back everything that belongs to me. Her relaxed footsteps landed on the ground, and as soon as she stepped out the door, 36 smiled kindly at her. Congratulations, congratulations, you've broken through to level 5. She was delighted to see the two reliable men were both waiting for her. Elder Ming, 36, Rongxiu, 36, still couldn't stop praising her. Moreover, you've even cleared your 5 viscera. Truly an outstanding talent. Liyue said shyly, you praise me too much. Ming, 36, then turned to pat Rongxiu's shoulder. You brat, you're a lucky one. Hurry up and marry little Liyue, you hear me? He beamed happily and replied, yes, elder. After saying that, the old man didn't linger long. He waved goodbye to the two of them. I won't disturb you young people talking anymore. I have matters to attend to. I'll be going first. Liyue watched his chubby figure and laughed with amusement. Elder Ming, 36, is really a spontaneous person. Rongxiu gave a faint smile and replied, he's just an old child, don't mind him. Then he suddenly became tense and said to Liyue, today, news was announced from the palace. The grand wedding of the third princess and young Master Jiang will be held on the 6th of June. Liyue understood immediately, automatically continuing. Shang Wanwan finally can't hold back her desire to rise in status. The 6th of June, calculating the time, there's only a little over 3 months left. Rongxiu frowned and asked, do you have a plan? She didn't answer immediately, feeling secretly pleased. Right now, Shang Wanwan is just a cripple with a destroyed Yuan meridian. She definitely can't wield the heavenly spirit scepter. On the wedding day, in front of all the court officials, if she can't wield the heavenly spirit scepter, that scene will surely be beautiful. Although her thoughts were somewhat wicked, the words that came out of Liyue's mouth expressed joy. That's great. A grand wedding is a good thing, worth celebrating. Rongxiu closed his eyes, smiled, and replied, I know. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt, secretly observing his expression. Why do I feel like Rongxiu seems to be paying close attention to my reaction? The two of them slowly walked inside, continuing their conversation as they went. There's another matter, the third princess said. Now that His Majesty has been in a coma for a long time, extremely special medicinal herbs and the blood of a divine beast are needed to awaken him. So she intends to go to the Great Wasteland herself. Hearing him, Liyue was surprised. The Great Wasteland, that place is on the border of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty, extremely remote. The conditions are harsh. Why would Shang Wanwan go there herself? Rongxiu emphasized, she's not going alone. There will also be 1,000 black cavalry troops led by Mu Qinghe. In addition, she also intends to send 10 people from the sect there first. The selection is today, and they depart in 3 days. Liyue laughed in anticipation. Such a grand formation, on the contrary, makes me quite interested. A bit of doubt had already arisen in her mind. The Great Wasteland is so dangerous, yet Shang Wanwan is still determined to go. She clearly has other intentions. Rongxiu gently put his arm around Liyue's shoulder and spoke in her ear. I know you want to go, but this trip is extremely dangerous. Let me go with you, okay? She answered decisively, no, you don't need to go. I want to grow on my own. With you by my side, I'll become lazy. After saying that, she looked at Rongxiu and gave a determined smile. Rongxiu gently uttered her name, Yue. He knew he couldn't make her do as he wished, so he resorted to an embrace as a show of support. At the same time, he whispered instructions to his fiancée. All right, I'll listen to you. You must be careful. She shyly nestled her head against his chest and replied softly,